Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I've been trapped in this day for 3,000 years right here on GMT Recap. 5 years ago, a large number of strange space portals suddenly appeared on Earth. Through these portals, humans could step into different levels of eerie worlds to embark on thrilling adventures. In one corner, Su Dao Dao, a young sorceress, was being approached by a ferocious beast that seemed intent on attacking her. Seeing the monster advancing, ready to devour her, she was terrified, her eyes brimming with tears. Just as death loomed close, something suddenly flashed by in an instant. Luo Shui, a beautiful swordswoman with an incredibly strong aura, appeared just in time, successfully pulling off the damsel in distress rescue. Meanwhile, fighter Anya and warrior Zhao Haishan were also engaged in a fierce battle with the vicious beasts. The monsters didn't seem to decrease in number at all, in fact, they were multiplying. The long fight had gradually drained their energy, and their fighting capacity had significantly dropped. Anya's face was drenched in sweat, looking exhausted. Her teammate, Zhao Haishan, was no better off. Gasping for breath, he said, "My wish was to live until I turned 70, but at this rate, that wish seems too distant." Amidst the extremely tense atmosphere, suddenly a young voice called out, asking Anya and Zhao Haishan to lower the protective shield around them so he could assist them in battle. It turned out that Luo Feng was a rookie who had just entered the eerie world for the first time, and was being protected by the team inside the barrier. Hearing his voice, Zhao Haishan was startled and looked back. Luo Shui, seeing him speak up, immediately shouted to stop him, as it was his first time entering this world. He had no rank, no skills, and no experience, so it was no different from offering himself up to the king of hell. But Luo Feng didn't think like that. He believed that even beginners needed their first battle. However, Luo Shui was adamant that it wasn't the right time. While swinging her sword, she said, "The strength of this monster has surpassed the C-tier strength of the world." Suddenly, at that very moment, a monster several times larger than the others appeared towering in front of them. It immediately swung its staff, releasing a powerful force that surrounded each of them for protection. They quickly moved forward together, forming a defensive barrier. Dao Dao's protective shield enveloped them. Luo Shui, standing firmly at the front, was determined that they could not let the newcomers die before the veterans. Without hesitation, they all leapt into the air to face the beast, but it seemed like they were biting into a force that was completely misaligned. Anya and Zhao Haishan were instantly thrown far away by the monster with one of its hands, while the other hand was holding Luo Shui down, pressing her with immense force. Her body trembled under the weight of the beast. Seeing the situation was dire, Luo Feng turned to Dao Dao and said, "Now, break the shield." She hesitated for a few seconds. Though she didn't want to, Dao Dao had no other choice. She poured all her strength and focus into the staff to break the shield for Luo Feng. By this time, Luo Shui could no longer resist. Her sword was knocked away by the monster. Then, it grabbed her, leaving her suspended in the air. Luo Shui gave up, not resisting anymore, silently thinking that perhaps this was how it would all end. But Luo Feng appeared once again at the critical moment. With a swift motion, he cut off the monster's arm, causing Luo Shui to fall freely to the ground. He rushed quickly to catch Luo Shui. At that moment, she was still in a daze, unable to believe that she had just escaped from the jaws of death. On top of that, the person who saved her was a newcomer like Luo Feng. She had a lot of questions, but he coldly told her, "Don't say anything for now." Then, he swung his sword towards the ferocious beast. Luo Feng's sword strike successfully severed the beast's head from its body. Witnessing such a scene, everyone gasped in amazement, eyes wide in disbelief. The experienced ones among them couldn't do anything to the beast. Yet, a newcomer like Luo Feng had swiftly sent the beast to its next life in the blink of an eye. Zhao Haishan couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that when Luo Feng doesn't make a move, it's fine, but once he does, it's both fast and precise. Moreover, every strike targets the beast's weakest point." Anya was also astonished by Luo Feng's strength. Is he really at level 1? Not anymore. Because Luo Feng has just reached level 2. He coldly walked towards the three beasts charging at him. With a single swing of his sword, he swiftly eliminated all three. Immediately after, he informed everyone nearby that there was a monster den in the vicinity. Very soon, thousands of monsters would flood this area. They had to leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of ferocious beasts began to swarm in. Seeing this, Zhao Haishan thought that Luo Feng must be able to read tarot cards. Luo Feng pointed ahead. At that moment, Luo Shui shouted, "Everyone, follow Luo Feng." Wherever he ran, he cleared the path, swinging his sword to slice through the wild beasts in his way. Luo Shui followed closely behind, still stubbornly asking, "Are you really a newbie?" Luo Feng coldly replied, "Can't you see I've just reached level 2? But you seem to know everything." Seeing how stubborn she was, Luo Feng said bluntly, "It's not like I just know all this for no reason. I've been trapped in this world for 3,000 years. Just as Luo Shui thought he was talking nonsense, a wild beast quietly rushed from behind. Luo Feng immediately grabbed the sword from her hand, slashing the beast apart. As he did, he explained further. "To be more precise, I've been trapped in this day for 3,000 years. By 6 o'clock tomorrow, when the sun rises, I will return to this very morning, the moment they were thrown into this haunting world." Despite this, Luo Shui still didn't believe him. She argued, "If that's the case, then why do you care about their life and death?" Luo Feng looked at her with gratitude in his eyes, then poured all his heart into his explanation. "It's all because of you, Luo Shui. 3,000 years ago, in the cycle of reincarnation, you repeatedly protected a clueless fool like me, sacrificing again and again to keep me safe. That's why, no matter how many times I reincarnate, I want to ensure your safety. This is my tribute and liberation in this endless cycle of rebirth." Hearing those words, Luo Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. What he said had moved her, but she still stubbornly refused to believe him. Not only that, but she also started to label him as a womanizer. Dao Dao also wondered, stepping closer to him and asking, "For 3,000 years, you've been fighting like this, don't you ever get bored?" Luo Feng replied, "That's also why I haven't had a moment's rest in these 3,000 years. I've spent my time studying all the specializations, skills, and hidden factors of the haunting world system. I've even gathered information about other shadow worlds from all those who have awakened and entered this world." After that, Luo Feng guided them, saying, "Just follow the bridge in front of you, keep walking straight, and don't look back." Seeing that Luo Feng seemed like he wouldn't be accompanying them, Dao Dao stepped forward and asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Luo Feng, noticing her question, gently patted her head and smiled, "As long as they all leave here safely, I'll be with them. But right now, I have some matters to take care of. Go ahead, and I'll catch up with you soon." With that, Luo Feng flew off. Meanwhile, Spirit Dance of the Realm-bound Master was struggling to fight off the vicious beasts. She couldn't understand why the more she killed, the more there seemed to be. As she kept firing, her gun ran out of ammo, and she thought to herself, "It looks like I'm done for." But Luo Feng appeared just in time to rescue her. He grabbed Ling Wu's hand and pulled her away, ignoring her confusion about his identity. He simply instructed her, "Once you leave here, take the elevator to the 13th floor in vault number 1. 1302 will have the ammunition you need. The vault's password is 14. After saying that, without hesitation, he shoved her into the elevator and pressed the button. Ling Wu stood inside, stunned and clueless about what was going on, and quickly asked, "Why are you helping me?" Without saying much, Luo Feng responded briefly, "Because we are companions." With that, Luo Feng turned back and continued fighting. Every sword strike was unleashed in the blink of an eye. This time, it only took a minute for him to kill 6 savage beasts. After 30 years, this time he had killed faster than before, even by 1. On Luo Shui's side, following Luo Feng's advice, they ran headlong down the bridge, not looking back even for a moment. But the savage beasts chasing them grew in number, like a swarm of bees. They kept running, but Enya began to doubt whether Luo Feng was deceiving them, as they still hadn't shaken off the relentless pursuers. Moreover, they had now entered a tunnel, but Luo Shui had complete faith in Luo Feng. She encouraged them. Everyone, keep running as fast as you can, because right now, apart from trusting Luo Feng, we have no other choice. When they all reached the end of the tunnel, they were shocked to find that Luo Feng was already standing there. He told everyone to continue running ahead, and that he would handle things here alone. Luo Feng, with a sword in his hand, stood facing the thousands of monsters charging towards him, looking incredibly cool. Gazing at the savage beasts before him, he curled his lips into a sinister smile and muttered, "Sorry, but no entry here." With that, a massive explosion erupted from the start to the end of the tunnel, incinerating all the savage beasts. Luo Shui, unsure of what had happened, stopped and turned to look behind. But Luo Feng emerged from the sea of flames, shouting loudly, "Quickly leave here and don't look back." The beasts never expected Luo Feng's move. The flames erupted, growing fiercer by the second, causing them to be blown away. After escaping the tunnel, Luo Feng finally spoke to reassure everyone, telling them not to be too tense because the bomb's blast radius had been precisely calculated by him. The entire group of beasts had fallen into the trap. The tunnel was now sealed, and next, they needed to head to a safer location. Seeing that Luo Shui was still dazed, he reminded her, "Luo Shui, snap out of it, we need to move now." After a while, they finally arrived. From here, they could almost see the whole city, with the light faintly shining through the mountains, creating a peaceful and serene scene. At this point, Luo Feng turned to them and asked, "Do you all trust me now?" Luo Shui still thought of him as a newcomer, albeit a very powerful one, but she completely didn't believe that he had been reincarnated for 3,000 years. Enya, standing beside her, shook her finger, agreeing with Luo Shui. She believed that in this city, both the map and the bomb were easy to obtain, so his persuasive power hadn't yet been enough to make everyone believe him. Dao Daoneno stepped forward and asked Luo Feng, "In these 3,000 long years, besides fighting, what else have you done?" Luo Feng didn't mind sharing his feelings. "To avoid wasting time, over these 3,000 years, I've learned a lot of things outside. For example, flying planes to roam the skies, writing programs to infiltrate systems, and I've even learned various types of surgical procedures. Oh, and now I'm also proficient at chess, with each uncommon category reaching expert level." Enya asked, "This dark city is nothing more than a gigantic nightmare world. The awakened ones who were brought here this time, there must be at least 100 of them." "Luo Feng, don't tell me you only know their group?" Luo Feng had nothing to hide. He replied, "I know nearly all of them. I've been through countless cycles of reincarnation and have learned the secrets of many people. But if you're talking about companions who truly risk their lives with me, there are only 7. Hearing this, Dao was surprised. "So, apart from the 4 of them, there are still 3 others?" Fearing that everyone would be mentally manipulated by the handsome guy, Luo Shui interrupted. She thought he was just talking nonsense, because how could one possibly reincarnate for 3 years? Seeing Luo Shui speak, Luo Feng placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head respectfully, and said to Luo Shui, "I wish it were not so. My goddess, it seems we have to part ways again." Luo Feng's words caused Luo Shui's cheeks to flush, and she awkwardly spoke up. In her eyes, Luo Feng was nothing but a smooth-talking charmer. Clearly, just a moment ago, he had said that he would reincarnate again only when the sun appeared. He looked at Luo Shui with a quiet expression, and indeed, she had taken his words to heart. But before he could reincarnate once more, he had to ensure everyone's safe departure from this place. At that moment, the sky gradually brightened, and a cable car suddenly moved, startling Dao. As the cable car moved, Luo Feng jumped up and looked down at everyone. As he had said before, he was quite a skilled programmer. All he had to do was infiltrate the city's power system. At that moment, in an amusement park, the boss of the Dark City, the giant with steel wings, was rising and attacking everyone around. It was surrounded by a group of soldiers who continuously shot their guns at the giant, but to it was nothing more than a scratch. However, being attacked like that greatly frustrated it, making it furious beyond measure. It violently used its rough hand to strike the soldiers, sending them flying far away. After that, it began to massacre everyone. It was so terrifying that the soldiers quickly retreated, but it seemed there was a mistake in the intelligence they received, causing them to have to withdraw immediately. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, resembling a star. Luofeng glittered across the vast sky. He dived down, causing a strong tremor, with dust and smoke flying everywhere. His appearance stunned the young commander, who shouted loudly, "This is an extremely dangerous place. A level 5 like you coming here, what trouble are you trying to cause?" Without saying much, he turned his back and walked away with an aura that could only be described as cool, briefly responding to the young commander's words, then continued toward the giant with steel wings. Seeing someone boldly approaching, the steel wings felt insulted. It raised its hand, intending to crush Luofeng, and even the young commander, witnessing the situation, thought that Luofeng was about to ascend to heaven. But how could someone who had been reincarnating for 3,000 years like him die so easily? With just one slash, he severed the steel wing's fingers. The young commander and the soldiers, upon seeing this, were left dumbfounded, eyes wide open, mouths agape, unable to believe their own eyes. A level 5 like Luofeng, and yet with just one slash, he could sever the fingers of the giant. Even the steel wings could not believe it, as it had already lost several fingers to suck on. At that moment, Luofeng gently explained, "The biggest weakness of the giant with steel wings is the little finger and the ring finger of its right hand. After being injured, it will quickly transform into its second form, which is the giant made of steel." Upon finishing his sentence, indeed, it had changed its form as he had said. Long tentacles, tens of meters in length, began to sprout from its back, and it started to accelerate its attack on Luofeng. However, it still seemed insufficient against Luofeng. He calmly dodged its attacks without the slightest hesitation and began to activate his sweeping skill. The young commander couldn't help but be amazed again by Luofeng, who seemed to possess the ability to predict the giant's movements. He was completely able to anticipate its attacks. At this moment, Luofeng had landed on the giant's shoulder. He softly continued, "Remember, you must absolutely prevent the giant from evolving into its third form. At that point, it can release countless vacuum blades, and the only thing awaiting you all will be to cross over to the other side." Luofeng drove his sword straight into the boss's shoulder, twisting it around, lightly scraping its massive arm. The moment it was in the most painful state, it revealed the control center. Next, he drove the sword straight into the boss's forehead. A large golden sphere appeared, and he thrust his sword mercilessly into the sphere. Attacked in this manner, the boss screamed in pain with a sound that shook the heavens before exploding. After defeating the boss, Luofeng leaped off its body and calmly walked away from the explosion. At that moment, the female commander and her soldiers were still in shock. They couldn't believe that a level 5 newcomer could kill a giant with steel wings. "Could it be that you're a god-level newbie?" From the smoke of the explosion earlier, a sphere appeared. Luofeng quickly approached and examined it. "So these are machine eggs. These eggs could hatch into giants with steel wings. The probability of one of them dropping was just 1 in 100,000. The city system also displayed a notification that the Dark City boss had been killed. The mission was now complete. All awakened ones had 1 minute to leave the area. In the distance, Luo Shui and the others were standing, watching the light that was emanating. They never expected that the scammer Luofeng, in their eyes, would actually keep his word. He had truly led them out of this place. Dao Dao wondered if it was true that he had truly experienced 3,000 years of reincarnation. As for whether it was real or fake, they would know once they returned to the real world. If they never saw Luofeng again, it would mean it was true. Luofeng was also gazing at everything, waiting for the next cycle of reincarnation. His face clearly showed a sorrowful expression as he murmured, "Goodbye, my companions. As for me, I'm about to start the next cycle." He closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, something felt very strange. He was disoriented and had no idea where he was. Luo Feng quickly sat up, breathing heavily as he looked around, then grabbed the watch beside him. The watch displayed the time, 3:23 a.m., November 12, 2065. He couldn't believe it. After more than 3,000 years of reincarnation, Luo Feng had finally broken free from the cycle. He ran to the window and shouted loudly, expressing his overwhelming excitement. Finally, the endless cycle, the battle without end, had come to an end. But after leaving that dark city, Luo Feng's level remained unchanged, and even the technological egg was still there. The information panel for the egg appeared, revealing that it was a steel egg, a rare level item, a consumable type, but the system did not specify the conditions required to use this egg. However, during the 3,000-year-long cycle, Luo Feng had learned at least 7 ways to incubate the egg. These issues were nothing more than a mosquito bite to him. Suddenly, Lu Jiao, his younger sister, burst in through the door, shouting. Lu Jiao appeared with her short, bright pink hair. She had to sit in a wheelchair due to an unfortunate accident. Her face showed anger mixed with a bit of relief when she saw that Luo Feng had returned. Do you even know how to come back? You've made me so angry. I've been calling you all day, but you didn't pick up. I was about to call the police. Having not seen his family for years, Luo Feng couldn't hold back his emotions and rushed to embrace Lu Jiao, making her feel that he was acting strangely. It's just been 1 day, right? Why are you acting so weird now? With that, she pushed Luo Feng away and continued to interrogate him about why he had disappeared for the entire day. She demanded that he give a proper explanation. Luo Feng hurriedly explained that there had been some unexpected issues at his side job, and his phone had run out of battery. He reassured Lu Jiao, promising that when he got paid, he would buy her the all-purpose repair kit she had been wanting. Hearing that, Lu Jiao quickly became cheerful and turned to cook for him. Luo Feng quickly said, "Today I want to eat Sichuan-style braised beef, steamed fish with beer, and spicy crawfish." Seeing that his request was too much, Lu Jiao's forehead showed a clear sign of annoyance, and she shouted, "I'll make you eat until you're exhausted then." After Lu Jiao left, Luo Feng recalled the tragic accident that had taken both of their parents and left Lu Jiao without the use of her legs. Lying in the hospital bed at that time, Lu Jiao still didn't forget to comfort him, saying that even though she couldn't stand up anymore, she would take care of him just like their parents did. But Luo Feng had promised her and himself that one day, he would make sure Lu Jiao would walk on her own 2 feet again. Back in the present, Luo Feng stepped out of the room and walked over to his sister. He said, "While working part-time, I've been learning surgery. I promised that after some time, I'll perform the surgery on your legs myself." But Lu Jiao wasn't that naive, she would never believe in such things. She shouted at Luo Feng, "You'd better not make me laugh." Suddenly, the TV turned on, and the broadcaster was reporting on last year's incident, the sudden appearance of mysterious portals. Countless people were randomly transported by the portals, and they had swept the awakened ones into dangerous adventures, forcing them into life-and-death situations in exchange for a slim chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng recalled that the awakened ones often had extraordinary powers, along with various unique abilities. However, they still couldn't control their own fate. Normally, they could choose to enter the haunted world for an adventure, but every so often, they would be forced into an unknown dangerous world. The legend says that only by successfully challenging the god-level nightmare world will all the nightmare worlds disappear. Returning to the TV program, their guest today is Austin. According to them, he is the top awakened person in the world, the president of the Rescue Boat Organization. He is hailed and revered by people as the protector of light, having navigated through countless nightmare worlds, and he is also the faith of the awakened. Austin is the representative of justice and strength. He smiled confidently, stating that one day he would liberate all the awakened. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the cup in his hand. "What do you mean by liberating all the awakened?" The reason for his attitude was that no one, except him, knew the true face of Austin. He was a demon. In one of his previous reincarnations, he had witnessed firsthand that in order to survive, Austin, after suffering serious injuries, had resorted to devouring all the awakened people, and Luo Feng was one of his victims. The real goal of Austin was to control the entire real world using his identity as an awakened, and then ascend to become the sole god. Luo Feng was determined that, from now until the time he matured, he would stay far away from him. After that, he would establish his own faction, temporarily consisting of Luo Shui, Enya, and the little lowly Dao Dao. Based on a formula taught by a scholar when they met in the nightmare world, the next world that everyone would be forced into would be a disaster-level world. Luo Feng was determined to do everything he could to ensure that all of his teammates would survive. At that moment, Lu Jiao entered and called him out for dinner. The two of them quickly left, unaware that the technological egg was slowly cracking open. The sky was clear, and the sunlight shone on a tall building. This was the Center for Awakening Services. In the lobby, there was a large screen displaying a video of Austin. Someone said, if he could join the rescue ship, he would have the chance to meet the superhero Austin. Another person expressed, I can't believe people are still trying to form their own guilds in this day and age. Now, Chen is relying on the rescue ship. That's the right path to take. Luo Feng had come here to register for forming a guild. The people around him found this puzzling. One person asked, how can someone with just level 9 think about forming a guild? Has he lost his mind? Typically, other guild leaders were level 50 or above, they were all influential figures. A situation like Luo Feng's was truly unprecedented. Given Luo Feng's clear intentions, the receptionist could say nothing more. She guided him, if you want to register, Luo Feng, you need to provide an item of level A or higher from the nightmare world as proof. The item will be returned a week after the guild is successfully established. Hearing this, Luo Feng took out his technological egg and said, I don't have an item of level A, so would this work? Everyone was stunned. The item he was holding was even higher than level A, it was a level S item. The people who had just mocked him were now wide-eyed, staring at him in disbelief. How the hell does a level 9 person have a level S item? Luo Feng did not hesitate to hand it over to the receptionist, instructing her to store the egg in a room with a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius or below. The receptionist then reminded Luo Feng that if fewer than 3 people awakened to use the energy within 36 hours, the registration request would fail, and he would lose the item he had pledged. This was a very high-risk gamble, but he silently swore to himself that he would get Luo Shui's group to join him at any cost. At the Swordsmanship Center, Luo Shui was currently giving her classmates a hard time. She picked up her phone and muttered, the guy who claimed to have reincarnated for thousands of years turns out to be a fraud. She had just received a message from Luo Feng. Meanwhile, Enya was discussing business matters with her subordinates. At that moment, Luo Feng's message arrived. After reading it, she also muttered, Luo Feng is truly boring. As for Zhao Haishan, he assumed that the message from Luo Feng was a marketing one, probably trying to pitch him some functional product, so he didn't pay much attention. The only person who responded to him was Dao Dao, but the reply was quite bitter. Luo Feng felt powerless in the face of such firm rejections, but he still needed to gather 3 participants. At that moment, in a small alley, a few people were cheering for a fight. Lu Xia had just captured an international criminal organization and was speaking to the man holding a gun in front of her with a challenging tone, though my subordinates may just be a bunch of street thugs, I won't allow anyone to bully them. Hearing such a challenge, the criminal felt insulted, enraged, and raised his gun, firing a rapid burst in her direction. But with her abilities, Lu Xia simply raised her hand, causing all the bullets to freeze mid-air before slowly turning the tips of the bullets back behind her. Then, one by one, the bullets embedded themselves into the body of the criminal. Afterward, she issued a warning, stating that her subordinates had not picked up anything from the criminals. If they cause any more trouble, Lu Xia will grind them into dust. With that, she used her power to lift the criminal and hurled him into the wall. The silver-haired and red-haired men watched in awe, constantly cheering her on. Luo Feng had witnessed everything from the beginning. He slowly walked over and invited her to join his guild. Hearing an invitation to join a guild from someone as new as Luo Feng, who was only level 9, she found it extremely amusing and outright rejected his offer. The people around them added, being level 9 doesn't make you any different from a regular person. One of them then challenged, if you want Sister Xia to join your guild, you better show some real strength. Luo Feng, being someone who spoke little but acted decisively, took immediate action. He threw a simple, basic punch into the air. However, the sheer force of the punch sent several people flying backward. Luo Xia stood there stunned, so much so that the gum in her mouth scattered everywhere. This is just a basic skill for newcomers, and it has this much destructive power? Noticing her confusion, Luo Feng explained, though it's just a basic skill, with the right adjustments in angle and direction, a slight increase in speed could become incredibly effective, and the destructive power would be immense. If not, then with practice, it would take about 100 million attempts to master it. Knowing that the person in front of him was no simple opponent, Luo Xia immediately launched a move to push Luo Feng away, but with his agility, he quickly closed the distance from behind. Seeing this, Xia, unwilling to back down, retorted, sneaking up from behind like that, winning isn't even honorable. Thus, Luo Feng proposed a bet. They would use the psychological power she was most familiar with to determine the winner. The rules of the game were simple, both would use their minds to topple the cans of water. Whoever knocks over more cans would win. Luo Xia saw the tempting offer and didn't hesitate to accept. She moved first. With just one chant, she easily knocked over 5 cans in a display of her skill. She then turned to challenge Luo Feng, but he didn't respond. He simply closed his eyes gently and opened them again. In the blink of an eye, all the cans around them had been toppled, some even deformed from the pressure. Luo Xia was once again left in awe. How on earth can a skill like this, which interferes with the mind, be so terrifying? Knowing he was a master, she immediately declared that she would now belong to Luo Feng, willing to be his bed warmer, as long as he taught her how to make those trash skills as powerful as the one just demonstrated. For Luo Feng, this was easier than turning over his hand. He assured her that he would turn Luo Xia into a superpowered queen, and after that, he would welcome her into the Dawn faction. Saying that, he turned and walked away, not looking back, only raising his hand to wave them goodbye. That evening, Luo Feng returned home, looked around for a while, and noticed the food had already been prepared, but Lu Jia was nowhere to be found. He walked over to the table and saw a note. Lu Jiao had left a message saying she was going to work part-time at Uncle Sun's shop to earn a little extra money today. His face darkened, feeling that his younger sister had grown up too quickly and was too sensible for her age. While Luo Feng was having dinner, his phone suddenly lit up with a notification saying that Ling Wu, the awakened person, had agreed to join his guild. Luo Feng was quite curious as to why Ling Wu had agreed so readily, without any questions. He texted her to ask, and she replied that it was to show her gratitude for saving her, so she would temporarily join, but after a while, she would leave. Luo Feng wanted to persuade her to stay longer with the guild, so he expressed that being an assassin was really not suitable for Ling Wu. What he didn't know was that Ling Wu was working part-time at a maid CAF. Seeing his message, she replied, saying that knowing too many things wasn't always a good thing. Then, she reminded him that if there was no urgent matter, he shouldn't contact her unnecessarily. Luo Feng, upon hearing this, silently vowed to not let her sink further into the dark world. He would definitely find a way to bring her back into the light. Luo Feng continued to stare at his phone. There were only 4 hours left, and only 2 people had responded so far. At that moment, in a narrow alley, a young man was being robbed by a group of thugs. They were beating Li Shujuan mercilessly, and he desperately curled up, shielding his head from the pouring rain. One of the thugs, a blonde-haired man who seemed to have robbed him multiple times before, shouted loudly, "Every time you get robbed, you never resist. But there's one thing none of us know. You are desperately holding back from fighting us, because if you fought back, we would definitely get hurt. After all, you're an awakened one, and we are just ordinary people." Another bully came up with the idea of selling Li Shujuan to the black market. They thought that since he was so docile, nothing bad would happen. They would be able to make a lot of money. At that moment, a surge of power began to rise within him, as if he were losing control of his own strength, summoning a nightmare fox. the bullies then realized the situation. But before they could react, one of them was caught by the fox, torn apart, causing the others to wet themselves in fear. The fox quickly fled, unwilling to spare them. The beast chased after them, charging into a nearby shopping mall. Another thug was soon devoured by the fox. After consuming two of them, the fox awakened even more of its power. It swiftly opened a third eye. Meanwhile, Li Shujuan helplessly watched as the monster inside him spiraled out of control. He muttered to himself, "Why did it end up like this?" The citizens of the city were now filled with terror. Even if some people are just pretending to be wise, no one has the ability to restrain the fox. At the last moment, Luo Feng suddenly appeared, whistling loudly, which caught the fox's attention. Seeing a human suddenly provoked like that, the fox quickly charged forward to attack. However, Luo Feng managed to dodge in time. Those observing from below couldn't help but marvel at the arrival of someone to save the day. But when they saw on the information board that he was only at level 9, they scoffed and said, "What kind of expert is he? In the end, he's just a level 9 weakling." Back to the battle, after a series of cat and mouse tactics with Luo Feng, the fox still couldn't touch him, not even managing to reach the edge of his cloak. While fighting the fox, Luo Feng also realized that it had become quite a freak. If it weren't for the fact that it was a tool for him to practice dodging through countless cycles of reincarnation, he would have had a very hard time dealing with it by now. The fox's attacks grew fiercer, and now Luo Feng had no choice but to finish the fight quickly. With that, Luo Feng sprinted forward. Li Shujuan, who had also arrived, immediately warned him that if he didn't run faster, the fox would kill him instantly. Not understanding Luo Feng's intentions, he quickly charged toward Shujuan and lifted him up, heading straight for the fox's claws and fangs. The fox suddenly paused, let out a roar, and was swiftly drawn into the body. At that moment, the city of Li Shujuan looked like a battlefield. Shujuan sighed deeply, relieved that the fox had still recognized him. Luo Feng spoke up to explain, "You were wrong, because it didn't actually recognize you. In fact, that monster itself is Li Shujuan." Hearing him say this, Shujuan was extremely confused. Luo Feng then reminded him of the last time that monster appeared, which was when he entered the haunting world, and the new arrivals had no abilities at all. He was only at level 1, and he was able to summon it because at that time, he was in danger, and his consciousness had separated it from his body. The more he endured and restrained himself, the more aggressive the fox would become. It was then that Shujuan understood and asked, "So, does that mean the murderous demon is innocent?" Luo Feng did not deny this, only adding, "Shujuan, you are not an ordinary person. You are a transcendent awakener. Among millions of awakeners, there is only one like you. You have a God-given, incredibly powerful ability, but if you cannot control your power, situations like today will happen again. At that point, this entire city will be destroyed by you." Hearing this, Shujuan broke out in a cold sweat, trembling in fear of himself. Luo Feng, seeing this, gently patted his head to comfort him. He knew that he was a well-behaved child, someone who endured everything that came his way. He also knew that Shujuan was a huge fan of Austin, collecting countless figurines of him. This was because he had the desire to become a superhero himself. Shujuan was shocked, his face turning red with embarrassment. He had no idea how Luo Feng knew such things about him. Luo Feng continued, "Because both you and Shujuan have been through life and death together, you are companions who can trust each other without fear of being stabbed in the back." He then persuaded Shujuan to join his guild, promising to teach him how to control his clones. After a round of discussion, Luo Feng finally succeeded in recruiting Shujuan into his guild. In another development, the portal to the dark world was about to open. A group of people were gathering to recruit more members, they only needed 2 more to enter. Suddenly, a brush head appeared in front of them, announcing that he wanted to join Luo Feng's team. Just then, Luo Feng and Lue Xia arrived. The brush head quickly scanned the information board and declared, "Lue Xia, level 24, passed, but Luo Feng, a level 9 rookie, is out from the parking lot." Hearing this, Lue Xia immediately defended Luo Feng.
He is my boss. If Brushhead doesn't let him in, then don't even think about me stepping foot inside. The people around them couldn't believe their ears. A level 24 Awakener had made a level 9 rookie her boss? The Brushhead mocked, saying that Luo Feng was nothing more than a kept man, but in the end, he let both of them join, treating the rookie as someone to level up. He instructed, "Rest up, we'll depart in 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, as everyone was preparing to leave, Luo Xia, chewing gum, turned to Luo Feng and asked, "Didn't you say Li Shujuan was going to train with us? Why haven't we seen him yet?" It turns out that Shujuan couldn't join everyone today because of his extra classes. Xia thought to herself, ever since the influence of the nightmare world, things have become more and more dangerous. How long has it been, and he's still doing extra classes? She then asked more about why Luo Feng insisted on having the 7 people he considered companions join the guild. Luo Feng explained, because the forced transfer to the next world is a disaster-level event. Only by joining the guild can everyone transfer to the same nightmare world. That way, I can ensure everyone's safety. But the problem was that his own level was still low. At his disaster level, it was hard enough for him to protect himself, let alone protect all 7 of them. Luo Feng didn't elaborate, he simply coldly replied, "Xia, you'll know soon enough." After stepping through the gate, the first thing the group felt was an intense cold, because the place they arrived at was a gray-colored snow-capped mountain. This was a level D nightmare world. Due to their thin clothing, Luo Xia quickly started sniffling and sneezing. She thought to herself, if I had known this would happen, I would have worn more clothes. After a while of moving, the bald man asked if anyone had ever been to this world before. But no one here had ever heard of it. This nightmare world was likely a rare one, so there was little to no information about it. One of the men in the group spoke up, "This world is just a level D world. We'll just follow the usual rules." After saying that, everyone followed the usual protocol. First, they would go hunt elite monsters and see if they could break their soul crystals. Finally, they would fight the boss to quickly log out of this world. A jade butterfly flew towards them. One of the girls in the group, enchanted by its beauty, raised her hand to touch it. Instantly, as soon as her hand made contact with the butterfly, it froze and shattered into pieces. The girl screamed in agonizing pain. Seeing this, the others around them immediately became more alert, scanning their surroundings. But the number of butterflies kept increasing, and the crowd began to scatter. However, half of the people were already frozen solid. It was then that Luo Feng spoke up, reminding everyone, "This is the Valley of the Shadow Butterflies. These butterflies are attracted here by heat. If you continue to linger, soon you'll be surrounded by a sea of butterflies." Upon hearing this, the bald man panicked, turning around to urge everyone, "Quick, speed up and run." But Luo Feng and Luo Xia remained calm, not fleeing like the others. Luo Xia understood his intention, he clearly wanted to get rid of the crowd so he could claim the treasure here for himself. "But the treasure here isn't for you, it's for her," Luo Feng said to her. Upon hearing this, Xia was startled and felt uneasy. There was no way he wanted her to use something so dangerous for training. She felt like Luo Feng must have short-circuited his brain, but she wasn't too afraid. Instead, she gathered her strength and focused on dealing with the butterflies first. Luo Feng's requirement for the test was simple: Luo Xia can only use psychological attacks on one butterfly at a time. After hearing this, Luo Xia felt that it was completely unreasonable. Each of her psychological bullets was as large as an egg. Moreover, the butterflies were swarming, gathering together in a mass, so how could it be possible for a single bullet to hit just one? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng quickly gathered his strength. Beams of light shone in the sky as he demonstrated his technique for Luo Xia to observe. Witnessing his demonstration, Luo Xia still couldn't believe what she had just seen, silently thinking to herself, "Even if I were beaten to death, I still wouldn't believe that such agility and mental involvement could be used in such a way." Then, Luo Feng explained the key point: you need to compress the mental bullet. At your level, compressing it to the size of a grain of rice shouldn't be difficult. With each compression, your control over your psychic strength will become stronger. He continued, the second thing you need to do is control the trajectory of the psychic bullet, as well as its speed and shooting force. None of these can be lacking. After hearing his words, Luo Xia muttered to herself, it's easy to say, but difficult to do. Nevertheless, she obediently followed each step of Luo Feng's instructions. Luo Feng continued to remind her, for this training session, you need to kill 2,000 ice butterflies. For every mistake, 2 more will be added. Luo Xia was startled by his request. Indeed, the coldest place in the world was the human heart. After giving his instructions, Luo Feng jumped onto a nearby tree branch and fell asleep. He casually told her, take your time with the practice. Luo Xia still couldn't believe that she now had to face thousands of butterflies on her own. Standing before a swarm of butterflies filling the sky, Luo Xia realized the situation was beyond her control, so she turned and fled. Not forgetting to call out to Luo Feng, she found that he silently dropped a bottle of purple liquid with no label down to her and said, drink it. There was no other choice, so Luo Xia drank it all in one go. But as soon as she finished, for some reason, the swarm of butterflies that had been rushing toward her suddenly stopped, as if they couldn't perceive her presence anymore. Luo Xia raised a huge question mark in her mind and curiously asked Luo Feng, surely what I just drank was an invisibility potion, right? He explained, it was just a heat masking potion at an emergency level. Its effect is to suppress the heat emitted from the human body. This will prevent the butterflies from being attracted to you during your training. At that moment, Luo Xia was certain that, with preparations like this, Luo Feng must have known in advance that their destination would be the gray ice field. Seeing her focus more on questions than on practicing, Luo Feng urged her to act quickly. She continued confidently. The dark portal can only display the level of the nightmare world, and behind those gates, no awakened person can know exactly which specific world it will lead to. But even though no one else can predict where the portal will take them, Luo Feng is different. He, in essence, is a mini-system himself, almost 99% similar because he has been reincarnated here for over 3,000 years. He has gathered enough information, rules, and formulas to identify any nightmare world he wishes to enter. Luo Xia would never believe in childish ideas like reincarnation. Her brain wasn't that good. Even if she were to reincarnate for tens of thousands of years, it would be pointless. She spoke, then unleashed her move to take down the swarm of moths, but could not escape Luo Feng's watchful eye. She had no choice but to accept an additional 6 of them. Back with the group who also entered the gate, after a period of fleeing, the casualties continued to rise relentlessly. The leader of the Rangers still couldn't understand why the death rate in a level D world was so high. Could it be that the monsters here all had ice attributes? If that were the case, then winning was a rather far-fetched hope. It seemed like bad luck had reached its peak. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of gigantic red praying mantises suddenly charged out of the forest. One fiery mantis, flames swirling around its body, stood right in front of him. Everyone quickly gathered in formation to counterattack, but despite killing them, the numbers of the creatures remained unchanged. One by one, they were torn apart by the vicious mantises. One mantis lunged and stood before the shiny-headed monk. In that moment, he realized that his last glimmer of hope was gone. These mantises were the ones that could tear apart an elite-tier void. At that moment, on Luo Feng and Luo Xia's side, after a period of perseverance, she had finally succeeded in passing the challenge set by Luo Feng. But when she tried to run over to show off her achievement, he was nowhere to be seen. Luo Xia, disheartened and sad, murmured, it turns out Luo Feng came to this dark world with another purpose. The people in the group are now surrounded. The shiny-headed monk gathered all his courage and decided to charge in, hoping to go down fighting with the mantises. But in the blink of an eye, he was already gone. At that point, only the pink-haired girl was left, crying desperately, kneeling and waiting for death. Just as the mantis was about to strike down the beautiful pink-haired girl, Luo Feng appeared in a flash. With just a few simple moves, he took down the entire group. The girl with pink hair was incredibly surprised, not expecting that someone at level 9 could be so powerful. A praying mantis, seeing her brothers had been dealt with, tried to turn tail and run,
but it too was swiftly decapitated by Luo Feng's flying sword. The girl with pink hair, seeing that Luo Feng had already finished dealing with all the mantises, quickly ran over to thank him. However, he told her, "No need to be polite, I was just doing a hero's work out of convenience." After saying that, he casually dropped the head of the mantis he had just killed down the cliff. The girl with pink hair was puzzled, not understanding what Luo Feng was doing. It turned out that the head was actually bait he had been looking for. The final boss of the nightmare world appeared. From below the cliff, a massive centipede began to crawl up. And it wasn't just one, but two bosses. As soon as he spoke, one of them emerged right where Luo Feng was standing. This was the boss of the giant ice-killing centipedes. The centipede started its attack, and Luo Feng quickly retreated. By now, both had crawled up right in front of the two of them, showing no hesitation or fear. Without a second thought, Luo Feng charged forward, warning the girl with pink hair. "Don't stand still, if you want to live, move back a bit." Seeing him so reckless despite being only level 9, the girl with pink hair tried to advise him. "Don't rush in blindly." But the words of the beautiful girl couldn't stop a determined man. Before she could finish, Luo Feng had already gathered momentum and leaped forward. The centipede, noticing his rapid approach, glowed red, swiftly opening its mouth to shoot a barrage of ice spikes. Luo Feng was undeterred, he swung his sword in a wide arc, shattering the obstacles in front of him. The ice spikes hadn't even had time to strike before they shattered into pieces. Next, he leapt up again, narrowly dodging the second attack. His movements were fluid, the evasions as rhythmic as if he were performing a dance for the centipede to watch. Seizing the opportunity while the centipede was still charging at him, Luo Feng quickly jumped onto its back and drove his sword straight down into the jewel on its head. A large hole punctured the centipede's body, and it screamed in pain, revealing its razor-sharp, terrifying teeth. The other centipede, seeing its companion being mercilessly struck, immediately charged to its aid, but was unsuccessful. Luo Feng seemed to taunt the two centipedes, weaving between them, one after another. The pink-haired girl, standing below and witnessing the scene, gaped in disbelief. "I can't believe these two boss-level nightmare creatures attacked him like that, yet couldn't even touch the hem of Luo Feng's cloak." Suddenly, a violent earthquake shook the ground, and the mountain peak rapidly collapsed. Still, Luo Feng remained firmly planted on top of the centipede. He drove his sword deeper into it, then thrust it again, slicing a gash from its head to its tail. Wherever the slash went, blood poured out. Next, he jumped onto the second centipede, made another cut, and then severed its head. The two centipedes fell freely, eventually ending up in Luo Feng's grasp. After defeating the two bosses, he received a B rank item, the Bone Sword. The Bone Sword killed the Frost Centipede. The Frost boss, which was gray in color, had a chance to trigger the Bone Ice skill after attacking an enemy. This skill could cause the opponent to experience delays in stasis. After completing this mission, within 1 minute, all the awakened ones will leave this place. The pink-haired girl stood on the edge, watching the flash of light, unable to believe that Lu Long had finally succeeded. As for Lue Xia, while she was fidgeting playfully, she was suddenly teleported away, which made her nearly depressed. Stepping out of the gate, the people waiting outside were all surprised, unable to believe that only 3 people had survived. Luo Feng said to Xia, "This time, you've met the requirements. I believe that the next time we enter the next world, you'll be even stronger." Hearing this, Xia eagerly asked him, "Are we going straight to the next world now?" But Luo Feng waved his hand and replied, "I have something urgent to attend to now." In another turn of events, Anya's assistant was begging her at this moment. He had been with this company for 30 years, and even without any achievements, he had worked hard. However, this contract couldn't be negotiated, and she had dismissed him. He threatened her, saying, "If this gets out, the reputation of the late chairman will be ruined because of you." Anya coldly retorted, "Is he trying to use the company's reputation to blackmail me?" He immediately denied it. She turned around, her eyes sharp and venomous as she began to accuse him. In February this year, he invested in the bio company, and in September last year, when the purchase failed, he still managed to secure quite a few good deals. Then, she tired of arguing with him and handed the matter over to the police. As soon as she finished speaking, he started begging, while also admitting his own fault. Anya gave him a chance, but on the condition that he return all the money. The company's stocks that he holds, along with all the real estate under his name, must be sold off to compensate for the losses of the company. Out of respect for her father, a nursing home affiliated with the company will provide him with a free bed until he passes away and is laid to rest.
At that moment, her secretary entered and announced, Luo Feng says he's Anya's companion and insists on seeing her.
He refuses to leave without meeting her, but every time, he's sent away.
The secretary then asked Anya, should we call the police? Anya simply replied, no need.
She then stood by the door, watching as Luo Feng walked away in the distance. Suddenly, he turned around, waved, and called to her.
Shortly after, Anya received a message from Luo Feng asking, are you spying on me through the window? Without a word, Anya blocked Luo Feng.
He sighed in disappointment, realizing this time, he had failed again. His situation was dire. Mr. Zhao was unreachable.
Little Dao Dao kept asking him to do her math homework.
Luo Shui was still in Europe. He racked his brain, unsure how to recruit them. With only 10 days left before the big crisis, he, feeling hopeless, thought that maybe this time, he'd have to resort to underhanded tactics.
That evening, Luo Feng had a meeting with his union. This time, Ling Wu was also present.
She said, she's just a figurehead in your union, there's no need for her to be involved in union activities. But Luo Feng had already registered an A-level mission specifically for Ling Wu on the website, so whether she liked it or not, she had no choice but to participate.
According to the Assassin's Code, she was obligated to join. Luo Feng said, the reason I called everyone here tonight is to bring you to the new training location.
After walking for a while, they had all arrived at their destination.
Li Shuzhuan was surprised, wasn't this a military base?
Lue Xia was also curious. Clearly, Luo Feng had said there would be a total of 7 people accompanying them, but there were only 3 here so far. Perhaps the others would join soon, but he wasn't sure anymore. Then, Luo Feng led everyone inside, but there was not a soul around the military area.
Luo Feng explained, the reason is that I've completely infiltrated the base's computer system.
Due to a leak of level 10 material from the world of the afflicted, the base requires urgent maintenance. Everyone must evacuate within 15 days.
Right now, this military zone is under the control of the British Trade Union.
After hearing this, Lue Xia looked at him with admiration. Aside from giving birth, she felt that there was nothing Luo Feng couldn't do in this world. Seeing her babbling nonsense, Luo Feng felt helpless.
He said nothing more and quickly opened the door.
He had once said, the time spent in the cycle of reincarnation was truly too long, I couldn't help but learn all sorts of things just to kill time. A beep sounded, confirming that he was the highest-ranking authority. They were welcomed to the N-805 military stronghold. He told everyone, you should be a little surprised at the special training level I've prepared for all of you. In front of the group now was the S-56 spaceflight simulation room.
This was a place specifically used to train astronauts. Everyone wondered, was he planning to send them to Mars to fight Martians? But in reality, Luo Feng only wanted to use the astronaut training equipment to train everyone.
Ling Wu, upon hearing this, decisively said, I won't participate. I don't want to waste my time on something that holds no meaning for me. But all of them were forced by Luo Feng to sit in this simulated cockpit.
After a while, Ling Wu became addicted as well.
She came out of the cockpit and shouted, I want to try again.
This time, I will definitely survive.
But the simulated spacecraft that Ling Wu piloted had already been shot down.
Luo Feng said, take a break for now, I need to make some adjustments.
Ling Wu didn't believe him, as the previous training model was fixed and couldn't be adjusted.
But Luo Feng added, these things, I can adjust them with ease.
During the cycle of reincarnation, to kill time, Luo Feng had studied spacecraft design and cosmic ecology for a while. When people are extremely bored, they tend to develop many strange hobbies. At this moment, Luo Xia also showed great interest in piloting the spacecraft, but was immediately reminded by Luo Feng, "The purpose of bringing you here is to train your mental strength, not to play a game." As for Xu Zhuan, due to his relatively weak physique, he had only participated in one training session and then rested for half the day. Xia was also worried, unsure if he was about to collapse. Saying this, Luo Feng continued to close the cockpit and resume training. Luo Feng didn't forget to remind them, the survival mode requires avoiding meteors and constant energy storms, which can enhance human mental strength and integrate with superhumans. The attack mode, focused on destroying targets, can improve concentration and integrate with the precision assassin. He also reminded Xu Zhuan in private, combine both the meditation and concentration modes. It will be very helpful for controlling your emotions. And remember the breathing technique I taught you. After a while, everyone finally left, but Luo Feng did not let them off the hook. He quickly told everyone to rest, and once they were done, he immediately got up and continued training. Luo Xia could not bear it anymore and quickly begged for mercy. Luo Feng only gave her a cunning look. Compared to what they were about to face in the world of overwhelming danger, he was being quite merciful. A week later, in the S-17 treatment room, three bodies Lingwu, Luo Xia, and Li Shuzhuan were immersed in three tanks filled with a blue liquid. Lingwu was the first to step out of the recovery pool. Luo Feng walked in and said, "She is one of the people with the strongest recovery abilities." Then, the two of them went to assess her training results. This time, in the simulated Battlefields 35, Lingwu underwent testing under Luo Feng's direct command. The test began as soon as Luo Feng activated it. From the tunnel, a pack of robot dogs rushed out, heading straight for Lingwu. She quickly and cautiously observed, then swiftly drew her gun and started taking down the dogs that were running toward her, one by one. But it wasn't over soon after, the dogs switched to double speed mode. Now, they were twice as fast as before. Lingwu quickly stomped on the head of one dog, using it as leverage to leap into the air, firing shots downwards. After completing the test, her target hit rate had increased by 35%. Her speed in targeting was up by 40%, and her kill rate was 42%. Seeing this, Luo Feng commented that it was not a bad result. However, he reminded her to control her heartbeat and pay more attention to squeezing the trigger. As for Xia, she quickly adapted to the zero-gravity environment. Holding up those giant orbs was now a piece of cake for her. Seeing that she was controlling only 6 orbs, which seemed too few, Luo Feng didn't hesitate to add 40 more. It seemed like this was a bit too much. Luo Xia quickly began to lose strength. She turned to Luo Feng and shouted, "My limit is 10 orbs at most." Then, she silently thought to herself, "Little bros, you're not even going to see my intact body at this rate." Luo Feng furrowed his brows, as if contemplating something. The mental power, pushed to its extreme, built up in his skull and needed to be released immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the latent power within Luo Xia seemed to be awakened, and a surge of strength erupted, causing all the orbs to shatter. At that moment, she smiled at Luo Feng and said, "That was really amazing." Luo Feng didn't know what else to say. Who said she was just a queen of superpowers? From the very beginning, she could have been the ace of the guild. Si Jun was still training tirelessly. He was controlling his fox to avoid the bombs that had been set up. He kept dying, he felt so useless. The initial progress was smooth, but the fox still seemed a bit slow, and for some reason, it lunged straight at the bomb in front of it. Si Jun tried to stop it but couldn't react in time. Luo Feng quickly stepped forward to encourage him, "You've made a lot of progress. Before, you could only control the fox for 7 seconds, but now you've kept it going for 3 minutes. That's a significant improvement, but for you, 3 minutes is still way too short." Luo Feng extended his hand, offering to help him up. After stepping out the gate, he declared, "The training session is over. Everyone can return and rest comfortably." As for Luo Feng, he fell deep into thought again. There were only 3 days left before the impending disaster-level afflicted world event began, and his current level was only 13. He needed to make the most of the last 72 hours to level up. The sun was up, but Luo Feng was still fast asleep on the soft mattress. The phone on the bedside table rang loudly. His sister was calling. Luo Feng groggily answered with a sleep-deprived voice. "Hello?" On the other end of the line, Lu Jiao shouted angrily. "I'm never going to ask you to cover for me again. What the hell did you do last night?" Luo Feng was instantly wide awake, responding drowsily. "Covering for you means fixing things, right?" Lu Jiao was at her wits' end. Not only could he fix everything from household appliances to electronics, but why did he also help people with car repairs, fixing structural components, and even perform acupuncture for others? He chuckled and said, "Well, I was just bored, and it led to this." His calmness only made Lu Jiao even more furious. "Damn it, I'm clearly the best employee here. Don't ever expect me to call you in for a shift again." Luo Feng quickly tried to calm her down. "I just wanted to give you a bit of a break." Before he could finish, Lu Jiao hung up. He sighed and muttered, "With an all-around older brother like me, and she's still not satisfied." Just then, Dao Dao sent him a message asking for help with her homework. Luo Feng explained that he had to grind in the afflicted world and tried to convince her to join him. With only 48 hours left, he needed to get moving. Luo Feng stretched, thinking to himself, only 2 more days. I need to level up. In the sea-level nightmare world, the town of decapitation, Luo Feng turned to Dao Dao and asked, "Aren't you curious about the fact that having multiple entrances to a nightmare world is extremely rare? How did I know about one entrance? And why is it the entrance to your home?" At that moment, the girl's mind was entirely focused on her homework. Dao Dao replied, "Who cares about that? What I care about is you tutoring me." Ahead of them, a group of people was approaching. Luo Feng was already prepared to fight. He agreed with Dao Dao. "All right, let's get started." The group of people had transformed into large, muscular werewolves, growling menacingly. The sound caught Dao Dao's attention, and she hurriedly stepped back, her face filled with disbelief. Dao Dao's voice said, "Werewolves?" The wolves slowly advanced toward Luo Feng, and he activated his bone skill, directly confronting them. True to his reputation, with 1 hit they were dazed, and with 2, they were completely stunned. The werewolves were quickly injured by this technique. He ordered Dao Dao, "Give me 2 buffs, Silver Attack Enhancement and Divine Blessing." The werewolves advanced again, continuing their attack. Dao Dao swiftly boosted Luo Feng's strength. The girl, concerned, asked, "Can you handle this alone?" He calmly replied, "Easy." The added power made everything much simpler. In just a few moments, he had taken care of them. Luo Feng fought like a dancer, creating beautiful beams of light with each move. Very quickly, the group of werewolves was completely defeated. Luo Feng was naturally promoted from level 13 to level 14. He quietly assessed that after adding 2 buffs, not only had his attack power become stronger, but in a short time, he had also leveled up. The experience points he gained from each werewolf kill were at least 5 times more than before. These 2 buffs stacked together had an effect on the werewolves. Dao Dao grumbled in frustration. "Damn it, I get it now. You brought me to this haunting world just to use me as a level-up tool for yourself. What so-called tutoring? It's all a lie." Luo Feng, who personally disliked beating around the bush, preferred to answer briefly. "It's true that I need you to add buffs. It's also true that I'm tutoring you. If you have any questions now, you can ask." Dao Dao began to read. Knowing A, B, C, D, and E are 5 types of short-cycle elements of nuclear charge that respectively amplify atomic radius based on propositions E, B, and D.
A decrease is in order, and both B and E belong to the same group. Now, can you solve this question for me? While reading, Dao Dao typed quickly on the keyboard. Luo Feng, still fighting the monsters, answered. This question is so easy, you solve it yourself. Learning is about thinking for yourself first to grow, don't always rely on others. The girl exploded in anger. You're such a scammer. He remained calm and said. Alright, now give me 2 more buffs. Speed up. Dao Dao angrily turned her face away. The monsters have all been killed by you already, and you still want to waste my magic? Luo Feng walked leisurely, speaking, this mess has been taken care of, and of course, we need to head to the next location. Go ahead. Speeding up, Dao Dao, whether she liked it or not, had to recharge him. She muttered under her breath, you really do see me as nothing more than a tool. They quickened their pace and moved forward into a deep gorge. Luo Feng gestured, we've arrived. Below them were the bone-armored sorcerers waiting in ambush. Dao Dao was a bit surprised, the bone sorcerers were high-level necromancers, and for a newbie like him, this place was extremely dangerous. Luo Feng replied, the experience points from these sorcerers are much higher than from the werewolves. We can level up quickly here. The little girl took the opportunity to ask, what level are you planning to reach in this haunted world? He replied calmly, level 21. Dao Dao was stunned, her eyes widening. Reaching so many levels at once? The higher the level, the more experience points were needed. Are you planning to stay here for a week? Luo Feng looked down at the little girl, but he only had 24 hours. Dao Dao scoffed openly, what are you joking about? With such a short amount of time, how could you possibly level up that much? Luo Feng didn't bother to argue with the child and started his task. This time, I need 3 types of divine buffs, blessing, light elemental attack, and swift as lightning. My endurance has limits, and Dao Dao has already reached her limit. The little girl repeated Luo Feng's words from earlier, doing her homework carefully, and whenever something was unclear, she would ask him at any time. Dao Dao complained, I thought you forgot everything, but here you are, tutoring me. Finally, he had to give in, still the same question from earlier. The girl begged, I've spent half the day trying to solve this question and still haven't figured it out. Would you mind helping me a little? Luo Feng jumped down and replied, no problem, the answer's right here. The sorcerers below were a bit surprised, and before they could react, he struck straight at the bone-armored sorcerer. They didn't attack individually but teamed up to assault him. From above, a powerful thunder strike was formed, and Luo Feng quickly fought to win against the sorcerers. Almost all of them couldn't dodge his attacks. The remaining ones, fearful, retreated. Luo Feng's level surged to 16. Dao Dao had been watching from the start and thought to herself, I knew it, he tricked me again. Seeing this, the girl shouted, hey, scammer, where's your answer? Luo Feng fought while responding, just look up at the cliff over there. Perhaps because she had been tricked too many times, Dao Dao didn't trust him much. On the cliff, it seemed Luo Feng had carved a few characters, which were, in fact, the solution to the problem. Dao Dao exclaimed, freak. After a while of battling with the bone-armored sorcerers, Luo Feng leveled up to 17. He moved forward and said, let's go, this place is too hard to level up in, let's change locations. Dao Dao, puzzled, asked, huh? Change again? It's the final boss, but even if we kill it, you're still far from level 21. Luo Feng replied, you'll find out in a moment. Following the usual routine, with 2 running buffs, Dao Dao began to complain, not again, I came here to do my homework, not to be your tool. She sulked and turned her head, no longer paying attention to his request. In the beheading valley, where the murderous aura of death was thick in the air, Luo Feng was teaching Dao Dao. At 721 degrees, a mixture of CO and H2O was sealed in a container with a suitable catalyst to achieve the reaction. As he mentioned this, Dao Dao yelled, hey, you liar, do you really want to help me with my homework, or are you just going to look for a boss? Just as she mentioned the boss appeared.
Luo Feng glanced toward the source of the sound and motioned for Dao Dao to be quiet.
It's here, he said. A headless knight in a dark shadow advanced toward Luo Feng.
Luo Feng said, "This time, I need 5 divine buffs: Blessing of Fortune, Serene Light, Wrath of Darkness, and the Void Spiral of Thunder Strength."
Dao Dao recognized that this was the boss of the beheading town, also known as the Headless Knight.
The two of them hid behind a rock, and Dao Dao cast the buffs for Luo Feng as he requested.
Out of breath, Dao Dao said, "All these buffs are at intermediate level. This is so exhausting."
Luo Feng gently patted her head. "Don't worry, I'll repay you 100 times in the future."
With that, he went off to fight. Dao Dao called after him, "Who would believe you?"
However, even if he had 100 buffs, he still wouldn't be a match for the Headless Knight. "Be careful, all it takes is one touch from it, and you'll be hung up instantly." These words might have been somewhat unnecessary for Luo Feng, because to him, this knight was just an ant. He reassured, "Go ahead and focus on your homework. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Whoever violates the Forbidden Hall, I will imprison your souls forever."
It neighed loudly before advancing to attack Luo Feng.
With unwavering confidence and inner strength, Luo Feng dodged.
He counterattacked them.
Things didn't seem to be going smoothly, as the knight had a solid protective shield outside.
Dao Dao silently assessed, the Headless Knight has thick health and high defensive skills.
The speed of that scamming guy is too low, and he can't even break through its defense.
Can the scammer really do it? Luo Feng started mocking them. "You brainless idiot, can you actually hit us or not?" Dao Dao outside was panicking, seeing the scammer desperately mocking it. Was he trying to provoke the Headless Knight? Indeed, Luo Feng's words had successfully enraged the Headless Knight.
With the provocation, it broke through the shield and charged directly into the attack.
Luo Feng was no slouch either. He quickly cast spells, dodging every blow and starting to strike back.
At this moment, Luo Feng even had the composure to tell Dao Dao, "Kid, just focus on your homework.
It can't hit us."
Dao Dao hid behind a rock, her face blank as she replied, "That's so arrogant, but you can't even break through its protective shield.
If we keep dragging this out, you'll be the one at a disadvantage." Luo Feng spoke up, "That's why I brought you along."
Dao Dao pouted, "You fraud, in the end, your house is burning, and now you're showing your true face."
Just as the headless monster moved forward to attack, Luo Feng ran off. He even taunted, "Headless monster, bet you can't catch me."
Luo Feng's words successfully baited the headless monster into chasing him, exactly as planned.
The monster became stuck in the canyon. Dao Dao was surprised, it stuck.
Taking advantage of its rage, Luo Feng risked it all and charged forward, directly causing it to get trapped in the rocky crevice. Luo Feng turned to Dao Dao and said, "Go ahead, use your fire column magic skill." As Dao Dao cast the spell, she said, "If the final compensation doesn't satisfy me, I'll roast you instead, you fraud." Her magic caused the temperature inside the orb to rise sharply. Dao Dao added, "For a kid like me to burn it to the last drop of blood, in the end, you just had to land a lucky strike.
You're really a despicable person." Luo Feng responded, "There's no such thing as being despicable or not in battle. Winning is what matters. Now, let's get back to work." The headless monster seemed to lose its strength and collapsed, its face hitting the ground. Dao Dao let out a sigh of relief and spoke, "Finally, I can go home." As soon as she finished speaking, the headless monster suddenly sprang up and broke free from the orb. The situation, though unexpected, was still within Luo Feng's plan. He said, "You want to go home already? You're too naive."
Luo Feng launched an attack, causing the monster to cry out in pain. He had reached level 19, which meant he had won. Dao Dao laughed out loud and said, "There are times when even you can't react in time. After killing the boss, we have to return immediately. I didn't even have time to level up to 21. Luo Feng asked, "Did you hear the departure notification?" Dao Dao was startled, as if struck by a thunderbolt, when another headless knight approached her and Luo Feng.
Dao Dao exclaimed in shock, "Another boss? How is that possible? I see now. You used the seed on my light weapon to resurrect the world boss. OMG. Luo Feng replied, stop acting like you've never experienced anything like this before. Alright, let's continue. Luo Feng moved forward to fight it.
He swung his sword with precision. The headless knight also had its strengths, with its large body and iron armor.
It fought back fiercely.
After a brief exchange, the final boss of the town, the beheaded knight, was defeated. The system announcement: the mission has ended within 1 minute.
All awakened ones must leave this place. Dao Dao was overjoyed. OMG, the nightmare is finally over.
Luo Feng looked at the shields he had received after defeating the headless knight, deep in thought.
Dao Dao said, the protective shields of the headless knight, a very rare item of level E.
The chance of breaking it is almost zero, and yet you took them. You really treat the dark world like your own storage room.
Luo Feng replied, level 21 is just the right time for me to equip them. With these, the survival rate of all members in the guild during the Dark World's robbery missions will increase by at least 20%.
Let's go, it's time to leave this world.
Dao Dao struggled to catch up. She shouted, this is a scam. Wait for me.
The forced transition to the Dark World robbery mission happened. There were 24 hours left, and the girl stepped forward for her final strike. Her opponent collapsed and, trembling, said,
I've lost. The referee announced, the outcome is clear, the winner is Luo Shui.
The crowd below the stands was in chaos. It was hard to believe that she had won 17 consecutive matches.
This was also the 17th generation Luo Shui representing the Luo family in the competition.
She had created a miracle, bringing the declining Luo family back to the top 4 in Europe.
Let's congratulate Luo Shui.
Luo Shui looked at her phone screen, surprised. It was that same scammer's name again. This was his 31st alternate account. He was really strong, but I don't like people who deceive others.
Elsewhere, a junior said to their boss, Boss, we're all set.
The old man's name responded while carrying a weapon, today we have to handle a big case.
One thug said, I've finally found you guys, you bunch of bosses.
Then, he attacked them with a trembling gun in his hand.
The thug from earlier, furious, shouted, stealing my goods, huh? You all can go to hell. A notification sounded, you have a new email, please check it.
The thug grumbled, damn it, these scammer supplement sellers always target old people like us.
I couldn't care less. At some event, the host announced, welcome everyone to our press conference for the launch of EHP's 5th generation nanomedical robot. With the advancement of technology, nano-treatment has always been a point of interest.
The release of the new generation of household nanodoctors is especially beneficial for the elderly, people who live alone, and those who stay up late. However, before I officially introduce the product, security, please escort that person out, she said, pointing towards him.
The blonde girl suddenly thought, why does this perverted guy always get recognized by the boss no matter what disguise he wears? Has the boss been harassed by him for a long time, which is why she acts so strange? The forced transition to the dark world was only 3 hours away.
Luo Feng sat in front of the computer, and a girl's voice came from the machine.
Big brother, why do you look so tired? Luo Feng replied, I just got back from an important press conference, and the schedule was tight.
He reminded, Dao Dao, stop playing with your phone, what I'm about to say is a matter of life and death, everyone needs to listen carefully. Dao Dao replied, on ordinary days, there are all sorts of extra classes, it's not easy for it to be the weekend just to play with my phone.
Sister Ling Wu doesn't even listen seriously. Why do you always pick on me? Luo Feng didn't respond but silently shot a glance at Dao Dao. She sighed and said, alright, I get it.
Luo Feng began speaking, alright, let's get straight to the point. In just 3 hours, all of us will be forcefully transported to a random dark world. This time, it's a disaster-level world. The best-case scenario is level B, usually it's level A, and in the worst case, it could be level S.
Everyone was taken aback. A disaster level world, level S? Hey, that's really terrifying.
Luo Feng continued, so the first thing is, no one should be more than 50 meters away from me. The second thing, except for the safe zones I designate, everyone must maintain the highest level of alertness.
That's basically what I need to say. Does anyone have any questions? One of his teammates spoke up. Didn't you say there are 3 other members? Why haven't they joined us yet? Does that mean they won't be transported to the same dark world as us? Luo Feng replied, life and death are predestined. Perhaps our fate just hasn't arrived yet. Dao Dao pouted and said, I'll never believe you, you evil, wicked old man. Luo Feng blared coldly, kids shouldn't meddle in adult affairs.
With just 1 minute left before the forced transfer to the dark world, the thug sitting and looking at a photo wondered if he had accidentally clicked on the wrong link. He looked up at the screen. You have successfully joined the Understanding Destruction Guild. He said, getting old, it's easy to make mistakes. The countdown clock showed only 24 seconds remaining. Luo Shui was confused about why she had ended up joining the guild of that crazy guy. The black-haired girl over there also received the notification that the perverted guy had infiltrated the system of the dark world, which was why she had been forcibly made to join his guild. In this world, there were actually hackers who could infiltrate the dark world system. Was he even human, or was there some supernatural force behind him? The countdown clock displayed only 10 seconds left. Dao Dao was taken aback. You're too malicious. Did you use the pill from Dr. Strange or something? That's just cruel. Once you join a guild, within 5 minutes, no one can leave the guild once awakened. Luo Feng calmly responded, you're overestimating me. At this moment, there were only 8 seconds left. Luo Feng spoke up, the forced transfer to the dark world is about to begin, everyone get ready. He thought to himself, this time, I will definitely ensure everyone survives safely. The time had come, and the forced transfer to the dark world began. They were transported to a location. Luo Shui said, you're really a scammer with no shame, resorting to these tactics. The thug was also surprised. What a coincidence to meet everyone again. Only the black-haired girl remained calm. Let's stop arguing for now. Look ahead. The black-haired boy seemed a bit scared. Where exactly is this place? The black-haired girl replied, this is the S-class disaster-level dark world, the city of ice and fire. I had heard about it before, but I never expected it to actually exist. Luo Feng replied, that's correct. The center of this dark world is called the Death Circle. The Death Circle is half frozen and half engulfed in flames. It will continue to expand over time without stopping. When it covers the entire city, this world will be destroyed. This is why I must gather everyone, no matter the cost. Because this is the dark world that must die according to the legend. The voices of the warriors echoed, hurry and run, the Death Circle is about to spread here. Save me, big brother, don't leave me behind. The scene was chaotic beyond measure. Xiaya said, it seems there are quite a few awakened ones in this dark world. Luo Feng responded, it's a pity the pawns don't understand. The more they try to escape, the closer death will come to them. Enya then said, even if the dark city must inevitably perish, we will not give up on the chance to find a way to survive. You pervert, tell us your solution. Luo Feng replied, to defeat this dark world, we must first understand what has truly happened here. The past of the Ice and Fire City was once a high-tech city. The person who built this city, with a heart of steel, was a mad inventor. In his pursuit of power, he relentlessly used technology to alter his own body. But when he was merging the ultimate energy chip, it backfired on him, and he fell into an uncontrollable state. The heart of steel went out of control, causing the cold ice energy and the blazing fire energy to engulf the entire city. This was the disaster he created for this world. Xiaya, who had been listening from behind, spoke up, to solve the crisis, the only way is to kill the Iron Heart. Boss, where is he hiding? Luo Feng replied, the Iron Heart is located in the center of the Death Circle. Shu Zhuan was surprised, the center of the Death City? We have no way of getting there, we can't break into the circle of ice and fire.
Luo Feng answered, there is no other choice.
Luo Shui said, I don't believe that this so-called 3,000-year reincarnation will come up with a solution on his own.
Yes, sister, let's go.
Just as Luo Shui was about to leave, a hand grabbed her back.
Luo Feng said, sorry, you can't leave me. Luo Shui brushed his hand off and asked sarcastically, what do you mean by that?
Luo Feng replied, listen, in this world of darkness, no one can be more than 50 meters away from me.
Luo Shui countered, based on what? Luo Feng answered, because that's the only way everyone can survive. Luo Shui remained stubborn, what if I insist on leaving? Luo Feng replied, then I will knock you down, tie you up, and take you with me.
Luo Shui retorted angrily, don't underestimate me.
Luo Feng responded, I have never underestimated you, I just can't afford to lose you. Enya stepped forward to stop the quarrel between the two. Enough, stop fighting among yourselves. Enya said, for now, we need to deal with the imminent danger.
The only way is to enter the circle of ice and fire, and temporarily cooperate with that pervert. If we find out he's a fraud, I won't let him off.
Luo Shui finally agreed to temporarily listen to him. Luo Feng turned back and said to Dao Dao, Dao Dao, what time is it now? Stop playing the game.
Dao Dao replied angrily, you can die at any moment, and I'm just enjoying life. Look at this old man, he's always drinking and getting himself drunk.
Haishan laughed happily and said, the battle is about to begin, let's start.
Luo Feng gave the order, no matter how strange this team is, I will not let anyone die at the start. With that, they entered the circle of ice and fire.
Enya asked Luo Feng, you pervert, why didn't you choose the cold area but instead chose this terrifying fiery area? Luo Feng replied, the cold area will slow down our movements. I can't protect everyone, I can't take the risk. Xiaya sighed, it's so hot.
But the fiery area is dangerous too.
Can we really cross this sea of fire? Luo Feng reassured them, don't worry, I have a way. Luo Feng entered the fiery area and moved forward to fight the mummies. One by one, the mummies were defeated by him.
Enya was very surprised. This is a fire-resistant chip that can be immune to the burning flames for 3 minutes.
So these monsters are all products of technology?
With this chip, we can enter the fiery area now.
Luo Feng responded, that's right, the death circle expands every 30 minutes, and after 4 more expansions, it will swallow the entire dark world. Dao Dao said, only 2 hours left, and this dark world will be destroyed.
The effect of each fire-resistant chip lasts for 3 minutes. All 8 of us must endure for 2 hours, which means we need about 320 fire-resistant chips.
Luo Feng said, Dao Dao, the game time is over, it's time to get to work.
Dao Dao grumbled, making kids into tools, you're really cruel.
Luo Shui informed everyone, be careful, the monsters are coming. Luo Feng gave an order, Dao Dao, fire collectively. Dao Dao obeyed and did as instructed.
Shan Tu stepped forward to strike, drinking the strongest liquor, engaging in the most intense battles. Everyone joined forces to attack the monsters. Ling Mu carried his gun and asked, President Luo Feng, tell me the next target to attack. One by one, the monsters fell under their assault, even a young one like Xu Zhuan giving their all.
Xiaya stepped forward and said, little bookworm, be careful, don't let it run around.
Luo Feng announced to everyone, in 15 minutes, the next wave will spread. The monsters that drop chips will be replaced by new ones.
Everyone, we need to speed up. Only 6 minutes left until the next wave. Luo Feng asked, President, how many are we missing?
Enya replied, we still need 30 chips, we won't make it in time.
Luo Feng fell silent for a moment before deciding, then let's lure that thing out.
A C-tier item has an incredibly strong attraction to certain types of monsters. After that, he squeezed the orb, and just a few seconds later, a monstrous creature appeared. It roared fiercely, it was the lion-faced fusion beast.
Luo Feng said, the fire-resistant chip has finally arrived, and there's also some delicious food that no one expected.
Luo Feng's group joined forces to attack the lion-faced fusion beast. Luo Feng ordered, "Xiaya, go ahead and act according to the method I taught you." Xiaya responded, "No problem, boss, watch me." With that, Xiaya cast a spell to attack the lion-faced fusion beast. A huge explosion occurred, and over here, Luo Shui also joined in. The series of consecutive attacks made the lion-faced fusion beast cry out in pain. And Ye said, "Okay. Mission complete. The battle is over." Luo Feng said, "It's been a long time since I've felt the thrill of fighting side by side, it really brings back memories." Luo Shui thought to herself, "This 1,000-year reincarnation guy has tricked people again." Luo Feng decided to give the ring that had just appeared to Luo Shui. Luo Shui was surprised, "I can't accept random gifts like this, I don't need it." Luo Feng added, "This one is specifically for sword users. It reduces the cooldown time of sword system skills by 50%. We're in a life and death moment right now. What are you thinking?" Luo Shui awkwardly replied, "Have I been overthinking?" A voice came from a distance. "Your little nameless guild has some tricks up its sleeve." Luo Shui turned around, and they threatened, "Throw it away and hand over the chip." Luo Shui, annoyed, spoke up, "Whoever you are, right now, release my teammates." The girl spoke up, "He who was an assassination guild ranked in the top 10 of the dark world." The man just now added that the guild has been destroyed countless times by us. Absolutely don't resist, if you don't want to die, obediently hand over the chip. Xiaya panicked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Luo Feng said. "And yeah, give me all the chips." Luo Feng moved toward them. As he approached, he asked, "Let me confirm one thing, hand over the goods and release the people, right?" The masked man replied, "Of course. Just a reminder, my people are surrounding you. Even if you delay, no one will be able to save you." He raised his hand and gestured to them. "I've heard that the Hiwu Guild has never kept hostages alive. However, I'm still willing to trust you. How about we check the goods first?" He shouted fiercely, "Throw everything over here." Luo Feng remained calm, "Why the hurry? What if I trick you? We should check the goods. 3, 2, 1, go." He clenched his fist and crushed the fire-resistant chip in his hand. The flames began to spread towards him, and the shield immediately enveloped Luo Feng. The people below were watching the situation from the building. Seeing his actions, Enya said, "It's a signal, everyone crush your fire-resistant chips." In an instant, shields surrounded each person. The deafening sound echoed throughout the city as the death circle began to expand, quickly revealing the grim situation. The masked man, filled with rage, spat out, "You've got me, the fire's coming this way." The gunmen lying in ambush were burned by the flames, screaming in pain, "Help." Unexpectedly, Ling Wu was also protected by the shield. Dao Dao saw this and quickly realized that it was the power of the protective shield. It turned out that the scammer had already placed a protective mark on Ling Wu, allowing him to directly resonate with his fire-resistant state. Enya rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, "This tracker is getting too terrifying." In no time at all, he figured it out. Taking advantage of the spread of the death circle to handle the enemy swiftly, it's lucky that it's our teammate and not the enemy. Ling Wu had safely escaped. Luo Feng led everyone away. "Everyone follow me, I'll take you into the real death world." The area was engulfed in a sea of flames. Tall buildings were collapsing one after another. In the midst of the flames, there was a path. Luo Feng led the way. He reminded everyone to stick to this path and not fall behind. Li Shujuan looked at his back with admiration and said, "Boss, you're really amazing. Even in this broken world, you're still so skillful in leading the way." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng began to explain that over the course of the 3,000 years, he had gathered a lot of information, including the map of this haunted world. Luo Shui followed behind, staring at him intently. Luo Xia glanced back and said to Dao Dao, "Goddess Luo Shui always tries to keep her distance from the boss." She seemed to distrust the boss.
Dao Dao responded as if it were obvious. Although the Missile Island is very powerful, it's also very mysterious. The goddess Luo Shui is both gentle and has a sense of hostility toward the enemy.
For someone whose background is unclear, especially one who speaks of reincarnation for thousands of years, she must be cautious.
Li Shujuan exclaimed in surprise, "Everyone, look over there, there's someone."
A group of people in full protective gear was walking ahead.
Lu Xia looked at them in astonishment and recognized that it was high heat-resistant protective gear.
Zhao Haishan, standing beside her, added, "It seems someone has figured out a different way to get in."
And you looked at Luo Feng, but in this strange place, I doubt that protective gear will last long. Should we cooperate with them? After all, we have. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Luo Shui panicked, "What? What is this?"
Luo Feng covered his mouth and whispered, "Shh, don't make a sound."
The rumbling noise was the Doom Patrol. A gigantic monster appeared, sending everyone into a panic.
Upon seeing the monster, they all aimed their guns at it, on high alert.
A monster, a monster. Fire, fire.
A barrage of bullets was fired at the monster, but it simply raised one arm to block them all.
The bullets did no damage whatsoever. While everyone was distracted by firing at the monster, a sniper's scope aimed directly at its head.
Determining the target to be the monster's head, the person in fireproof gear pulled the trigger, and a grenade flew toward the monster with immense power, cursing it as it went.
Die!
The grenade struck the monster's head, causing a massive explosion. The monster's head lowered, and a strange black mark appeared. When the monster raised its head again, the wound from the grenade healed at an observable speed. Seeing that the grenade had no effect, the person who fired it was left in complete shock.
An immortal class monster. From where did two more monsters appear?
The one in the middle started attacking, slamming a large hammer into the ground, causing the earth to shatter.
From a distance, Lu Xia couldn't hide her shock. What on earth are these things? They're terrifying.
Luo Feng's face remained calm and emotionless as he replied to Lu Xia, "Doom Patrol. They possess immense strength and near immortal healing abilities. They are the vanguard of this nightmare world.
With our current strength, fighting them is like using an egg to break a rock." Hearing this, Enya, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but speak up, "If we can't even defeat them, how are we supposed to deal with the final boss?"
Suddenly, one of the monsters turned its head toward Luo Feng's group. Upon realizing that it had been spotted, Luo Feng immediately warned, "Everyone, don't move. Wait until I distract them, then quickly run to the center of the death circle.
I'll follow after you." Despite being discovered, Luo Feng's expression didn't change.
He calmly outlined their escape plan. Upon hearing that Luo Feng was going to lure the patrol away, Luo Shui immediately disagreed, "No, it's too dangerous for you alone.
Let me go with you."
Before Luo Shui could finish her sentence, Luo Feng raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. As Luo Shui fell limp into his arms, everyone was stunned, wide-eyed in disbelief.
"She's more stubborn than we thought.
Take care of her." With that, Luo Feng handed the unconscious Luo Shui to Enya. Before he left, Enya waved her hand and shouted after him, "Scammer, don't you dare die." Bitch, the girl, was worried about herself. Luo Feng, holding two swords in both hands, turned his back to everyone and calmly responded to Su Daodao's words, "I've been reincarnating for 3,000 years, dying isn't so easy." Saying that, Luo Feng smiled a somewhat crazy smile and charged toward the patrol team.
"You idiots, look over here."
Luo Feng jumped from building to building, heading towards the Doom Patrol, surrounded by a sea of flames. At the same time, the Doom Patrol took steps toward him. Taking advantage of Luo Feng attracting the Doom Patrol, Enya quickly left with the group. Carrying Luo Shui on his back, Enya spoke, "Let's go while we have the chance." While running, Li Shujuan, still calm, turned around to take a look. As soon as he glanced back, he was startled. Li Shujuan saw Luo Feng hovering above a building, surrounded by a massive patrol team standing in a circle, trapping him on all sides, with no escape.
"This is bad, the boss is surrounded by the monsters.
Seeing Luo Feng trapped, Enya hesitated for a moment, but Luo Xia, who was running behind, trusted in Luo Feng's strength and said, "Boss, I'll be fine. Hurry up and run, don't waste the chance he's created for us." Zhao Haishan, like Luo Xia, believed in Luo Feng's strength. With a smirk, he spoke, "If he makes it back alive, I'll definitely have a drink with him." While everyone was focused on Luo Feng, no one noticed that Luo Shui, still unconscious on Enya's shoulder, showed some signs of waking up. Her arm, resting on Enya's shoulder, twitched slightly. Meanwhile, at Luo Feng's location, he was facing the enormous hand and sharp claws of a monster reaching toward him. Facing its fierce assault, Luo Feng did not back down. Gripping the twin swords in his hands, his momentum soared. The monster's hand slammed down toward him, but Luo Feng nimbly dodged and, using the momentum, leapt onto its arm, quickly running forward. Not allowing Luo Feng to advance, the other hand of the monster wielded a weapon and struck at him. Luo Feng dodged again, his speed unwavering, still heading straight for its face. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng leapt onto the monster's hand, sword in hand, and thrust it directly into the monster's eye. Long silently thought, "Although you recover quickly, 10 seconds is more than enough for me." Under attack, the monster swung its weapon toward Luo Feng again, while another one moved forward to help its companions surround Luo Feng. That was all Luo Feng needed. He seized the opportunity, glancing at the approaching monster. At that moment, Luo Feng focused his strength into his foot and kicked off, leaping gracefully onto the approaching monster's head. The monster attempted to use energy to attack Luo Feng, but he had already escaped, leaving the monster unable to retract its strike in time, causing the energy to spiral out of control and go astray. The energy blast struck another monster. Seizing the chance while the patrol squad was fighting amongst themselves, Luo Feng made his escape. "While you're knocking out your own teammate, I'm outta here." The monster fell, and Luo Feng leapt toward the building opposite, planning to escape from there. Unfortunately, the plan encountered an obstacle when the fallen monster collided with the building, causing it to tilt. This unexpected event nearly ruined Luo Feng's escape, leaving him terrified. Just when it seemed like Luo Feng was about to fall, a hand reached out and tightly grasped his. The person who saved him was none other than Luo Shui, holding onto his hand firmly, not allowing him to let go. After reminding Luo Feng, she gripped his hand tightly and pulled him up. Sitting on the rooftop of the building, both of them were panting after the tense moment. Regaining his composure, Luo Feng soon realized why Luo Shui was there at that moment. He was slightly angered and asked, "Why are you here?" At this point, Luo Shui couldn't hold back anymore and angrily responded, "Are you seriously asking me that? I'm not someone weak who always needs others to protect me. I can fight side by side with those important to me, protecting each other." When she mentioned the important person, Luo Feng, with a confused expression, asked, "Someone important to you?" Luo Shui's face turned slightly red, and she shyly raised her voice, "I mean my teammates." Her words made Luo Feng recall memories from before, when the two of them fought side by side. A flood of memories filled his mind. In those memories, even when faced with huge, dangerous monsters, trapped with no way out, surrounded by beasts from all sides, on the brink of death, the two of them still fought together until their last breath. Those memories stood out clearly in Luo Feng's mind, making him smile nostalgically. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything but was smiling, Luo Shui felt embarrassed. Her beautiful face flushed as well. She glanced at Luo Feng, still sitting there smiling, and asked, "What are you smiling about?" Suddenly, a burst of yellow energy shot toward them at an incredibly fast speed. Luo Feng, being the first to notice the incoming energy, immediately reacted without hesitation. He leaped from the ground toward Luo Shui, pushing her down and narrowly avoiding the energy blast. Saved by Luo Feng, Luo Shui lay beneath him, her eyes wide open, her face flushed with a hint of cuteness as she stared at Luo Feng, unable to speak a word. He didn't allow them any time to rest. Energy beams continued to shoot toward them, more and more by the second. These energy blasts were coming from a monster in the patrol team, accompanied by two other monsters, with the one that had fallen earlier now back on its feet. The blasts caused a series of explosions, showing just how destructive they were.
Luo Feng carried Luo Shui, running through the explosions, looking for a way to escape. Seeing Luo Feng carry her while effortlessly dodging the blasts and energy beams, Luo Shui, though not very bright, quickly realized that even without her, Luo Feng would have found a way to survive. She felt useless, and with a sense of loss, she spoke up, "I'm sorry, it seems like I haven't been able to help you at all." She even realized something in this dangerous situation: she might be a burden to Luo Feng, which made her feel guilty as she looked at him and said, "If I hadn't come, you definitely would have found another way to survive." But Luo Feng didn't think like that. He responded, offering her reassurance and confidence. "No, you've helped me already. You always show up at the crucial moments. You truly are my goddess, but next time, you have to listen to me." When Luo Feng called her his goddess, Luo Shui shyly didn't believe it and loudly denied, "I'm not your goddess, you trickster who's been reincarnated 1,000 times." After running for a while, they spotted Anya's group ahead. Anya's group also noticed that Luo Feng and Luo Shui had caught up, and they shouted, "Boss." Seeing Luo Feng and Luo Shui alive again, the group also paused and gathered together. Li Shujuan couldn't contain his joy, looking at the two and saying, "That's great, everyone is alive." At this moment, an angry voice suddenly rang out, catching Luo Feng's attention and causing him to stop. It was only then that he realized he was still holding Luo Shui in his arms. However, Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. "I forgot." Luo Feng set Luo Shui down, and seeing the two of them safe and still close like this, Luo Xia excitedly teased, "I thought you two ran off because of love." Zhao Haishan, standing beside them, also spoke up. "I see you two are quite optimistic. In this chaotic world, if you like each other, just get married quickly." Hearing this, Luo Shui's face turned red, and she hurriedly declined, making her reaction seem even more like trying to hide something. "Stop talking nonsense, there's nothing going on between us." On the other side, Anya sighed when she saw Luo Shui's expression and offered some advice. As a girl who had never been in love herself, with her high status, it was very likely that she had been tempted by the affection of the person following her. The reunion didn't last long, as they were all startled by a sudden explosion, drawing their attention. As soon as they looked, Luo Xia rushed over in panic and exclaimed, "We're in trouble, the landslide ahead has blocked our path." Beside her, Su Dao Dao was equally frightened. Looking at the collapsed road, her eyes filled with tears, and she said, "We can't go any further. It might collapse even more. We have no choice but to turn back." As soon as Su Dao Dao finished speaking, loud rumbling sounds echoed. Luo Feng and Zhao Haishan quickly turned their heads, alert. Only from a distance, the Doom Patrol was getting closer to the main group of men. As they moved, they destroyed everything in their path, no sound could be made, and there was no way to retreat, no road to take. Su Dao Dao felt desperate, tears flowing down uncontrollably. She was somewhat confused and spoke up, "There's no way out now. Are we really going to die here?" Luo Feng's face was expressionless as he coldly surveyed the situation before him. With unwavering determination, he said, "I will not let anyone die." Every step the patrol took echoed with terrifying, rumbling sounds through the sea of fire. They moved forward in a perfectly aligned formation, showing no sign of hesitation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's group was desperately running up the stairs, trying to escape. Li Shujuan was running behind, and Anya, confused, asked, "Why are we running upstairs?" Out of breath but still managing to respond, she said, "Who knows what the pursuers want to do? Just keep going." Su Dao Dao, following behind them, tripped and stumbled. She cried out in pain. Gritting her teeth, she stopped and clutched her injured leg, groaning, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Luo Shui, running behind, said nothing but immediately picked her up and continued running with the others. She shouted ahead to reassure the others, "Keep going up." In Luo Shui's arms, Su Dao Dao blissfully relaxed and even murmured with a sigh, "Is this the embrace of the Luo goddess? I feel like my life is complete. If we survive and make it back, all the men in our group will be so envious of you." A moment later, the entire group of Luo Feng stopped in unison in front of a large iron door.
His voice rang out firmly, "This is the place." Luo Shui held Su Dao Dao in her arms, gently noticing that the fire here was very weak, and this floor used special construction materials. Luo Feng showed no expression and casually continued her sentence, "That's right, this is the city's defense center, the operational command headquarters."
Luo Shui watched his actions and voiced her thoughts. "If we hide here, once the Doom Patrol arrives, we'll be left with no way out."
Luo Feng focused on unlocking the iron door, confidently rebutting her, "No, this is the path to survival." After a series of keystrokes, he pressed the keyboard one last time, and the door slowly creaked open before everyone's eyes.
Ya looked at him in astonishment and asked, "How did you do that?"
Lue Xia quickly placed her hand on her shoulder, proudly boasting, "Is that all?
The boss's brain holds the secrets of the entire universe."
Back then, even a secret military base, the boss could get us in and out at will.
"And you seem to be considering something," and murmured, "getting in and out of a military base?" Luo Feng felt uneasy under her sharp gaze and sarcastic tone.
His face turned pale as he coughed a few times to ease his embarrassment. The group entered the room together.
Through the glass door, they could see the outside world engulfed in an endless sea of flames, yet inside, it remained unaffected.
The patrol team outside was slowly moving towards them, but Luo Feng still walked calmly towards the main control station of the room.
He was not one for many words, quickly diving into the task at hand with intense focus.
The patrol team had moved closer toward them.
Everyone in the room was now directly facing them.
Li Shujuan observed carefully and easily noticed that there was someone on the giant's body.
The leader of the patrol team was holding a stone in his hand, prompting someone to voice a question, "What is that?"
And you looked up and answered, "A crystal puppet, an S-grade consumable item that can manipulate the life of those giant puppets. They control the Doom Patrol through the crystal."
Lue Xia furrowed her brows and muttered, "What the hell do these restless spirits want?"
Zhao Haishan, standing nearby, recalled the face of one of them and said, "We just killed so many of their brothers, these vengeful spirits are definitely here for revenge." Luo Shui, standing below, anxiously said, "We can't just sit here and wait to die."
Luo Feng remained calm, reassuring them, "We won't die. This floor can transform into a refuge fortress, they won't be able to break through. But counterattacking is my style. Dao Dao, come over here." Su Dao Dao stepped forward as she listened to his instructions, following his guidance and committing the next steps to memory. She then shouted out in frustration, clearly irritated, "Again with me? I'm just a kid, why are you putting all the burden on me like this?" Luo Shui worriedly asked, "Can she do it?" Luo Feng bent down, giving Su Dao Dao more instructions.
Upon hearing her question, he naturally replied, "Don't worry, she's already passed my professional training."
The patrol team had surrounded the entire central defense building.
One of the lackeys in the team bent down respectfully to report to the leader.
"Chairman, the enemy is hiding inside this large building. We have surrounded the entire building. They can't escape." The chairman, with murder in his eyes, spoke with determination, "Those fools who killed the vice chairman will definitely pay a heavy price."
Suddenly, guns appeared outside the building, pointing directly at the patrol team. The leader was startled, horrified as he thought to himself, "These are from guns that have started releasing thick plumes of white smoke." Luo Feng walked out from inside the room, holding two sharp swords in his hands, his face expressionless as he muttered, "Dao Dao, I've activated the war fog in the central defense to block their line of sight." "Now it's my turn," Luo Feng said without hesitation, leaping straight down towards the patrol team. He landed lightly next to one of them, dealing with him swiftly and silently.
Luo Feng gathered momentum and leaped towards the leader who was standing.
The leader was prepared and managed to block the first strike with his scythe. He showed no fear and arrogantly said, "So, a sneak attacker from such a small guild has come to offer his life." The leader swung his scythe, sending Luo Feng flying back. He cruelly uttered, "Now, I'll send you out of this world." The leader unleashed his powerful scythe as the judge moved towards him. Luo Feng stood still, calmly waiting to face the attack head-on. When the attack was about to reach him, Luo Feng activated his protective shield to block it. The leader was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. He thought, "How is this possible?
A level 20 awakener without any abilities can defeat someone like me, who's level 40.
As the dust began to settle, Luo Feng glanced up with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. Without any mercy, he rushed forward and struck the leader with 2 sword slashes, adding an explanation: the protective shield can instantly nullify all attacks below level 50. The leader couldn't react in time, letting out a scream, but he was unable to move. His subordinates, witnessing this, were terrified and shouted to each other, "The boss has been defeated. Quick, shoot him dead." Luo Feng coldly used the leader's body as a shield to block the bullets. Suddenly, precise gunshots rang out from somewhere, taking down his subordinates. They cried out in pain, but no one managed to escape. After dealing with the remaining enemies, Lingwu slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder and said nothing. Once Luo Feng had taken down the leader, he grabbed the crystal puppet orb. He grinned and said, "Now." Luo Feng raised the crystal puppet orb high, displaying the authority of a confident victor.
"Giant, submit to me now." The entire patrol team immediately bowed, respectfully greeting him. The others who were observing everything in the large room, Luo Xia, excitedly praised Luo Feng. "The boss is really awesome. I would love to follow a man like him for the rest of my life, forever his." Su Dao Dao, with a puzzled expression, said, "You don't mean you want to marry him, do you? Your brain structure is really strange." Luo Feng, holding the crystal puppet orb, turned around and addressed them, "Listen up, everyone. Next, I will take these giants to the final boss's domain by myself. You all wait here." When Luo Shui heard him, she anxiously slapped both hands against the glass door, trying to stop him. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." But then everyone fell silent, staring down in shock. Luo Feng had no intention of listening and turned to speak to the girl. "Enya, please keep an eye on Luo Shui, trust me. I'll get everyone out of this nightmare world very soon." The patrol team, following his command, turned and headed toward the boss's domain. In the end, Luo Shui still seemed worried and wanted to say something, but Enya spoke up to stop her. "Our attack power is too weak to deal with the Iron Heart. We'll have to rely on the tracker. He's the one who might create a miracle." Zhao Haishan, firmly taking off his hat, also spoke to comfort everyone. "He'll definitely survive and come back. We've already made plans to drink together." Ling Wu, standing outside, was watching Luo Feng leave. Her voice was full of absolute certainty. "Yes, he will definitely make it." In another 30 minutes, the final expansion would begin. The whole city was covered in snow and ice, and the frozen, lifeless cityscape was laid out in stark contrast. Even the sunlight couldn't dispel the endless chill. The survivors are struggling to hold on in fear behind a wall. Karen let out a soft gasp, signaling for silence. Surrounding the wall were countless corpses scattered across the ground. Karen carefully peeked outside to assess the situation, and immediately, 3 bombs came flying toward her. The 3 of them hurriedly raised their hands to shield their bodies from the massive explosion. Debris from the blast flew everywhere. From above, a machine descended. It surveyed the situation and quickly reported that no targets were detected. In the sky, numerous similar machines hovered around, scanning the area. At the heart of the death circle, the large flames continued to rage, burning down half the city. The machines flew around the fire in an orderly manner, controlling it. Karen, who had been hiding in a corner and observing, let out a sigh of relief when the machine flew away. "Finally, it's gone," she murmured. The young boy among them anxiously asked, "Lin's sister, what do we do now? Our rescue fleet had over 100 members, and now it's just the 3 of us left." Karen slumped, blaming herself. "I underestimated the terror of the Iron Heart. It's all my fault. We've never even seen its real form, just a series of machines imitating it, and now we've lost all our teammates." The girl in the group gently comforted her. "Lin's sister, it's not your fault. We can only strike at the Iron Heart's direction. If not, we have no choice but to wait for death." He raised a glimmer of hope again, constantly complaining. If the boss were here, it would be so much better. Perhaps only he could truly defeat the Iron Heart in this world.
Karen, in despair, looked toward the floating tower and then said, "Our union is too large, there's no way we can move all the members to an oppressive world together."
But, frankly, talking about this doesn't matter anymore. The last expansion is about to begin, we've tried our best, now we just wait for the apocalypse. Suddenly, she was startled and glanced sideways.
With the sound of heavy footsteps, the patrol team was approaching the center of the death circle.
Karen suddenly asked, "What's going on?" "The Doom Patrol from the oppressive world is gathering here." The boy was terrified, trembling as he speculated. Could it be that the Iron Heart wants to eradicate all the awakened ones still alive?
The giant leading the patrol team suddenly raised his hand and crushed a machine. All the machines, sensing the danger, began firing relentlessly at the patrol team. Despite being shot, they weren't afraid and continued moving toward the floating tower.
Karen stood frozen, witnessing everything. The boy, bewildered, asked again, "What is happening?"
The girl also glanced over, voicing her doubt.
"Why are the Doom Patrol and the machines fighting?"
After observing for a moment, they saw Luo Feng standing on the shoulder of one of the patrol team members.
Karen exclaimed in shock, "It's him!"
She quickly turned her face away upon recognizing him, unable to restrain herself as she blurted out, "He's the new guy who killed the final boss in the Dark City." The Iron Heart immediately received a warning signal inside, "Warning, warning, 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 warning." The system created by him was automatically activated, detecting a large number of enemy invaders and triggering the automatic defense system.
Numerous machines were immediately deployed to fight.
Both sides clashed fiercely, with no mercy, and smoke from the gunfire filled the air. The patrol team did not fall behind, continuously casting attack spells towards the machines. The number of machines was vast, and they fought ruthlessly, firing mercilessly at the patrol team. She stared in shock and stammered, "Those are the last of the machines." The boy also widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Did the person controlling the Doom Patrol really have to sacrifice 2/3 of the giants to destroy the entire army of machines?"
Karen lowered her glasses in astonishment and said, "I remember that newcomer hadn't even reached level 10 before, how could he become so powerful now?"
The girl, hearing this, opened the information panel to check and revealed an even more shocking fact. He just reached level 21 recently. Watching this terrifying battle from afar, the girl looked down on Luo Fengbao, a newcomer at level 20, who wanted to challenge the Iron Heart of the disaster-level nightmare world.
Does he really think of himself as a god? On the other side, Luo Feng's team was closely monitoring the battle.
Zhao Haishan softly spoke, "It's almost time for the final showdown."
The whole group was secretly worried and praying for him. Luo Xia gently said, "Boss, hang in there."
After clearing away the obstructing machines, the patrol team quickly moved towards the aerial tower. Luo Feng held the crystal puppet orb in his hand and decisively ordered the patrol team, "Attack the center of the aerial tower, make the Iron Heart fall to the ground." They obeyed his command and immediately used their strikes on the aerial tower. The patrol team struck while casting spells to break the tower. After a while of withstanding the attacks, the aerial tower finally collapsed, and the Iron Heart inside it fell as well.
He was still in a coma and hadn't woken up. Suddenly, the glasses of the Iron Heart shattered, and a strange light emanated from his eyes.
The Iron Heart woke up just in time, quickly flying upwards to avoid the falling debris. From above, he looked down at the patrol team, his heart filled with hatred as he said, "You weak and filthy beings, how dare you disturb my evolution?" The Iron Heart tensed up, and his body radiated electrical energy. Enraged, he shouted, "I will make sure all of you die." In 10 minutes, the final spread would begin. The patrol team, undaunted, raised their axes with strength, aiming to strike at the Iron Heart. He calmly faced the sharp blade of the axe. The Iron Heart moved quickly, dodging the blade. With a sneer, he said, "Slow, too slow." The Iron Heart showed no mercy and delivered a powerful punch to the giant's stomach. He clenched his fist tightly, and the armor around him emitted a blinding flash of light. The light seemed to infuse additional power into the Iron Heart. His punch grew even heavier. The Iron Heart channeled all his rage into his strike.
He yelled out in frustration, "Get lost, now!" This punch from the Iron Heart sent the giant from the patrol team flying.
Another giant, witnessing this, quickly raised his sword to strike him, but the Iron Heart, with his keen senses, noticed it immediately. He swung his arm back and counterattacked. Before the giant could land any blows, the Iron Heart shot a hole right through his chest. Another giant resolutely raised his staff toward him.
The attacks from the staff had no effect on the Iron Heart.
He was protected by a layer of shielding. The Iron Heart scornfully remarked, "Such a pathetic level of attack is truly laughable." He quickly retaliated, and from the armor on his body, countless bullets were fired.
"Let me show you what true overwhelming firepower looks like." These bullets from him hit the giant with precision. The giant couldn't withstand the onslaught and immediately collapsed to the ground. The boy, terrified, blurted out, This is too terrifying." Karen was equally shocked. Disappointed, she analyzed that the Doom Patrol's attacks could not break his energy shield, and they could only be slaughtered by him unilaterally. The giant fell to the ground, creating a huge explosion. The remaining giant in the patrol team, following Luo Feng's orders, raised his hammer and struck down with all his might onto the Iron Heart's power shield. The shield cracked open from the force of the blow. The giant raised his hammer once more, and the power shield protecting the Iron Heart fell to the ground with a loud noise. Luo Feng, taking the opportunity, jumped down from the shoulder, using his sword to slash at the power shield. With this strike, Luo Feng poured all his strength into breaking the power shield, much to the Iron Heart's astonishment. As he saw the sword about to hit him, the Iron Heart gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This isn't right, Luo Feng is using a high-frequency shock technique, the lapsar slash, to cut through my body." The girl, witnessing Luo Feng's move, exclaimed in surprise, "That high-frequency shock lapsar sword must be a weapon from this world. How did that person find it?" The Iron Heart was fortunate enough to avoid Luo Feng's strike and quickly flew upwards. He twisted his damaged arm, which had been injured by Luo Feng's attack. Angrily, he hissed, "You cowardly bastard, how dare you ambush me?" Luo Feng coldly raised his eyes to look at him and arrogantly replied, "You don't like ambushes? Well, I guess I'll have to ambush you then." He took out a small shield from the palm of his hand and expanded it to shield his body. He then activated an electromagnetic force 100 times stronger than usual in the shield. The shield then sucked the Iron Heart downwards, much to his dissatisfaction. Luo Feng took out a shield to block the attack from the Iron Heart. The electronic shield, sourced from a military equipment mining company, had long been set to target his magnetic frequency. The Iron Heart let out a yell, his body seemed ready to explode, and the wind howled. He unleashed a lightning storm. At the spot where his heart was, a cracking sound echoed, followed by sparks of electricity. The Iron Heart poured all his strength into amplifying the power of his attack. Luo Feng's electromagnetic field crackled and shattered into pieces. The Iron Heart laughed loudly, "Is that all you've got? Your attacks are too weak." Luo Feng quickly stabilized his body, exuding a magnificent aura. He pointed towards the sky, indicating there was still one more surprise. The Iron Heart looked up in the direction Luo Feng pointed. There was a sound of a sharp whistle from above, and two large sources of light flickered in the sky, accompanied by a howling sound. They descended directly from the sky towards the hovering Iron Heart. His body was blurred by the light sources. There was a massive explosion, followed by a thick cloud of dust rising. The Iron Heart lay flat on the ground, his body crackling as if short-circuited. He muttered from the ground, "The energy source is starting to fully recover." The Iron Heart's body emitted a series of cracking noises as a notification rang out, "Energy recovery initiated." Those standing nearby, watching the battle, were stunned. He actually managed to fire the final quantum cannon, even at the cost of the destruction of the UF satellite. How did he gain control of this world's authority? The girl standing beside him replied, "Only heaven knows." Luo Feng turned his head to look towards the source of the booming sound. The large circle was gradually expanding its range. Luo Xia, standing next to Ling Wu, was panic-stricken. This is bad, the last expansion has already begun. Su Dao Dao, sitting at the observation point, angrily cursed, that liar, I've fired the missile you arranged, but as long as the energy from the Iron Heart remains, he can continuously regenerate his body. What are you going to do about this? With 1 minute left on the countdown, the Iron Heart stood up, casting a disdainful glance. This battle is already mine. In 1 minute, the death circle will engulf the entire world, and by then, everyone except me will be dead. At that moment, Luo Feng pulled out an orange ball from his hand, finally having completed the egg in the world of flames. It's time for you to make your appearance. The ball in his hand glowed, with light spreading out in all directions. A giant appeared before everyone, roaring fiercely. Karen, in disbelief, shouted, "This is the giant with steel wings, the final boss of the Dark City from back then. So this is his real trump card." The giant with steel wings marched forward, stomping heavily towards the Iron Heart. The Iron Heart waved his hand, shooting several laser beams at the giant. It's useless, all your struggles are in vain. The hissing sound followed the movements of the Iron Heart, but it seemed to have no effect on the giant with steel wings. As the Iron Heart frantically attacked, small spider-like legs extended from behind the giant with steel wings, easily wrapping around the Iron Heart's body. When the spider leg of the giant with steel wings reached the designated spot, it immediately locked onto his heart. The Iron Heart screamed in pain. The sound of thudding continued to echo relentlessly. The city was divided into two halves, one side covered in ice and bones, the other in fiery red. The countdown clock showed 8 seconds, and a girl earnestly prayed, "Please, please, it must succeed." With 6 seconds remaining, Luo Feng calmly issued an order to the giant with steel wings, who took this opportunity to swallow his energy core. The spider leg of the giant with steel wings pulled the pin directly at the location of the Iron Heart. It slowly placed it in its mouth, making a sharp sound, then immediately shut its mouth tightly. As the energy core of the Iron Heart flowed into the body of the giant with steel wings, the countdown clock showed 3 seconds. Then, time suddenly stopped as the clock displayed 2 seconds. The Iron Heart fell freely through the air, a considerable distance from the ground. The clock still showed 2 seconds on the countdown, but time had frozen, and the Iron Heart slammed into the road below, making a loud noise. At this moment, at the intersection of ice and fire, a large beam of light erupted. The final boss of the Ice and Fire City had been defeated. The mission was now complete. Within 1 minute, all those who had awakened would leave this place. Karen observed the entire scene before her, then took out her black glasses and put them on. The giant with steel wings expanded once more due to absorbing the energy core. In the end, the Iron Heart had been bitten back by this thing. No one knew how long it had to absorb it. The nearby brown-haired girl responded, "All I know is that the giant with steel wings, after completing its digestion, will be far more terrifying than the Iron Heart." The man standing next to her happily jumped up. "In short, we've managed to survive." Luo Shui was surprised. He really did it. Could the 1,000-year reincarnator actually be real? And yeah, standing beside her, sighed in relief, "I thought we were definitely going to die this time." Luo Xia, holding Li Shujuan's hand, happily bounced around. "The boss is so cool." Su Dao Dao sighed deeply, "I'm exhausted, I definitely need to play games all night when I get home." At that moment, Ling Wu silently gazed at the pillar of light before him. Luo Feng, holding the giant with steel wings in the shape of a sphere, stepped forward. He stared at it, lost in thought. According to the obsession formula, the next forced entry into the nightmare world would be a world of unclear life and death, one that had never been seen before. All his existing knowledge structures would become completely ineffective. To survive, they must become stronger. Luo Feng lifted his head and looked at the notification board in front of him. Name, Luo Feng. Level, 30. Abilities, none upcoming. Title, none. Available points, 0. HP, 800. MP, 500. Strength, 45. Stamina, 45. Willpower, 45. Agility, 105. Sharpness, 85. Charisma, 35.
Opening the utility box, Luo Feng read the item description: Vibranium Atomic Battle Sword, category, weapon, rank, SS, usages, no more than 3 times.
Note, requires charging to ensure usage. This item is a special reward for passing through the city of ice and fire.
He scratched his head and muttered, it seems I have to turn this thing into a charger. But every time it gets recharged, I'm afraid the entire city of 1,000,000 people will be without power for 24 hours.
This is really giving me a headache.
Luo Feng went outside, sat down on the flower bed, and said, never mind, I've already worked half a day for my sister.
I'm exhausted. Let me enjoy a little sunlight first. On the street, people were bustling around. A girl spoke up, today is Valentine's Day.
Look at that lonely dog over there, he looks so pitiful. Her boyfriend glanced at Luo Feng and said, you, always so empathetic.
People like him aren't worthy of someone as beautiful as you even looking at them.
She playfully smacked her boyfriend and said, you're so mean.
Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Look, it's her.
She's on the list of the most desired women to date. She's the awakened superpower who overshadows all the female celebrities.
People shouted, Luo Shui. It looks like the goddess Luo Shui is looking this way, I'm gonna faint. Among the crowd, someone wondered, wasn't she in Europe? Why has she flown to our city?
Another person chimed in, I heard that the son of the wealthiest billionaire in City S, Wajia, has been pursuing her for a long time, but she hasn't even spared him a glance.
Could it be that she's changed her mind? Luo Shui moved through the crowd and walked up to Luo Feng.
The boyfriend from earlier was stunned.
What's going on here? Could it be?
His girlfriend beside him was equally surprised. There was no doubt about it, she wanted to ask for directions from that lonely dog.
Luo Shui handed Luo Feng a bag of coffee. Here, I brought coffee for you. Drink it while it's still hot.
As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd around them immediately erupted in noise, their mouths agape in astonishment.
The goddess flew halfway around the world to bring coffee to this ordinary guy? What? Is she really so kind-hearted that she's handing out coffee to a stray? Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, you're late.
He said to Luo Shui, don't just stand there, sit down. The random boyfriend had nothing left to say, completely speechless. His girlfriend mumbled, OMG, Luo Shui is sitting so close to this stray. People around them quickly took out their phones, snapping pictures of the two of them. Luo Feng picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and then sighed.
Meeting you in the real world is such a hassle.
Luo Shui looked around, sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Suddenly, Luo Feng reached out and grabbed Luo Shui's hand. The next moment, he immediately pulled her along as they ran.
Let's go, let's change the location.
The two stopped in a narrow alley. Luo Feng stood in front of Luo Shui, blocking her inside. They stood in the corner, listening to the voices of the crowd shouting, it's over there, quick, follow them, don't let the stray take the goddess's corner. We must confirm with Luo goddess herself that she's safe. As they saw a few people running past, Luo Feng said, alright, let's go.
Luo Shui turned to Luo Feng and asked, you rushed to call me here, what exactly is so important?
He answered indifferently, you'll find out soon enough.
A yellow SUV was driving down the road. Inside the car, Luo Shui asked in confusion, why am I the one driving?
Luo Feng scratched his face, it's simple, in the real world, I haven't taken the driving test yet. Hearing him, Luo Shui resigned herself.
Fine, I'll drive. So, where are we headed? Luo Feng said, to meet a classmate. I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend for a while. Luo Shui was startled. But I've never been in a relationship. And the key point is, you brought me all the way from the other side of the world for this?
Luo Feng didn't answer her question and continued, first of all, you have been in love before. When Luo Shui heard this, she snorted coldly.
Again, is it another 1,000-year reincarnation with you? Luo Feng's voice remained calm as it echoed in the car. Second, this is a transaction.
I will help the Luo family resolve the issue of the 5 consecutive slashes always failing on the last strike. Just then, the traffic light ahead turned red. Luo Shui extended her foot to press the brake, and the yellow car stopped at the crosswalk. Luo Shui turned to ask, "Can you really solve it?" Luo Feng answered lightly, "After the mission is complete, I'll tell you the solution."
"Alright, put it in a more presentable way. When you meet my friend later, say that you were the one who pursued me. After I rejected you, you kept lingering until you finally got me."
Luo Shui silently looked at him.
Luo Feng chuckled and said, "Anyway, it's just acting. Come on, look at me and try acting first."
Luo Shui sighed.
"Alright, but only this once."
She sat in the car and said to Luo Feng, "I admit that I've always been the one to actively pursue you. After you rejected me, I shamelessly kept hanging around until I finally got you, so please, don't leave me." Just then, 2 men walked by in front of them. As soon as they heard Luo Shui's words, they froze. The 2 of them fell to the ground. Luo Goddess actually has to please others, and she's even driving for someone. One of them then threw his phone onto the ground.
"No, I've been heartbroken." The phone rolled around on the ground, showing an image of Luo Feng and Luo Shui.
The green light flashed, and the car continued rolling forward. Luo Shui angrily shouted, "This is all your fault."
Luo Feng could only smile awkwardly and let it go.
A little later, the 2 stopped in front of a relatively bustling area.
Luo Shui looked up at the place ahead and asked, "Is this the place your friend arranged to meet?" Luo Feng shrugged. "The meeting with a friend was just a joke.
This is actually the largest awakened people trading center in Asia. Here, awakened individuals trade items from the nightmare world, and there are also auctions with participation from major guilds." Luo Shui turned to look directly at him.
"To participate in the auctions, you need a senior awakened person's certification. You need me to take you in? I thought you really asked me to pretend to be your girlfriend."
Luo Feng teased her.
"What's wrong? Disappointed?" Luo Shui blushed and turned away. "Not at all."
The 2 of them entered. As soon as Luo Shui appeared, she became the center of attention.
"It's Luo Goddess.
Why is she here?
Who's the guy next to her?
They're so close.
They probably don't know each other. Just happened to come together."
Luo Feng looked at her and said, "I don't have any money, so I'll be counting on you to buy things later." Luo Shui rolled her eyes, her face showing clear helplessness.
"I knew nothing good would come from hanging out with you. Alright, fine. Consider this me supporting you today."
Passers-by who witnessed this immediately sighed in admiration. "I would give anything to be supported by Luo Goddess," one guy clicked his tongue.
"Who is this guy anyway?"
At the Awakens Trading Center, there was a constant flow of people coming and going, with booths set up on both sides of the path.
A street vendor loudly invited people to take a look. Come on over, come on over. We just got some rare items from the nightmare world. You'll regret it if you don't buy." Someone reached out and picked up a Rubik's Cube. "Boss," Luo Feng asked him, "how much for this Rubik's Cube?"
The vendor pushed up his glasses. "Young man, you've got a good eye," he said with a smile.
"This is the one-of-a-kind level a mechanical Rubik's Cube on the market.
The cheapest A-level item goes for 80k Awakener coins.
You can get it here for just 10k. Luo Feng shook his head, placing the Rubik's Cube down.
It was too expensive, this was nothing more than a decorative item. The shopkeeper quickly responded, "We have such a connection, so I'll give you a 10% discount, the lowest price is 90,000. That's the cost price already."
Luo Feng pointed to the words 1,000 per attempt on the sign next to him and asked the shopkeeper, "What does this mean?"
The shopkeeper explained, "For 1,000 Awakener coins, you can try to solve the Rubik's Cube once.
If you succeed, the Rubik's Cube will be yours for free."
Luo Feng said to Luo Shui, give him 1,000.
She nodded quickly and made the payment.
All right, fine, the shopkeeper said with a smug grin. There you go, but if you fail, the 1,000 won't be refunded. Hundreds of people have tried already, even a few national-level athletes.
Experts have come, but no one has been able to solve it.
However, before he could finish his sentence, the Rubik's Cube in Luo Feng's hands flickered. As soon as he spoke, the cube automatically separated into small square pieces. The shopkeeper stared in disbelief.
No way.
The Rubik's Cube opened up a virtual space before everyone's eyes. Passers-by were all stunned.
This is a treasure key from the Phantom World. Its value is S rank, the shopkeeper shouted. Wait, something this valuable? I won't sell it for just 1,000 Awakener coins.
Luo Feng immediately grabbed the shopkeeper by the head and threw him forward.
You want to go back on your word?
The crowd spoke up, saying to the shopkeeper, you didn't even look at who was paying.
If Luo Goddess files a complaint, your Awakener certification will be revoked and destroyed.
Luo Shui coughed twice at the right moment and looked at him. The boss knelt on the ground, looking up, his face filled with fear, sweat beading down his face. No, Luo Goddess, your friend misunderstood, I didn't mean that.
After successfully taking the Rubik's Cube, Luo Shui asked Luo Feng, so, you actually have a secret profession as a Rubik's Cube master?
Luo Feng tossed the Rubik's Cube in his hand, the long, boring months of May have been too dull. The Rubik's Cube is also a prop to kill time, and more importantly, it's very important.
Luo Shui asked again, given that, you still haven't chosen a career based on your abilities, could it be that you have some secret? Luo Feng shook his head, temporarily avoiding the topic. We still have something very important to do next. Are you ready?
Luo Shui rolled her eyes, looking frustrated.
Isn't it just paying you to buy? Next, the two of them bought a few items. There was a B grade item, the Night Wolf pistol for 10,000 Awakener coins. Then a C grade item, a vial of Alpha Mutant Growth Potion for 8,000 Awakener coins.
A wrist-worn weapon, C grade, the Tiger Claw military glove for 5,000 Awakener coins. Luo Feng shook the knife in his hand, a B grade item, the Silent Night dagger for 12,000 Awakener coins.
He said to Luo Shui, I need this too.
Luo Shui slumped her shoulders, there's too much stuff now, I'm almost unable to carry it all.
Passers-by watching the scene of Luo Shui trailing behind Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh.
That guy is really living the life, buying everything, and Luo Goddess is paying for it all. It's hard to believe that such an arrogant and aloof goddess could be so blind in love.
Luo Shui frowned and asked Luo Feng, why did you buy such a pile of things all at once? What exactly are you planning to do? Luo Feng clicked his tongue and immediately revealed everything.
When Luo Feng looked up, he saw someone standing in front of him, Wang Mang from the Hua family guild.
He greeted Luo Shui, Luo Goddess, it's been a long time, hasn't it? You've come to City S? You didn't even let me know, that's so distant of you.
Luo Shui froze for a moment and asked, who are you?
Wang Mang was speechless. He yelled, I'm Wang Mang, vice president of the Hua family guild. I met you once before along with the president Hua Jia.
Luo Shui nodded, Hua family guild, a guild that hasn't even made it into the top 100 in the world, you can't possibly have left any impression on me.
I've never even exchanged a word with someone named Hua Jia, so how could I possibly remember who you are? Upon hearing her words, Wang Mang immediately flared up. He pointed at Luo Feng standing next to her, Luo Goddess, I just want to ask you, what's wrong with our Jia brother that you're looking at this freeloading guy who only knows how to spend your money? He ranted on, moreover, look at his taste in buying things, all these worthless B and C grade items, so pathetic, probably used to being poor. Even if someone sponsors him, all he knows how to buy are cheap goods. Then, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. His two subordinates standing nearby whispered to him, boss, they're leaving already. They clearly don't care about you at all. Wang Mang turned around and saw that Luo Feng had already taken Luo Shui and left at some point.
A cold breeze blew past Wang Mang's head.
At that moment, Karen and her group entered the room.
The host, standing on the stage, announced, "It is my great pleasure to inform you all that before the official auction begins, we will have a personal auction. It will last for 15 minutes, initiated by Miss Luo Shui, who holds the Black Awakening certificate. If anyone is interested, please don't miss it."
A person in black, standing below, muttered to the one beside them, "No way. Goddess Luo Shui is actually auctioning off her precious item just for a boy toy?"
The woman beside her shook her head. Clearly, when a girl falls in love, her IQ is taken by the dogs.
Karen overheard the conversation, puzzled.
The lights were shining directly on the stage, where Luo Feng was standing. There were two participants in the online auction, Miss Lin, president of the Hua Xian Guild, ranked 105th in the world, and Bai He, vice president of the Icebreaker Guild, ranked 94th in the world. Luo Feng spoke, "I sincerely thank all of you for attending Goddess Luo Shui's personal auction." Luo Shui walked out and waved to everyone.
Luo Feng's expression was serious, and since there was a time limit, only 5 of Goddess Luo Shui's secret items would be auctioned. The first item was the Silent Night Dagger. A dagger was placed on the stone table.
The Silent Night Dagger, a great item, had an attribute that increased the chance of a nighttime attack by 0.5%.
A person sitting below stood up, and it was this item.
Wang Mang crossed his arms and furrowed his brows.
What kind of rubbish is this? Dare to bring it out for auction?
The person sitting next to him clicked his tongue while eating sunflower seeds.
This parasite really wants to trap the Luo goddess.
I saw him buy this dagger at the stall. Bai He on the screen spat out 4 words without any value, then immediately disappeared. A few people sitting below also stood up, grumbling.
Stop wasting time here, let's go. Luo Feng on stage held up the dagger.
Perhaps everyone knows that haunting items have a certain probability of possessing hidden attributes.
Your luck isn't bad, because all the items being auctioned today are treasures with hidden attributes. Wang Mang stood up to question him. Hidden attributes are extremely rare. Do you really think you can just get that dagger?
Luo Feng scoffed and immediately vanished under the lights in front of everyone. They all scrambled in confusion.
Where did he go? Where did that guy run off to?
The next moment, Luo Feng appeared behind Wang Mang.
The dagger was pressed against Wang Mang's chest. He stammered, "Why you?"
Luo Feng's voice sounded in his ear, almost like a death sentence. The hidden attribute of the Silent Night Dagger is that it allows the user to become invisible for 1.5 seconds.
It can be activated 6 times.
I'm sure everyone knows how significant 1.5 seconds can be in a fight, especially for those awakened to the assassin profession. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 assassins behind him immediately chimed in. This dagger is truly a great weapon for assassins, and it can be used up to 5 times, potentially saving a few lives.
How much would I need to pay to buy it? Luo Feng released Wang Mang, who was still in a daze. Well, if you want to buy it, start bidding. Everyone should follow the rules.
This is just the first item, so the price is very favorable. The bidding starts at 100,000 Awakener coins. The people below started to shout out their bids. I bid 200,000, 500,000, 700,000, 800,000.
Karen, sitting high up, looked down. So the boy toy in the legends is actually him?
This new guy really lives up to the reputation of the North.
Scary.
Wang Mang was still trying to collect his thoughts. This leech actually had an item that could be considered a divine artifact for assassins like them, but he had just mocked him, and now participating in the bidding, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Yes, Wang Mang, even if I starve to death, even if I die outside, or jump from a building, I will never buy anything from him." Luo Feng slowly said, 5 million times 3. The hammer strikes, and we all congratulate this guest for successfully winning the Silent Night Dagger. Wang Mang fell into a deep, heavy state.
Damn it, he couldn't hold out anymore, so he ended up buying it. After all, how could face matter more than a treasure? Luo Shui observed Luo Feng. Who exactly was this guy?
Even the roadside items could be auctioned for sky-high prices. At this moment, Luo Feng took out a new item.
Next up is our second auction item, the Cloak of the Wild Wind. A blue cloak appeared before everyone.
Cloak of the Wild Wind, a level C item, with an additional 1% attack speed attribute.
The people in the stands began to stare in disbelief. From level B to level C. Why is the quality getting worse with each item? This cloak seems pretty ordinary, but maybe it has some hidden attribute. Luo Feng picked up the microphone and spoke. This time, I won't keep you guessing. The hidden attribute is that every 3 hours, for a duration of 10 seconds, you can see the souls that have acquired it. How much the survival rate increases in the high mortality nightmare world, you can all guess for yourselves. He smiled, his face full of self-satisfaction. Class limit, Swordsman. Starting price is 1 million.
As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below immediately erupted into noise.
What guild doesn't have swordsman? Long Tang Guild, we bid 2 million. This cloak has to be mine. 2.5 million, I'll bid 3 million.
At this moment, Miss Lin from Hua Xin Guild smiled and made her bid.
15 million. This price was like a thunderclap that struck everyone in the auction room. 15 million. This old lady really has a lot of money. The people from Hua Xin Guild are indeed very rich.
Karen also sighed how outrageous, a level C item being sold at the price of a level S item.
Luo Feng's voice rang out again. 15 million, going once. 15 million, going twice.
He struck the hammer with a resounding thud, sealing the deal at 15 million.
He looked at Miss Lin, who was smiling, and said, "Let's congratulate Miss Lin on successfully bidding for the acceleration cloak."
The person sitting next to Wang Mang sighed. Not only does she get to bask in the glory of the Luo goddess, but she can also sell things easily found at street stalls for sky-high prices in the blink of an eye.
Truly, she's the real winner.
Wang Mang glared at the scene, gritting his teeth in anger. Although the Hua family guild wasn't ranked highly, their wealth was beyond dispute. However, he would never allow this little brat to take advantage of his guild again.
He absolutely would not bid on anything from him anymore.
Suddenly, a screen appeared from above with a brief flicker.
He quickly appeared on it. Great news, the auction is not over yet.
On stage, Luo Feng pulled out a small box and said, "As we all know, those who awaken to level 20 can choose their own profession, and once they reach level 50, they can be promoted to a higher level profession." He opened the box, and the third item for auction today was revealed, a rare item related to professional promotion. The object inside the box emitted a dazzling light, drawing everyone's attention. Inside was a jade green skull, a glass skull. A B-tier item, with no special properties, just the remains of a glass skull. This was a substitute for the rare A-tier item, possessing the sacred power needed for level 50 warriors to be promoted to intermediate professions.
Starting price, 5 million.
After the introduction was finished, everyone started bidding against each other.
Which guild doesn't have warriors? My Long Tang Guild needs 5.5 million. The bids kept rising, 6 million, 7 million. I want it. Karen frowned, deep in thought.
With this, we could successfully cultivate a powerful mid-tier warrior. She raised her hand.
10 million.
At this point, Wang Mang hurriedly raised his hand, no longer caring.
15 million. The auction became tense.
Karen and Wang Mang immediately exchanged a glance, their faces flushed. Karen adjusted her glasses and called out clearly, 18 million.
Wang Mang followed, determined to win the item. 20 million.
Karen refused to back down and raised the price, 23 million. Wang Mang, furious, shouted, 25 million. Just as the situation reached its peak, he, casually eating an ice cream, softly spoke, 35 million.
At that moment, both Karen and Wang Mang were stunned by the price.
The people sitting in the audience were also wide-eyed. 35 million, the people from the Icebreaker Guild really are rich.
Didn't he just leave the auction earlier? Why is he back? Maybe he got some news and didn't want to miss out on this opportunity.
Luo Feng's voice echoed again, 35 million, first time, 35 million, second time, 35 million, third time.
The person accompanying Karen turned to her and asked, "What now? Should we keep bidding?"
Karen shook her head.
Forget it, anything above 30 million isn't worth it. Let's just watch the other items.
At this moment, Luo Feng, standing on the stage, struck the auctioneer's hammer once and said, "Congratulations to Bai He of the Icebreaker Guild for successfully bidding on the glass skull remnant." He then smiled, looking mysterious, and added, "The main item is here, the fourth and fifth items will be auctioned together."
Wang Mang, sitting below, furrowed his brows. "Last time, even if it's a divine artifact, I won't bid anymore, unless I want to be a dog."
The person sitting next to him clicked his tongue in disdain, "Definitely a bunch of trash, turns out he's just a man living off others." The first item was a sparkling ring, a magic ring, and a level item, with the property, increases magical power by 3%. The hidden property was the immediate activation of intermediate level magic, available once every 30 days. The second item was a blue potion with golden edges, a frost elixir, a sea level item, with the property, half of the body feels freezing cold, and the other half burns after drinking it. The hidden property was the mixture of one drop of recovery fluid, which could instantly replenish all magical power. Luo Shui thought seriously, the magic ring could be used by any mage below level 80. Immediate activation was terrifying for mages. Currently, there had never been a potion in the market that could instantly restore all magical power, making it an extremely rare treasure for those in the magical profession. Luo Feng shrugged on the stage, "Starting price is 10 million, this is the last chance, everyone should cherish it."
Wang Mang slapped his face once again, barked a command, and bid 20 million.
His actions left those around him stunned.
Miss Lin from the Hua Xin Guild also bid 30 million. Bai He leisurely added 40 million. The others were completely dumbfounded, stunned into silence.
Each bid was an additional 10 million.
This was a battle we couldn't even compete in. The people from the major guilds really were loaded. Wang Mang's face tightened, and he called out again, 45 million.
Bai He responded, 50 million.
Miss Lin smiled and said, 60 million. Upon hearing this price, Wang Mang collapsed.
After purchasing the Silent Night dagger, it seemed like he only had about 60 million left.
He couldn't even afford a dog at this point.
On the screen, someone approached and whispered something to Bai He.
He nodded, "All right, I give up." Luo Feng asked one more time, "Is there anyone else bidding?"
He raised his gavel.
60 million, first time.
Miss Lin slowly took a drag on her cigarette, and Luo Feng's voice still echoed, 60 million, second time. He raised the gavel again, preparing to strike down, 60 million, third time. At this moment, Karen spoke up, "Wait a minute."
Miss Lin abruptly stopped smoking. Karen stood up and loudly declared, "Our rescue ship guild bid 75 million. Everyone around them was shocked. The Rescue Ship Guild, the #1 guild in the world, truly lived up to its reputation and impressive bid. Miss Lin exhaled, and the smoke from her cigarette rose with her breath. "I give up." Luo Feng spoke again. 75 million, once. 75 million, twice. 75 million, thrice.
On this side, Karen also breathed a sigh of relief.
The president will definitely like these two items. Luckily, they were successfully auctioned. Luo Feng's voice echoed throughout the hall. "Let us congratulate the Rescue Ship Guild for successfully auctioning the magic ring and the flame ice elixir." He bowed his head and thanked everyone once again. The Luo Goddess auction concluded successfully. Luo Feng left, descending the stairs towards Luo Shui.
Suddenly, the projector above was turned on. The projector displayed an image of a person before everyone's eyes. On 10 crossed his arms and smiled. Looks like he was watching Luo Feng.
I'm late. The people who had come to the auction also recognized who had arrived. Someone shouted, "It's Austin, the superheroic savior, our great hero, the world's strongest awakened, Austin." Karen smiled and adjusted her glasses, then asked unexpectedly, "President, why are you here?" Luo Feng paused for a moment. Ten smiled, saying, "I hope next time, during the second auction of the Luo goddess, Mr. Savior will be able to attend." Though he tried to appear calm, Luo Feng's mind was in turmoil. Stay calm, I must stay calm. I can't let this monster find any weakness. Ten smiled in a way that wasn't quite a smile, his face becoming slightly serious. "Young man, I want to ask you a question." Tun laughed and asked, "Have we met before?" Luo Feng shook his head, "Never." However, the old man's eyes suddenly gleamed, his voice deep and gruff. "This time we meet again, I have remembered everything about the Dark City." Luo Feng looked up, "I don't understand what you're talking about." The old man suddenly smiled, revealing a set of neatly aligned teeth as if plotting something. A tremendous tremor shook the building, resonating throughout the hall. Outside, on top of the building, a strange phenomenon occurred. A mass of light, accompanied by lightning, swirled above. The air churned violently, tearing at the sky, as crackling sounds echoed. On appeared after the flash, his imposing and heroic presence marching directly towards the hall. Standing with arms crossed, he smugly said, kill them all." Then, in a flash of light, he dove straight down with lightning speed, only the sound of a whoosh followed by a beam of light shooting down from the sky, breaking free from the whirlwind of wind. Boom! The ground shook, and golden light scattered everywhere, everything shattering into pieces. On's gaze was fixed on the wreckage below, his stance confident and unyielding. Suddenly, a stone shifted, and a hand reached out from within. Luo Feng struggled to crawl out of the debris, gasping for breath. On looked at him and sneered, "Still trying to resist?" The old man's eyes flickered, a flash of blinding red light shining from his gaze, and his eyes locked onto Luo Feng, shooting out laser-like beams that aimed directly at the spot where Luo Feng lay. However, to his surprise, Luo Feng dodged the attack and appeared right before the old man. Ten wasn't startled at all, he still smiled, a smile full of danger. Ten calmly kicked Luo Feng in the chest. Luo Feng was stunned, his body seemed to disintegrate, and his eyes rolled back as he gradually sank into darkness. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up from his bed, drenched in sweat. Luo Feng gasped for air, his hair standing on end. It had been 3 days since the auction, yet he still kept dreaming of that terrifying nightmare. Recalling that day, the old man had only said, "Thank you, the companion who saved me in the city of ice and fire. Young man, I hold you in high regard." He thought to himself, the auction had gone smoothly, the old man hadn't noticed anything unusual, nor had he attacked. He sat down and pulled out the suitcase from under the bed. Furthermore, he had successfully bid on everything he wanted without hesitation. Looking at the 2 items in front of him, one worth 90 million Awakener coins, the copying glass, a grade S item, with the ability to copy any grade A item at will. The other, worth 20 million Awakener coins, was a charging device, a grade A item, with the ability to charge any electrically powered devices. Luo Feng picked up the copying glass. Moreover, this copying glass had a hidden feature: it could copy a grade S item that a Awakener had used once. This would definitely come in handy in the future. He opened his system panel and looked at the list of skills: mental interference, shock, falling slash, cross slash, whirlwind slash, shield of protection, frost, and the latest one, atomic slash. Luo Feng murmured, "I'm at level 30 now. It's time to say goodbye to basic and secondary class transition skills and step into a new world." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "10 is too strong. In order to deal with the monster that's trying to become a god and also to protect my companions, I have to become stronger quickly." Just then, the system notified him of a message from Su Dao Dao, "Scammer, I've received what you sent me." The little girl sat surrounded by her stuffed animals, admiring the ring. "I didn't expect you to be so generous with your spending." "Thanks." In her hand was the soul reaping ring, an A-tier item.
Item attributes, increases magical power by 7%, hidden attribute, instantly casts mid-level magic 20 times.
Luo Feng replied, no need to thank me. The base price was 20 million, plus 5 million for labor. I've directly deducted it from your account.
After reading this message, Su Dao Dao immediately became furious. Bastard, you hacked into my account again.
Trash hacker.
On Zhao Haishan's side, he also received a gift. In his hand was a gravity chip, a B-tier item. Item attributes, equipped with a mechanical axe, increases attack power by 15%, and has a certain probability of stacking gravity instantly during attacks.
Zhao Haishan leaned back, savoring the chip. Luo bro, I have to say, you treat me so well, it's like you're one of those young folks selling health supplements.
Li Shujuan sat in front of his clone, staring at the red crystal in his hand. The crystal was a frenzied item, grade A item properties. After use, it could immediately put the clone into a state of super frenzy.
He muttered, if I use this, could it end up destroying the world?
Ling Wu also received a gift, a kiss from the corrupted female, a grade C item, a tactical silencer, an attack with poison effects, doubling the damage when facing giant beasts. Ling Wu recorded a video showing Luo Feng receiving the gift and added, don't give me any more gifts from now on.
Just then, Enya's secretary rushed in. Mr. N is downstairs, come with me quickly. She doesn't like waiting for others.
Luo Feng calmly leaned back and looked at her. Don't rush me, or if I ever become your company's CEO's husband, the first person to get fired will be you.
A black limousine was parked downstairs.
When Luo Feng got into the car, Enya complained, you really are slow. Luo Feng sat with his legs crossed on the opposite side. Normally, others waited for her, but it was time for the big boss to experience what it felt like to wait for someone else.
Still, thanks for helping me this time.
Enya coldly replied, I helped you this time just to thank you for saving me in the Ice and Fire City before, and also to repay the gift you gave, the top-tier Thunderstrike artifact.
Luo Feng casually responded, if you like it, then it's fine.
He thought to himself, is it really considered a top-quality item just because I randomly changed the tiger claws of grade C that I bought from the roadside stall? Enya nodded, so this time, helping you is simply to repay the favor. Once this matter is over, we'll go our separate ways. Luo Feng chuckled lightly, our CEO is really cold and heartless.
Enya frowned, we're not close, so stop acting all familiar.
Luo Feng mischievously said, you're wearing white today. Enya blushed, both embarrassed and angry. She scolded, shameless. Enya thought to herself, maybe this shameless guy is the most reliable person in this increasingly dangerous world. A little while later, a helicopter flew overhead.
Enya's secretary sat between the two of them, quietly observing Luo Feng. Borrowing both a car and a helicopter, this guy really made the boss work hard to bring him here, but for what? Moreover, the boss treated him so differently. Could it be that she was really going to marry this shameless stalker in the future?
Luo Feng took out the Rubik's Cube he had bought from the trading center and started juggling it in his hands. He casually noticed the secretary's face clearly showing curiosity, so he decided to speak. Let me tell you, the reason we came here is for something very important. Look, Enya lowered her head and looked down as the helicopter approached an abandoned building.
We've arrived. The helicopter landed. Below, workers were actively working. Luo Feng led the group inside.
When someone saw Enya arriving, they lowered their head. Mr. N, after digging non-stop without eating or sleeping, we have reached the bottom.
She nodded, I understand. Enya's secretary looked down and said, is this really the place you want to search? Mr. N has invested a considerable amount of money here. The Rubik's Cube in Luo Feng's hand glowed, the small squares suddenly separating, and the light covered the entire building. Then it reassembled. In front of Luo Feng appeared an entrance.
The secretary was surprised.
Was there a hidden door down here?
After Luo Feng explained, he immediately jumped inside.
There are some high-level hidden doors that only appear in specific locations. You don't need to follow me. I'll be in and out in a moment.
And you watched his retreating figure, the stalker, be careful. A low sound came from the entrance as Luo Feng entered a world of Class A haunting, the Sage Tower. Luo Feng stood before the tower, and a voice echoed, "Young man." Mr. Bai appeared in front of him. "Why are you here?" Before Luo Feng could answer, a cloud of black smoke appeared. "It's Mr. He," he said. "Another unlucky soul has arrived. Awakener, speak your request." Luo Feng raised his head to look at both of them. "I've come to the Sage Tower, of course, because this is the only haunting world where one can obtain hidden professions." Mr. He smiled. "Humans are so greedy. The death rate in this world is 85%. Mr. Bai spread his hands. "The reckless newcomer, take a look at the list of hidden professions for yourself." A series of frames appeared before Luo Feng. He said, "The unclassed." Both Mr. Bai and Mr. He were startled as the screen displaying the unclassed appeared before them. Mr. Bai said to Luo Feng, "The unclassed is the most difficult challenge in the Sage Tower, and moreover, once you fail, the participant will be killed." He nodded, signaling that he understood, then raised his hand to select. "Thank you, I choose it." Mr. Bai smiled and stepped aside. "All right, step through this gate, and your challenge will begin. Awakener, good luck." The two watched as Luo Feng's figure disappeared. Mr. Bai said, "Among the thousands of people who have participated in the unclassed challenge, only one person has ever used an S-rank artifact to escape successfully, but still, I hope he can create a miracle." Mr. He sneered, "A miracle? He's definitely going to die. If this foolish new guy survives the first round, I'll be your servant from here on." Ahead, Luo Feng stepped forward without hesitation, pushing open the door. Inside the challenge zone of the unclassed, an aerial arena, Luo Feng stood alone. A voice rang out, "The strength challenge is about to begin, participants, please prepare yourselves." Ahead, the sound of heavy footsteps was heard, and a massive figure appeared. Luo Feng glanced over. The voice continued, "Challenge requirements: defeat the one-eyed monster, without ever weakening in strength." The one-eyed monster, wielding its spiked mace, moved toward Luo Feng. With a loud crash, Luo Feng swiftly jumped up to avoid it. The one-eyed monster attacked relentlessly, but Luo Feng nimbly dodged every strike. He glanced toward Mr. He and Mr. Bai, who were observing from outside. Mr. Bai, puzzled, asked, "What is he doing?" Mr. He stroked his beard. "This fool wants to lure the one-eyed monster down. The awakened ones used to do this, but now the grass over the grave has grown 3 feet high, and that one-eyed monster is quite cunning." As the one-eyed monster drew closer, Luo Feng suddenly dashed toward it. With a sword in each hand, he swung them forward, one of the blades plunging straight into the monster's eye. Immediately afterward, Luo Feng activated his ice skill, freezing one of the monster's eyes. Enraged, the one-eyed monster slammed its mace into the ground. It raised its hand and shattered the ice covering its eye. A moment later, its vision was restored. The one-eyed monster turned and charged toward Luo Feng. He drove both swords into the ground, activating his bone-chilling skill. The one-eyed monster slipped on the icy floor and fell. At that moment, Luo Feng kicked off the ground and leaped, landing a powerful blow to the monster's midsection. The creature was sent flying backward, its mace clattering away. It then fell off the arena, free falling to the ground below. Luo Feng stood at the edge, looking down. A voice announced, "Strength challenge completed." The gate to the next challenge opened. Outside, Mr. Bai exclaimed, "This guy is really smart, he can handle a huge one-eyed monster like that." Mr. He, on the other hand, was in a rush. Earlier, he had said that if Luo Feng passed the first round, he would be Mr. He's servant for 1 hour. If he could pass the second round, he would be Mr. He's servant for life. In the first round, he relied on tactics, but from the second round onward, it would all come down to his own strength. As Mr. He's voice echoed, Luo Feng was preparing to step into the second gate. The next round was the true beginning of hell. After stepping through the gate, transitioning to a new challenge, an endless road lay before Luo Feng.
The announcement sounded in his ears, "Speed challenge begins, participants, please prepare." Luo Feng looked at the long road ahead.
The challenge required him to race against the wind demon and win. As he moved forward, a fierce storm would form. If he was thrown off the track, he would fall into the dark hell below. The wind demon immediately appeared beside Luo Feng. Mr. Hay's commentary rang out again. The wind demon can reach the speed of sound within 5 seconds of starting. Furthermore, every 10 seconds, its speed increases by 5%.
Mr. Hay continued, "Not to mention, this kid is just an unskilled awakener.
Even if he were a top assassin, he wouldn't stand a chance. No matter how much he accelerates, he can't possibly win.
Prepare to fall into hell." The announcement sounded, and Luo Feng got into the starting position. A 3-second countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Wind Demon sneered disdainfully at Luo Feng, saying, "A slow, insignificant human like you dares to race with me?
This is truly my shame, yet it will be the most glorious moment of your life, so remember it well."
The announcement echoed, and the match began. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng swung his arm, leaving Mr. Bai and Mr. Hay stunned.
Luo Feng used a high-level shock skill, the Rapture Slash, slicing through Wind Demon and leaving it in shock.
"You!" Mr. Hay cried out in panic.
"This new guy actually managed to kill her.
This is cheating."
Mr. Bai shook his head and said, "What he's using might be a weapon from the modern world. Our rules don't prohibit killing the opponent, so it can't be considered cheating." Inside the arena, Luo Feng slowly advanced forward, now the only one left in the competition. Then, Luo Feng took a long leap. No matter what his speed was, he was bound to be the only winner.
When Luo Feng crossed the finish line, the announcement rang out again. "Speed challenge completed, the portal to the next challenge has opened."
Mr. Hay, observing from the outside, was seething with anger.
"Damn it, I can't accept this.
He can't leave the game after the 3rd round. If he wins again, I'll serve the old man for 3 lifetimes. Mr. Bai stroked his beard and reminded him.
"You don't need to be that ruthless." Luo Feng stepped into a new space.
A floating cube hovered above, with bubbling lava beneath it.
A voice announcement echoed, "The IQ challenge is about to begin, participants please prepare."
Luo Feng was standing inside the cube, listening to the rules and requirements of the challenge. 8 doors corresponded to 8 puzzle-solving tools, ranging from ancient to modern, from east to west. Within 15 minutes, all the tools must be unlocked to escape the cube before the lava consumed it. In front of Luo Feng appeared 8 doors and 8 stone platforms for the tools. The sound of the sand rubbing against each other echoed as it slowly fell down. At the same time, there was an announcement: "The challenge has begun, the force block is gradually falling." Luo Feng calmly walked forward, towards something resembling a chain. Mr. Hay grinned, he had already started choosing the deadly traps. Mr. Bai stroked his beard. Inside, Luo Feng is simultaneously picking up the 7 precious interlocking lock and the Rubik's Cube.
Mr. Hay was stunned. What is this kid doing? The 7 precious interlocking lock requires absolute concentration.
Mr. Bai shook his head. "I misjudged this young man. He's so rushed that he's handling 2 mechanisms at once." But at that moment, inside, a door opened. 46 seconds, the 7 precious interlocking lock is completed.
The announcement slapped Mr. Hay in the face. This kid solved the deadly trap while solving the Rubik's Cube? The announcement sounded again. 2 minutes 17 seconds, Pandora's box completed. 5 minutes 12 seconds, the advanced Rubik's Cube completed. 1 minute 16 seconds, the ancient Babylon mechanism lock completed.
Mr. Hay was completely shocked. Mr. Bai was also taken aback by this speed. Is he
a human?
After a while, as the cube slowly reached the lava, the end of challenge notification appeared. 10 minutes 20 seconds, all props completed. Mr. Hay stared wide-eyed. To think there's actually a person who can pass this round using only their hands and mind, without relying on any skills. Mr. Bai stroked his chin. This was the best achievement in history. Inside, Luo Feng was moving toward the next door, preparing to complete the IQ challenge. He thought to himself, I've practiced every game here countless times. I could solve them with my eyes closed. Mr. Bai turned to look at Mr. He. Mr. He, do you still want to push it further in the next round? Mr. He angrily shouted, of course. If he can pass the next round, then I'm a dog. Moments later, an announcement sounded from inside, physical challenge complete. As a man of his word, Mr. He immediately transformed into a dog and barked twice, signaling that this was the 7-day survival challenge in the world of flesh-eating demons. He barked 3 more times. Why has it ended in less than 24 hours? Mr. Bai sighed and replied, because he discovered the truth of this world. The ground is the sky, destroy the ground, let the sunlight in, and the entire world will be purified. He looked down at Mr. He. Mr. He, that's enough. Return to your normal form. Mr. He barked 3 times, indicating that this was the final round. If he didn't die, he would absolutely not return to his normal form. Mr. Bai helplessly said, well, you'll have to bear with it. Inside, the sea waves surged, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The announcement sounded again, the perception challenge is about to begin. Participants, please prepare. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes suddenly opened wide, with many more eyes half hidden in the shadows. The challenge's requirements: defeat all professions of the haunted world. Luo Feng dashed forward, with a group of full-fledged practitioners thundering behind him. Mr. Bai stood high above, observing, and spoke to Mr. He, fighting against the demon soldiers with full-fledged practitioners. Running away is indeed the best choice. Mr. He widened his eyes, as if unable to believe what he was seeing, and replied in a tone of naive certainty, the more you run, the more tragic the death. Luo Feng held his sword and charged into the forest. He ran so quickly that a cloud of white dust billowed behind him. Behind him, countless practitioners chased after him, their eyes gleaming with a red light. Very soon, Luo Feng had escaped. Many others continued to chase after him. One of them shouted, "Where are you running to?" The leader, cheerful and confident, confirmed the direction and quickly sprinted ahead, shouting loudly, "This way is correct." After running for a while, suddenly, all the practitioners stopped. The leader observed the surroundings carefully, making a judgment that he was probably nearby. He took cautious steps, but what he did not anticipate was that as his left foot stepped forward, the heel of his boot struck the ground, producing a small sound. Tick! A circular shape appeared beneath his feet, and the warning lights on it immediately began to flash. A series of tick-tick-tick sounds rang out, drawing the attention of everyone around. Amidst the succession of tick-tick sounds, a terrifying explosion occurred. Those closest to the bomb were obliterated instantly, while the surrounding practitioners were hurled into the air by the force of the explosion. A series of panicked screams echoed in unison. The female practitioner looked ahead, her eyes flashing with an enigmatic gleam. The male practitioner glanced around, his voice alert as he spoke, "Be careful." Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks as something unusual and unidentified began to rise from the ground ahead. Its appearance drew the curiosity of the group of practitioners, who slowly approached. It resembled a pillar, crackling with electrical charges. The sound of sizzling electricity only added to their confusion and suspicion. One of them, unable to resist his curiosity, stepped forward. The group was instantly hit by the electrical discharge, a terrifying current that shot through their bodies. The sizzling sounds grew louder and more frequent, and within moments, none of them survived. Meanwhile, another group of practitioners was scattered throughout the dense forest, searching for Luo Feng. The one carrying an axe led the way, but as he stepped forward, his foot landed on a gravity bomb, freezing him in place. The sound of ticking echoed like the ominous chime of death, and the entire group was suddenly lifted off the ground, weightless and panicked. Their screams echoed into the sky. Mr. He, observing from a distance, stood agape, stunned by the events unfolding before him. He hadn't anticipated this and turned to Mr. Bai, saying, "Gravity bombs, string shots signaling guns. How could he bring so many devices into the Sage Tower?" Mr. Bai, who had been silent and observing, replied to Mr. He, clearly, he came well prepared, as if he already knows how this game is played. At this moment, the game had begun to fall into Luo Feng's rhythm. He leaped down from the high tree, with two practitioners below hunting him down. One of them even swung a sword through the bushes, searching thoroughly, leaving no corner unchecked.
But they didn't realize that Luo Feng was above them.
Luo Feng landed right in front of the purple-haired man. His sharp sword struck the man's body before he could react. The purple-haired man's eyes widened as he took the full blow. Then, Luo Feng swiftly drove his sword into the chest of the other man, the tip of the blade piercing through his heart, causing blood to pour out of his mouth. Witnessing this brutal scene, the two nearby practitioners screamed in terror. "He's here!" Mr. Hay smiled coldly, then said, "He's already used all his tricks, he's nothing more than a beast in a cage." Luo Feng gripped his sword again and dashed forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the air. He glanced back and saw a group of practitioners frantically chasing after him. At that moment, he grinned wickedly, his words dripping with danger.
In reality, true hunters often appear in the form of prey. Mr. Hay glanced toward Mr. Bai, who confidently said, "It's over.
Once he reaches the mountain peak, he will be surrounded and killed." Mr. Bai quietly closed his eyes. As the practitioners crowded in, Luo Feng kicked off the cliffside, propelling himself upwards. More and more practitioners were following him.
Luo Feng smirked and jumped higher, leaving them all behind below.
Suddenly, a gravity bomb explosion occurred again.
This time, its power was immense.
The explosion's sound echoed through the sky, and thick smoke and flames surged up, forming a massive mushroom cloud rising into the air.
The blast sent all the practitioners flying upward, and the towering mountain couldn't withstand the force, quickly collapsing.
Mr. Hay was horrified, his eyes wide as he watched the practitioners perish. He screamed, he activated the bomb and blew up the whole mountain.
How many weapons did this bastard bring here?
However, the full-fledged practitioners still had a third of their strength left. They were retreating, preparing to lie in wait for the right moment. When the time came, they would defeat him in a duel. Mr. Bai had almost predicted this outcome, not surprised in the slightest. With a sense of helplessness, he spoke to Mr. Hay, "No, it's already too late for them to return." In another space, the man wearing glasses looked back in fear. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Somehow, Luo Feng had appeared behind him. The man in glasses froze in shock at the sight of him. Luo Feng spoke, "Found you." The one controlling this game of trials was a test of perception, meaning once the person behind it was found, it was all over. The man turned around, giving a twisted, grotesque smile.
Then he said to Luo Feng, No, I am not him."
As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng swung his sword toward the man's neck. His voice was cold and merciless, as though declaring the man's fate.
"Whether you are or not doesn't matter. Either way, you're going to die."
His whole body swayed, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, and the system's voice echoed, reminding him, "Test completed." Mr. Hay was furious, his body transforming into a massive black rat, his eyes glowing bright red, his fists clenched. Then he let out a frustrated yell, "This is infuriating." Mr. Bai, witnessing his appearance, was horrified, while Mr. Hay continued to scream.
Mr. Bai shouted, "Mr. Hay, quickly return to your original form. This appearance is too frightening."
Mr. Hay swiftly reverted to his original form, gritting his teeth and growling through clenched jaws. "The classless one is the highest hidden occupation, and it requires passing through an increasingly difficult trial in hell.
Now, let me play this game."
Mr. Hay firmly grasped the staff in his hand, his eyes filled with malevolent malice. He snarled, "To become a classless one, you'll have to pay with your life." Mr. Bai, feeling helpless, never imagined it would come to such a desperate point. He said to Mr. Hay, "Your hatred for the challenger this time is a bit excessive." The sound of clanking echoed through the void, and at the door, Luo Feng's figure appeared before the space vortex. He stepped in coldly, his cloak billowing, looking every bit like a grim reaper from hell coming to claim a life. Mr. Hay suddenly found himself in a different setting, where the sky was blood red, the atmosphere cold and gloomy, and deathly frightening. Luo Feng, equally surprised to see Mr. He here, spoke to him. Once the classless 1 trial ends, the game will be over. Mr. He, like a demon, with a scowling face and a chilling, terrifying voice, spoke up. Those who dare challenge, welcome to the hidden trial. Luo Feng did not show fear or hesitation at his appearance. On the contrary, he raised his hand and waved. Mr. He, here we meet again. At this moment, Mr. He emitted growling sounds, his eyes glowing red as his face slowly began to change. He gritted his teeth and said sincerely, your performance has exceeded my expectations, but this is where it ends.
The final trial is a one-on-one duel with me.
Mr. He then transformed, his sharp teeth dripping with saliva, snarling loudly, and his eyes became like blazing fire. He let out a series of growls before speaking to Luo Feng. Only by defeating me can you complete the classless 1 trial. As he spoke, his body began to change, his hands morphing into talons like those of an eagle, sharp claws slowly emerging, and the hair on his head began to stand up stiffly. A loud roar tore through the air as Mr. He transformed into a large black dragon, his head adorned with numerous horns and large, spiked protrusions. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp, terrifying teeth. A glowing red gemstone stood out on his chest. He took step after step towards Luo Feng, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. 2 streams of white smoke poured from his nostrils, and his roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Lowly humans, tremble before me. Mr. He soared high into the sky, letting out a roar that released a surge of power like a flame shooting directly toward him. Luo Feng summoned his ice wall, and a frost monster appeared. In front of him stood a shield made of ice. Luo Feng raised his sword to defend, but the ice couldn't withstand the fire. The shield before him gradually shattered. Mr. He spread his wings wide and flew into the air, roaring loudly, receive my judgment. Following this, rocks carrying large flames all descended toward Luo Feng. A terrifying explosion occurred, with smoke and fire erupting violently, each falling stone creating a loud explosion. Luo Feng swiftly dodged, and after a while, the fire began to die down. The scene was desolate, with smoke rising in thick clouds from the vast open space. Mr. He hovered high above, his eyes blazing with fury, his deep, hoarse voice ringing out, your struggle will only bring you a more painful death. Amid the thick white smoke, a strong, resolute voice rang out, you are mistaken. As the smoke dispersed, a patrol team stood tall, their presence commanding. One of them spoke to Mr. He, you know nothing of true power. Luo Feng's face darkened as he looked forward, his eyes filled with a deadly intent. Luo Feng ordered the patrol team, take him down. At the signal, one of the patrol members drew a golden bow, aiming at Mr. He. His entire being exuded an indescribable aura of power. The soldier released the arrow, and each golden shaft ripped through the air, speeding forward. But none of them aimed at Mr. He directly, they all soared upward. Then, the arrows exploded like a burst of fireworks, scattering into numerous fiery streaks. The sparks were like dozens of arrows rushing towards Mr. He. The blinding yellow light locked Mr. He in mid-air like a storm. The crescent-shaped staff was raised high. The shout of the patrol team rang out, and the cluster of stars fell. The staff pointed upward, emitting dazzling rays of light. The golden beams of light intertwined in the sky, continuously zipping toward Mr. He, making him stagger. One arrow hit Mr. He's wing. He roared, grr. Mr. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, then quickly ran away. He did not flee in fear but growled, humans are so arrogant, daring to try and take control of the world. He regained his composure, his eyes shooting out red sparks, and his mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. Mr. He spat out a stream of golden fire, aimed directly at the patrol team. It was like a fire drill, spiraling forward. Mr. He growled, I will destroy everything. The fire spread rapidly toward the patrol team. Some were unable to escape in time and were engulfed by the flames. The entire patrol team panicked and hurriedly fled forward. One member was scorched as the fire swept past him, while another grabbed a long arrow and ran quickly. Mr. He, feeling triumphant, arrogantly said, it's useless. You will all die here. A member of the patrol team suddenly stopped, turned around, and shot the arrow in his hand straight into the sky. The arrow sliced through the air, speeding toward Mr. Hay, catching him off guard. But what surprised Mr. Hay even more was that the arrow veered towards the side. He turned to look at the arrow, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh?" The sharp whoosh of the arrow was unmistakably clear. Mr. Hay was confused, these arrows were all missing. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound next to him. Luo Feng was right beside him, a clear smile on his face. He flew right in front of Mr. Hay. Luo Feng said to him, "Who told you it was off target?" Mr. Hay was taken aback by Luo Feng's sudden appearance. Luo Feng held a sword, with lightning bolts crackling on the blade. It was then that Mr. Hay remembered why the arrow had missed. It turned out that the arrow had carried Luo Feng up high. He shouted in anger, "So you did this on purpose?" After gathering enough lightning, Luo Feng forcefully thrust his sword down. "Now it's time to kill the dragon!" Luo Feng yelled loudly. There was a shock, followed by the sword piercing straight into Mr. Hay's head. He tilted his head back and screamed in horror, his entire body enveloped by the lightning and electric charge. Luo Feng's strike sent Mr. Hay flying into the ground. The ground caved in, and debris flew everywhere. Mr. Hay lay motionless, his eyes dark, his mouth agape, blood spilling out. The system's voice sounded, announcing the end of the trial. "You have successfully hidden your identity as an unknown." With the trial complete, Luo Feng stood before Mr. Hay and Mr. Bai. The system screen appeared, showing the image of a person, labeled unknown. The unknown could learn and use all skills. Mr. Hay, in shock, could hardly believe it. He stammered, no way, how could I lose?" Mr. Bai gently closed his eyes, his tone one of acceptance of reality. He said to Luo Feng, "Young man, congratulations on breaking the record, becoming the only one among more than 100,000 people to complete the trial." Luo Feng looked up at Mr. Bai and curiously asked, "What is the mysterious prize?" Mr. Bai made a gesture, and 3 golden spheres appeared before Luo Feng. "Please look," Mr. Bai said. Luo Feng gazed at the 3 golden orbs floating in the air, then reached out and touched one of them. A voice from the system congratulated him, "You have obtained the Summon Medal of S rank." The Summon Medal can summon entities from previous trials to fight against enemies. Note, this item can only be used once. Luo Feng gripped the medal tightly in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a great item. I choose a team of 100 people with sufficient professions from before." Quickly, the 2 other orbs merged into his forehead. A golden circle appeared on Luo Feng's forehead, and the system's voice introduced the attribute to him, Potential Comprehension Attribute Skill, the Seal of the Sea. The Seal of the Sea protects the soul, preventing anyone from seeing your memories. An image of Austin appeared in Luo Feng's mind. He thought to himself, he possesses the ability to read the memories of others. Now, I'm finally safe. I must become stronger to defeat him quickly. In another world, a luxury car that had been speeding suddenly slammed on the brakes, the screeching sound of the tires against the road echoed loudly. Luo Feng stepped out of the car, and Anya's secretary froze, exclaiming. Mr. Luo Feng walked casually, saying to her, "Don't worry, after I get married, your director will raise your salaries." Looking at his back, Anya's secretary suddenly had a big question in her mind. A boss as tough as that? And he still managed to win him over? Luo Feng suddenly remembered something and turned around, smiling as he spoke to her. "By the way, could you help me call the next floor? I'll send you the address later. Remember, it's the director of your company who's covering the bill. She's always on a diet, so her monthly meal allowance must still have a lot left, can't let it go to waste." The secretary lowered her head and sighed, finally responding, "All right." In the dining room, Luo Feng was sitting and enjoying a delicious hot pot. The savory broth was steaming, releasing a distinctive aroma. His phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Luo Feng picked it up and saw a message from Dao Dao. "Scammer, why aren't you replying to my messages? My cat's pregnant now, and my classmate is really quite refined." As he read, he sighed. "Ha, looks like I didn't give her enough homework." Dao Dao sent another message, "We should play a game together when you have time."
Luo Feng replied, "Haven't you had enough of Shadow Realm yet?" She quickly replied, "Shadow Realm is too dangerous."
Luo Feng told her, "The real world will be just as dangerous soon. If you're bored, come play a real experience game with me next week." Dao Dao replied, skeptical, "Your games always sound so weird, and besides, I have my final exams next week and can't leave school."
"Find someone else."
Luo Feng, wanting her to focus on her studies, replied, "All right, then focus on your exams." He held a photo in his hand, and Luo Feng thought to himself, this actually relates to the success rate when humans make their way into the Shadow Realm. Looking at the man and the child smiling in the photo, he murmured, "Bro, although your death in the Shadow Realm is something that can't be changed, I will fulfill the promise I made to you and take your place in this chaotic, ever-changing world." The sky was clear and sunny, with many spacecraft flying in the air. At a subway station, the crowd hurriedly walked along, and the system announcement arrived, stating that the train had reached London and invited everyone to board.
Luo Feng and Xu Zhuan both looked up at the city's map.
Xia, excited, exclaimed, "Wow, this is my first time going abroad.
I've always wanted to experience being part of an international mafia." Xu Zhuan asked him, "Boss, what are we doing in London?"
Luo Feng turned around and looked at everyone, answering, "There's something very important, related to the future of all the awakened ones, and also connected to the future of this world." The armored vehicle sped down the highway, the harsh sunlight shining through the car windows.
Everyone was inside the vehicle.
Lili and Xu Zhuan were puzzled, and Xu Zhuan broke the silence by speaking up, "Can someone explain where exactly we're heading?" Lu Xia recalled that when they had just arrived here, an armored vehicle had been waiting for them. Confused, she asked, "Luo Feng, after arriving in London, the boss said we should get into this vehicle as if we're prisoners.
Where exactly are we going?"
Luo Feng lowered his head and responded to Lu Xia, "Of course, we are going to do something meaningful."
Luo Feng continued, "As for the place we need to go, Lingli, what do you think?"
The phone in Lu Xia's hand lost signal. She told Luo Feng that after getting in the car, all the tracking devices on her were disabled.
It was clear that this vehicle could neither be locked nor tracked.
Lu Xia said to everyone, "The place we are heading to is certainly an extremely secret location.
With the little information we have, it's impossible to know what we're supposed to do."
Luo Feng glanced at her and then spoke up, "We are going to protect someone." Lu Xia raised her hand, curiosity clearly written on her face.
"Who is this person that requires such secrecy? Could it be someone like a prime minister?"
The image of AI Lin flashed in his mind. Luo Feng became serious, speaking cautiously, making it clear how significant this matter was. He spoke in a deep voice, "She is more important than the prime minister of a country. Her life or death could determine the survival of this world." Li Shuzhuan turned to speak to Lu Xia, "This mission is too important." Lu Xia crossed her arms, her eyebrows furrowing as she turned toward him and firmly expressed her opinion, "Boss, your life is what matters to the survival of this country.
I won't accept anyone being more important than you."
Ling Wu looked toward the door, her voice cold, "We've arrived." The sound of tires screeching as they hit the ground echoed. The vehicle had arrived at a large warehouse. Several cars were already parked in front of the door.
Everyone opened the door and then followed Luo Feng inside.
Lu Xia's heart filled with suspicion, "We're like cargo, being brought straight to a warehouse."
Luo Feng didn't respond to her.
He lightly adjusted his glasses and uttered a phrase. As they stepped inside, the people there immediately surrounded them. A group of men dressed in suits stood in formation, led by a bald man with 2 large scars on his face. Lu Xia was startled, unable to suppress her concern, "Who are they?
The killing intent is so heavy."
Ling Wu calmly answered her, "They're members of Devouring Light." Devouring Light is an assassin organization ranked in the top 10 worldwide.
Each member has their own specialty.
Their security services are only for top-tier dignitaries. Over here, a group of people from the Heavenly Shield Guild looked grim. Li Shuzhuan clasped his hands in front of his chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He exclaimed, "Wow, I see members of the Heavenly Shield Guild. Their president is Shield God, a great hero admired by many.
A series of footsteps echoed, the sound of shoes pounding on the ground. One man shouted, "They're here."
In the direction they were looking, a man with blonde hair and a mask led a group of people, walking with great momentum.
He looked ahead and then spoke to everyone present. "Welcome to London.
You all are the elite security experts of the world, and it is an honor for us that you could join this selection process."
Lu Xiao widened her eyes at the man and then said, "Our boss really can blend in anywhere, huh?"
The blonde man reached behind him and announced, "The selection is about to begin, please direct your attention here."
Following the direction of his hand, 3 portals appeared, along with a countdown timer.
The blonde man explained the rules and regulations of the competition. The rules were simple: through these 3 portals, the first 10 teams to reach the final destination would advance to the next round. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he then sternly reminded, "You have 3 minutes to make your choice. Anyone who does not enter a portal before the time runs out will be disqualified from the selection." He gave one last reminder to the competitors: this was a life or death competition. The countdown began, 2 minutes 59 seconds, he announced loudly.
"Good luck to everyone." One man spoke up in confusion, "The timer's started, but how do we know which portal to choose?"
The girl beside him turned to say, "You have to make a move fast. If you lose from the very start, it will get much more complicated later." Another man turned to look at the group from Devouring Light and spoke, "I heard that Devouring Light has experts in tracking.
Maybe we should follow them." An old man from Devouring Light reached into his sleeve and pulled out a dice.
He threw the dice forcefully into the air, and when it landed on the ground, the top face showed a 1.
He led the Devouring Light team towards the first door.
He told everyone in the team, "Follow me."
The other man yelled in shock, "Is that even allowed?"
On the side of the Heavenly Shield God Guild, the leader gave the order, according to Plan B, split up to gather information, then regroup. Everyone responded in unison, "Understood."
With only 1 minute and 40 seconds left, 3 rows of people moved into 3 different doors. The other man, feeling anxious, decided, "Forget it, if we delay any longer, we'll be eliminated."
The girl beside him urged, "Hurry up." Time passed quickly, with just a minute left.
Lu Xia asked Luofeng, "Boss, the time is almost up, which one should we choose?" He calmly replied, "First, get the detailed maze map, then we'll proceed." Li Shujuan looked up and asked him, "Won't the organizers give out the map?" Luofeng took out a scanning robot and said, "We'll draw it ourselves, it's almost done."
The scanning robots around them flew ahead. They flew into all 3 doors.
Luofeng told everyone, "Let's go." These scanning robots were B-rank items from the Dark World, environmental scanners, and map drawers.
The door on this side belonged to the Heavenly Shield Guild, and the scanners flew in to scan the surroundings. The map started to appear before everyone's eyes.
Lu Xia, anxious, asked, "Boss, will we make it in time?" Luofeng remained calm, answering her, "Good question, it's done, the map is complete."
A complete map appeared before everyone. Wu Ling stepped forward. Li Shujuan exclaimed, "So fast."
Lu Xia gasped, "So big."
Wu Ling approached Luofeng, glanced at the map, then spoke in a serious tone, "This isn't right. The map that's showing up, the separate spaces can shift this maze, they can combine together, which means the maze keeps changing." Luofeng walked toward the door, reassuring Wu Ling, "Don't worry, I've solved more than 100,000 mazes. With the structural map, no matter how it changes, I can guide everyone to the end even with my eyes closed."
Lu Xia jumped up in joy, happy to follow the boss without having to think. "This is the best." One of the blonde-haired subordinate women spoke up, "Master, do you think this is cheating?" He glanced at Luofeng's group and replied, "There are no rules restricting them, they can be creative. They're all inexperienced security guards, who knows, this might make the competition more interesting." Seeing Luofeng enter the door in the middle, the female subordinate voiced her thoughts, "I still think people from outside the industry will find it very hard to succeed. Everyone in the space is constantly trying to escape, and in a maze, all sides are filled with traps. Many people, even though they are cautious, still fall victim to the traps in the maze.
Even if they have a map, some might be lucky enough to escape a trap once, but that doesn't mean they'll make it far. The members of the Devouring Light group were quick and agile. They skillfully dodged the intricate laser beams. It didn't take long before they had completed the task. The man with the shaved head looked down the long hallway ahead and sighed, "The exit is indeed here." The old man grumbled coldly, "We've finally reached the temple. This maze game is even more complicated than I imagined." The girl in the group also regained her composure and sighed in relief, "Finally, a bit of rest."
"I hate walking."
The man with the shaved head said to her, "Take your time to rest. The second group won't be here for at least another 2 hours."
The light from outside illuminated the doorway.
Wu Ling stood watching the three, Luo Feng, Lue Xia, and Li Shujuan, playing cards.
Lue Xia exclaimed excitedly, "Huh?
A pair of aces." Before she could celebrate, Luo Feng interrupted her, "A pair of twos."
Li Shujuan glanced at his hand and couldn't help but feel disheartened. "I'm about to lose again. I really suspect the boss is cheating."
The members of Devouring Light were shocked.
The man with the shaved head angrily blurted out, his voice stammering, "When did they get here?"
The old man stared, unable to believe it.
"What's going on? I can't believe someone is faster than us." The girl turned to him in fury and questioned, "Jack, didn't your navigation expert say so? The only people faster than us can only be gods, right?" The old man broke into a sweat, unable to speak. He stammered, I.
As Luo Feng saw the Devouring Light group approaching, he held his card in hand and turned to introduce himself with confidence, "Hello everyone, I am a god." Everyone quickly gathered in one place, the group standing around the target point of the lifting table. The blond man clapped his hands in congratulations. He said, "Congratulations on passing the preliminary round.
Move on to the next round."
The first team stepped forward. The system announced, "Team Dragonhorn is the 10th to reach the target point, advancing to the next round." They entered the circle around the target point of the lifting table. The 9th team reached the target point of the lifting table, advancing to the next round.
Li Shujuan asked Luo Feng, "Boss, what exactly is the next round about?"
"I saw some teams staying down for 3 minutes, while others had to wait 10 minutes before going down." Lue Xia leaned close to him and said, "It's definitely a survival game. The previous team must have failed, and only then can the next team go down." Her words frightened Li Shujuan. Luo Feng smiled, placed his hand on his head, and reassured him, "Don't worry, no one will die." A sudden step came toward them. Wu Ling, with her sharp hearing, immediately detected it. The old man Jack from the Devouring Light team was approaching. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke to Wu Ling, "You are Ling He, the legendary lone assassin. You don't join any team, so why are you with these worthless people?"
"Our president has always been thinking of you."
She glanced at him, coldly replying, "My business is none of your concern." He extended his hand, his words carrying goodwill as he invited Wu Ling to join their team, Devouring Light.
"Going with these unprofessional people has no future." Luo Feng stepped forward and swatted his hand away.
He was annoyed and immediately scolded, "Old man, you're shamelessly taking my people.
Do you have no dignity?"
He blew on the hand that had been struck and then responded to Luo Feng with a mocking tone, "With such underhanded tactics to claim the top position in the challenge, even if Ling follows you, she will surely be eliminated next." Luo Feng glared at him with a sharp, cutting gaze, and coldly retorted, "You should check who's getting eliminated." The system's announcement rang out, "The second team has reached the destination. The Devouring Light team advances to the next round."
The bald man sneered at Luo Feng's team, "You younglings actually dare to challenge Devouring Light? Are you tired of living?"
One of the girls in the Devouring Light team glanced at Luo Feng's group and said, "This mission, we definitely won't be seeing anyone again.
Wait for the mission to be completed."
Her words made the bald man widen his eyes in shock.
"We'll settle this with you slowly."
Wu Ling lowered her head, then spoke to everyone, "They're targeting me." Luo Feng smiled with narrowed eyes and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, if they mess with my people, the ones who will be unlucky are them. Finally, the system announced their team's arrival. The first team has reached the destination. The Sung Dong team advances to the next round. Luo Feng was left wondering how this round would unfold. He would finally meet her now. The platform slowly lowered them, and a glowing circle appeared before their eyes. It spoke, "Hello everyone, I am the target that everyone must protect." Lue Xia was skeptical. "We have to protect this toy, a lamp?" It continued, "I am a function created from what is in the brain of the target to be protected. The competition is under the responsibility of the leader, and through this round, the essence of myself will be protected." Li Shujuan stood up to ask, "So that's how it is? Is your essence a scientist?" It did not provide further information. "Sorry, I cannot answer that question. Now, let's begin the next round. The first question is related to my situation. How much do you all understand?" Luo Feng confidently and slowly answered, "Your name is AI Lin, your job is a specialist in human labor skill development, and you are also a researcher in the intangible world. You have combined the formula of human labor skills with the intangible world and can gradually predict the changes of the intangible world and its effects on the real world." Data and images of AI Lin appeared in his mind. Luo Feng continued to analyze. Simply put, she is someone who can calculate the changes of the intangible world in the future. Of course, all of this was possible because her grandfather had established the Wu Financial Group, which had always provided funding for her. The cash flow and various forms of gold and money were all supporting AI Lin's development. AI Lin's essence seemed a bit doubtful about what he said, as there was a lot of information that I had never revealed to the outside. "It was because of my grandfather's watch that you were given the chance to participate in this competition. If you could speak, what did my grandfather say to you before he died?" Luo Feng's gaze lowered, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Her grandfather had always been the one to save the world. He then lowered his head, his words carrying the seriousness of the matter. "That is also why, 3 months ago, a scholar like him, one who was invisible, sold off all his shares in the OC Financial Group so that you could give your speech well. The reason he sent me to protect you this time is because the strategy of this speech involves the invisible world. He once said that during the time when the invisible world strategy is in place for humanity, the invisible world will merge with the real world." The image of AI Lin Han's grandfather remained deeply in Luo Feng's mind, making his words even more resolute. "Therefore, humanity's time for the invisible world strategy is very urgent. A scholar like you, who is invisible, is the most important figure. My true self has told me that it seems my grandfather trusts you a lot." Luo Feng's voice deepened, and his final words were, "He asked me to tell you that you are not a tool, but the most precious treasure he cherishes, and also the companion who, together with him, saved the world." He reached out to touch the true self in front of him, but it immediately recoiled, then emitted a brilliant red light that enveloped the entire space. It quickly spoke, "Thank you for the words you've brought." Li Shujuan exclaimed in surprise, "Not approved, why?" The true self replied, "Firstly, because when you attempted to use technical assistance, I was very repelled by such methods. Secondly, this round could gather information from you, which has already served its purpose. The most important thing is that having a non-expert like you obtain the mission token for me is already a great risk." Lue Xia was furious inside, cursing, "Damn it, you shameless robot." The true self hesitated before responding, "Therefore, the 1-week protection mission this time is not for you." He spoke and then immediately withdrew his words. "No, you passed this round." The group looked up at the true form. Luo Feng asked, "This is the true form acknowledging my previous words. Has it provided any guidance for you?" Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know? Did you calculate everything before talking to me? Including the responses I would give based on that information?" Luo Feng looked ahead and continued, "I've studied in for several decades. Although I may not have the same natural talent in this regard as you, in my eyes, you are merely a tool to achieve a goal. Through you, I was ultimately able to convince the person behind you to accomplish the objective." The true form confirmed this was correct. "Then you are the type of person I cannot analyze." Lue Xia confidently praised him, saying with excess, "Our boss is a god." Luo Feng gently closed his eyes and said to everyone, "Let's go, they must be waiting anxiously by now." With that, the group quickly moved out. They headed toward the light. The door to their team opened, and they entered together. The leaders of the other teams were already seated there. The guild team spoke with doubt. Why is this happening? How can outsiders like them have the right to take on missions? The girl from the Devouring Light team also said, didn't they say it should depend on rich professional experience? The bald guy also shot a glance at him. Luo Feng raised his hand in greeting. Hello everyone, we meet again. The blond man wearing a mask stepped forward, his face serious. They were chosen by the protected person, and no one was allowed to object. However, during the task distribution process, they would not be assigned any important missions. Luo Feng, seeing this, didn't mind. He pulled out a chair and happily said to the group, "Just being part of the mission is enough for me. I don't care about how much or how little." Luo Feng sat down, somewhat puzzled, and ordered, "Let's get started and talk about the mission." The blonde-haired man wearing a mask introduced, "Let me briefly introduce this mission. This is a 7-day bodyguard mission. You all must stay here for 7 days and ensure the absolute safety of the person being protected. Our workplace for these 7 days will be aboard a large spaceship traveling from Earth to the Asia-Pacific Space Station." As he spoke, a spaceship appeared in the air. AI Lin waved her hand, her eyes slightly closed. She said to Luo Feng, "You're later than I expected." Luo Feng wasn't too surprised to see AI Lin here. With a calm tone, he replied, "As expected, you've been waiting for me all along." Xu Zhuan clasped his hands together, looked up at the shadow, his entire being filled with excitement. Xu Zhuan couldn't help but murmur, "Finally, I get to meet the Dark Shadow God." The legend says this is the first program to pass the technique. Xia wasn't pleased. Hearing Xu Zhuan's words, she angrily hit the back of his head and snapped, "What's that? Our boss is the real god. She's just a girl with a job crazier than anyone else's." AI Lin pushed up her glasses, then let out an annoyed shout before falling silent. She crossed her arms and looked seriously at everyone. "If you've come to understand me through my grandfather, then you should know that I hate people who take shortcuts. Because you are someone my grandfather values, I'm giving you the chance to board the ship." Luo Feng was cold, his words ruthless. "You can think whatever you want about me. I'm just fulfilling your grandfather's request before leaving this world, helping you fulfill your wish." AI Lin couldn't believe her ears. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Do you know my wish?" Luo Feng declared before her, "Before completing the program, you must survive." AI Lin lowered her head, sighed deeply, and said, "Yes." She stared vacantly into the distance. As the world moved closer to that day, death had become a very real possibility. But before the program was completed, I must not die. AI Lin led Luo Feng to the control panel, sat down, activated it, and then briefly explained to him, "It's a program that can protect and change this world, and it's also my grandfather's and my shared ideal. The invisible world has left us with little time, only this program can save everyone." Luo Feng bluntly asked, "Can you tell me who's ambushing you?" AI Lin's tone was indifferent as she replied to Luo Feng, "I'm not interested, and I don't have time to care about this." AI Lin glanced at him and finally said, "If it's the virtual world system, or if the invisible program is being released simultaneously with other opponents, no matter what, Anne's level of involvement is high, and when I unlock the result, it will be for all of humanity. Therefore, those who want me dead have both the right time and place." Luo Feng made a solemn vow, his words carrying a terrifying weight, "I guarantee that as long as you're on this spacecraft, you will definitely not die." AI Lin knew he had no ulterior motives, so she responded, "I understand. Once we reach the space station, I will send the Tiancong troops to escort you to Mars. At that point, I won't bid you farewell. Thank you for agreeing to my grandfather's request." After saying that, Luo Feng's group walked out. The members of Devouring Light saw that Luo Feng's group was unarmed as they left, and they sneered in a tone of ridicule and disdain. One of them mocked, "People from outside the field are really out of place. They got kicked out so quickly." The girl from Devouring Light, unaware of her own ignorance, joined in with a few words. That's right, this isn't a place for petty people like you to stay.
Leave now.
As soon as she finished speaking, for some reason, Luo Feng was suddenly behind her. He casually slapped her on the backside, causing her to cry out. Rather than getting angry, the girl from Devouring Light chose to remain silent, her face turning red with embarrassment.
The bald-headed man, seeing Luo Feng act like this towards his team member, angrily shouted, "You little brat, do you want to die?"
Luo Feng, not caring about his dignity, retorted, "Since you called them petty, I naturally have to act like one." Only then did the girl from Devouring Light scream loudly, her fists clenched, and her words laced with murderous intent, "If you don't leave your hand behind today, you'll leave your life behind instead."
Luo Feng turned his head and smiled.
He warned the Devouring Light group, reminding them a little, the rules for this bodyguard mission are that no groups are allowed to conflict with each other.
If they do, the mission will be cancelled.
Old Man Jack raised his hand to stop his group members, advising, "Don't be impulsive.
Let them go.
We'll settle this when we get off the ship."
The bald man, unable to do anything, showed his frustration. He threatened, "You're asking for it. Just wait and see."
Xia wasn't scared. She made a clownish face with her hand, teasing him. The bald man became even more furious. He turned and vented his anger on the girl in his group. "Why didn't you move out of the way when you saw the prophet?" She hurriedly explained, "I tried to, but I couldn't." Old Man Jack finally realized the seriousness of the situation and the background of Luo Feng.
He pondered, this person doesn't seem simple.
Ling Wu, on this side, also expressed her curiosity.
She asked Luo Feng, "You placed a tracking device on that girl earlier, didn't you?" He laughed aloud, "It seems I can't fool you." Ling Wu fell silent and continued to ask, "What are you planning to do?" Luo Feng raised both hands and casually put them behind his neck, smiling calmly, then responded, "Who knows? But it's definitely going to be interesting. Let's go. Let's enjoy some fun." The official One Talon Dragon Tour.
3 days later, Xia's voice rang out, full of excitement, "Start." The ship suddenly stopped, and all the equipment was turned off. Shujuan quickly stopped in a corner of the ship. He opened his eyes wide and looked into the vast space in front of him. The warning system's voice rang out, "One Talon Dragon, One Talon Dragon." Xia sat up, displeased, and spoke up, "Asteroid collision."
"What's going on?"
The system's voice sounded again, "Warning, warning, the ship is experiencing malfunctions, please do not panic."
Shujuan's face darkened.
The ship had always been very safe, and moreover, it was equipped with a large spaceship system. Normally, there should have been a warning about any issue at least 3 hours in advance. Luo Feng calmly opened the control panel to check, and a suspicious red dot appeared on the screen. He informed everyone that the system setup had been damaged earlier. The spaceship had lost contact with the outside world, and it seemed that soon enough, due to this unexpected incident, everything here would be completely destroyed. Shujuan was now extremely anxious, with fear clearly showing on his face. He wondered if this was aimed at the girl in the program. Were they really so crazy as to kill someone like this? Luo Feng put on his jacket, closed his eyes briefly, then replied, "According to the protocol, this is just the beginning. Prepare yourselves, we need to get to work." Outside in space, lightning still lingered in the air. The people who had come to fix the ship's system were rushing to act. One of them urged, "Hurry up and close that gap." Suddenly, something heavy clung tightly to the top. A long tentacle thrust straight down toward the ship's lightning rod system. A massive, bizarre alien creature appeared. The repairman glanced up and froze in place. He stammered, "This is..." The head of the strange creature is beginning to open. Tentacles covered in sharp, spiky teeth darted swiftly towards them. It lunged at the repairman, who was horrified and screamed in agony. The system blared a red warning, "Warning, warning. A dangerous alien creature is entering the ship's cabin. All personnel, please move to a safe area immediately." The warning continued to blare, "Warning, warning.
A dangerous alien creature is entering the ship's cabin. All personnel, please move to a safe area immediately. The alien monsters quickly poured into the cabin. They chased after the people, screams echoing, "Run fast, the monsters are here." Someone lagged behind and got caught by the monsters. The person screamed in terror, "Help!" The warning blared non-stop, "Warning, warning! A dangerous alien creature is entering the ship's cabin. All personnel, please move to a safe area immediately, warning, warning! A dangerous alien creature is entering the ship's cabin. All personnel, please move to a safe area immediately." A team armed with the latest weaponry opened fire on the monsters. One of them tried to charge, but was momentarily halted by their gunfire. One of the team members shouted, "Kill them all." The alarm continued to blare. "Warning, warning!" At that moment, the devouring light team rushed forward. A man holding a machine gun shouted, "Advise them to leave quickly. The situation here is very dangerous, everyone needs to run." At this point, the old man Jack revealed a sinister smile. His eyes gleamed with a red light. He frowned, and the light immediately shot forward. The members of the armed team were instantly struck by an invisible force, dying an agonizing and cruel death. Old Man Jack then ordered the devouring light team, "Everyone, follow the plan. After we destroy the spaceship, leave no evidence. We'll strike again." The members of Devouring Light had to admit one thing: they were indeed skilled. The monsters lunged at them but failed to inflict any harm. Jack also joined the battle. When they reached the door to the secret room, where AI Lin was controlling the system, Jack led the way. The bald-headed man said, "It's time, let's send her off, then we'll pretend to jump onto the ship and leave." As the door creaked open, a dark space slowly revealed itself. Suddenly, a golden laser shot out, striking the bald-headed man directly. He screamed. Luo Feng unexpectedly stood in the gap of the door, smiling at the devouring light group. What a coincidence! Luo Feng had to be gentle, and the door immediately opened. Everyone in the group appeared. He smiled and said to the people in front of him, "Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again." The old man was startled and terrified, his words filled with shock. He exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is it you?" Behind Luo Feng, the system displayed all the information on the group of Devouring Light, from the leader to the girl. He informed them, "I've checked all the financial transactions and bank card activities of you, including the actions of every member. You are highly suspicious, which is why I used a tracker to monitor you." Jack was terrified and quickly asked, "Who are you, really?" Luo Feng didn't answer, merely saying, "Who I am is not important." Recalling the moment when he patted the girl's bottom, Luo Feng confessed, "Actually, at that time, I had used mind control on you. My hand never touched her. I just deceived them. Furthermore, I could use this technique to track and control you, making you think you were heading toward the laboratory." At that moment, they were supposed to go to the laboratory, but Luo Feng had used mind control on them. Old Man Jack had mistaken the direction to the laboratory and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. He ordered the group to follow him in that direction. Luo Feng snapped his fingers, and his gaze lost its usual smile. He said, "It's time to wake up." As the snap echoed, they were immediately ensnared by a one-eyed monster that tightened its grip on the entire group. Seeing the dangerous situation, Jack no longer acted arrogantly. He humbled himself and pleaded with Luo Feng, "In fact, it was all a misunderstanding. Please let me go first. We can talk things out slowly," but in his mind, a sinister thought began to form. Once the old rule was dissolved, he would immediately eliminate them. But Luo Feng was not someone to show mercy. He ordered, "Asya, see these old ones of the dark world off." Her eyes were filled with confusion. Asya hesitated and asked him, "Do we really have to use this chapter?" Luo Feng replied coldly, "When facing an enemy with an absolute killing intent, it's permissible." Asya understood. Got it. Asya then unleashed her explosive power. A blue dot appeared on Jack's forehead. He screamed in terror, "No!" A few seconds later, their heads exploded, their bodies still tightly held. Seeing that one problem had been dealt with, Luo Feng urged everyone, "Go protect our target." In the room full of monsters, the floor was littered with the bodies of those they had killed. The monsters did not leave, they continued to linger in the room. At this moment, the leader of the guild raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be silent. Shoo! Ai Lin turned around and saw a monster right behind her. It was hissing loudly. She fearfully stepped back. Unfortunately, her foot stepped on a tin can, making a noise. The attention of the monsters immediately shifted. They opened their mouths, spreading out their tentacles, and directed them towards the sound that had just been made. It roared, causing Ai Lin and a guild member to break out in a cold sweat in fear. A few people ran towards her, forming a protective circle around her. One person shouted, "Run quickly!" Ai Lin, terrified, rushed outside. Behind her, the screams of despair continued to echo. The group who had escorted her out were caught and killed by the monsters. The entire room was filled with the stench of death. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a force surged straight into the room. The blast pierced through the monster's mouth, causing black blood to splatter everywhere. Ai Lin, like a person grabbing onto a lifeline, ran with red eyes toward the door. Her words, filled with hope, were, "You all." Ai Lin suddenly collapsed. Ling Wu, Xu Zhuan, and Xia were silhouetted against the light, with Ling Wu holding a weapon in her hand. She had just shot down the monster that had been chasing Ai Lin. Xia let out a sigh of relief. "Good, we made it just in time." Ai Lin fell to the ground, her gaze fixed on the three of them. The monsters, seeing one of their own fall, charged forward in a frenzy. They leaped high into the air, roaring viciously. Ling Wu wielded her weapon, quickly unleashing a blazing flame that scorched the monsters. Xia used her familiar technique, activating a burst of power. Green light flashed as she directed her energy at the monsters, shouting, "Don't even think about getting past." Xia turned to Xu Zhuan and said, "It's very dangerous here, hurry up and take her away." The one-eyed monster surrounded the remaining monsters, allowing Xu Zhuan to pull Ai Lin away. He said to Ai Lin, "This way, follow me." The two headed towards the door, where a ship was already waiting. Ai Lin hurriedly asked him, "Where's your boss?" Xu Zhuan answered while running, "He's already on the ship." The people from True Light had killed all the staff responsible on the ship and sabotaged a lot of the machinery. He had to go take care of it. Ai Lin was stunned and quickly asked Xu Zhuan, "Your boss knows how to fix the ship?" He pulled Ai Lin's hand and rushed forward. Xu Zhuan told her, "Well, he said it's simple. A ship this big definitely has defensive systems, and all he needs to do is adjust the circuits." A terrifying sound made both of them freeze and stop in their tracks, shocked as they looked ahead. A monster was charging toward them. Its entire body was covered in tentacles, and it slammed into the shielded door, causing a small explosion. Fragments of debris shot directly toward them. Ai Lin gasped, her mouth hanging open as she screamed, "The mother of the monsters!" Xu Zhuan clasped his hands together, his expression serious, and he shouted loudly, "Shadow Lake, appear!" It rushed directly toward the mother monster. The mother monster swung its sharp, spiny tentacles, striking Shadow Lake with tremendous force, making it grit its teeth as the sound echoed. It was struck by the mother monster and sent flying, its body crashing hard onto the ship's floor. Xu Zhuan clutched his head tightly, his face contorted in pain. Ai Lin anxiously asked Han, "Are you okay?" Xu Zhuan knelt down and replied, "I'm fine." Immediately, the sound of gunfire rang out. Ling Wu, armed with a powerful firearm, advanced. She fired relentlessly at the monster. The deafening sound of gunshots echoed through the air. Ai Lin stepped forward to help Xu Zhuan stand up. Xia had also arrived. Observing the scene, she couldn't help but feel awe. The creature's hide was so thick that even the bullets fired from the outside couldn't pierce it. At that moment, she slammed her hand onto the ground, preparing to use her familiar move.
Asya clasped her hands together and shouted loudly. The mother monster opened its mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, and let out a deafening roar. Lingwu, Shujuan, and Ai Lin were all stunned by the sound. Everyone raised their hands to cover their ears. Asya covered her ears tightly, blood oozing from her eyes and mouth. The creature used its long tentacles to snare the group, tightening its grip on the three and lifting them into the air. Ai Lin couldn't escape. The monster raised its enormous hand, ready to strike her. Just then, Luo Feng appeared and pulled Ai Lin to the side. He raised his sword and swung it towards the creature, watching as it tightened its grip on the three people suspended in midair, writhing in agony. When he gently lowered Lam to the ground, the tentacles holding the three people fell with tremendous force. Luo Feng asked, "Are you okay?" Shujuan wiped the blood from his nose, then turned to Luo Feng and said, "Boss, this big guy is yours." Luo Feng glanced at Ai Lin, then replied, "No problem." Luo Feng's look made Ai Lin blush slightly. Everyone quickly left the area. He stood, looking up at the mother creature, then spoke, "Leave the rest to me." He calmly stared at it. Luo Feng pointed at the creature and said, "Steel-winged giant, after evolving, how about a little action?" The steel-winged giant instantly appeared behind Luo Feng. The mother creature slammed its hand onto the ground, gathering all its strength to open its mouth and let out a loud, piercing scream. Asya also shouted a warning, "Not this move again, quickly cover your ears." Luo Feng soared into the air, landing beside the steel-winged giant, giving the command for it to shut the creature's mouth. The steel-winged giant charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the mother creature's face. It raised its hand high, flames bursting from it as countless fiery arrows shot towards the creature. Asya covered her ears, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the steel-winged giant. She shouted excitedly, "So handsome, boss!" The mother monster let out a growl, then reached out with its hand, attempting to grab the steel-winged giant. Quickly, the steel-winged giant grasped both of the monster's hands and held them tightly. The monster refused to relent, immediately using its tentacles to wrap around the steel-winged giant's arms. Its eyes flashed as it froze the mother monster in place, gradually freezing the tentacles as well. The mother monster is probably unwilling to give up. The steel-winged giant thought, and continues to let out a resounding roar. The tentacles on the steel-winged giant's arms gradually shattered into pieces. In an instant, the entire body of the monster was frozen. It let out a weak cry. The steel-winged giant suddenly lifted the monster over its head. Luo Feng commanded, "Send it off." Without hesitation, the steel-winged giant hurled the mother monster outside. The force of the throw caused the monster to disintegrate into pieces. Luo Feng stood watching the system screen, then ordered, "Austin, immediately use the nanoparticles to repair the ship's hull." It complied, "Understood." The monster, thrown out, made a whistling sound as it disappeared into the vast space. Luo Feng jumped down, and Asya sighed in relief. That was really dangerous. Ai Lin glanced at him, thinking to herself, this perverted guy actually managed to take control of Austin's defense system. Luo Feng spoke, "Although this spacecraft can be repaired, it cannot establish communication with the outside, nor can it move autonomously. From now on, I will take charge and lead everyone safely to the Mars space station." Ai Lin was shocked. "You can drive a spaceship? Isn't this your first time coming to the void?" He coldly responded, I have been trained in this field for many years." Luo Feng took a step forward. "At that time, I tried to pilot the spacecraft, heading out and back simultaneously." He hesitated. Unfortunately, it ended in failure. Without giving Ai Lin a chance to say more, he spoke first. "All right, you don't need to worry about that much. Just keep thinking." After waiting for the announcement to board the ship, Ai Lin muttered while watching his retreating figure, "Is there anything he doesn't know, other than having children? Where exactly did my grandfather find such a divine being?" The spacecraft was in space along with the other stars, and the corpse of the mother monster was floating in the void. Suddenly, Ten appeared, walking proudly through a sea of flames. He glanced at the system screen and said, "After I help you change the spacecraft's course, anything else is none of my business." A voice came from the other side. That's right, our transaction is complete. We will pay 1 million synthetic awakening potions as agreed to help you quickly form a strong army. His eyes glinted with golden light. He smiled eagerly and excitedly. Very good. If you people try to default on the debt. On 10 immediately rushed towards another planet. His voice echoed back, what awaits you? An explosion erupted violently. On 10 left behind only a message, destruction. On Mars, after the deep hole jump, 3 days later, the Mars space station resumed operations. Inside the space station, a team of soldiers with the most advanced weapons was present. The leader asked her, AI Lin, we have been ordered to pick you up. Luo Feng had brought her here. Before leaving, he said to AI Lin, now that you're here, you're safe. She was deeply grateful. Thank you for protecting me this time. His voice was serious. It's something I should do. Expanding the shadow, and leaned on her. Ling Wu looked out at Mars, her heart filled with thoughts of her sister. She silently thought, sister, maybe this time. Looking outside, Ling Wu seemed to want to speak to her sister. I've met someone trustworthy now. I truly hope you can see them too. AI Lin looked at him seriously, her gaze patient. She said, I will definitely do my best. Together, we will complete the final step of the world's shadow. Their hands were clasped together, marking the start of a promising collaboration. Luo Feng and AI Lin shook hands before they left, in front of everyone. Xia looked at the hands before her and exclaimed with joy, today, I will surely witness the greatest sculptor of humanity. Everyone from AI Lin's side left. Xia waved them goodbye, breathing a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. Xia sighed, finally, this mission has been completed perfectly. Xu Zhuan looked up at him, and he asked, Boss, what should we do next? Luo Feng raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughed a few times, and then said to everyone, this time, our actions have received thanks from the Spacecraft Corporation. Upon returning to Earth, all the crew members bowed their heads in salute. He then announced the return journey to Earth. Everyone was upgraded to VIP status, and all restrictions on entertainment aboard the ship were completely lifted. As a result, he and Xia jumped up, full of energy and excitement. The two of them cheered, all-inclusive service, all-inclusive service. Xu Zhuan, who was behind them, couldn't help but feel exasperated by their attitude. He helplessly thought about these two fools. Not long into the journey, one day before, Luo Feng was attending to his personal hygiene, with the sound of clinking noises echoing. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and rang. The message was from AI Lin, addressed to Luo Feng. The time was 4:37 p.m., January 13, 2022. According to his calculations, the first time the Shadow Realm would swallow a city on Earth was expected to occur within a week, though the exact location could not yet be determined. I'll contact you again when there is news. Luo Feng picked up a cup of water and drank it in one go, his eyes fixed on the phone in his hand. He thought to himself, indeed, the Shadow Realm had invaded the real city, and the timing was even faster than the scholars had predicted. The door of the Shadow Realm appeared, and the awakened beings gathered from all over, converging here. It was known that after the door to the Shadow Realm appeared, countless awakened beings entered the Shadow Realm to become stronger. However, in reality, the Shadow Realm would also infiltrate our world. The space monsters would descend upon Earth. To be precise, some monsters from the Shadow Realm suddenly passed through the door of the Shadow Realm and entered Earth. This would bring a great danger to the planet. The image of the mother monster, along with its long tentacles, was floating above the city, its eyes still fixed on the phone. He murmured to himself, looks like I need to speed up my leveling. He opened the system screen, which displayed his information. The content included technical details, name, Luo Feng, level 36, full-time profession, all intelligence skills, body strength 51 to 55, intelligence 54, agility 125, perception 100, charm 41. I wonder if I can manipulate the points? He thought silently. Looking at the statistics displayed on the screen, he sighed, the enemies are becoming more dangerous.
Survival is the key. Luo Feng stroked his chin, thinking, I need to get my hands on a defensive artifact to ensure the greatest survival chances. The system screen displayed 3 shadow realms. He observed them with some hesitation. Which shadow realm should I go to? Luo Feng raised his hand to cover his mouth and closed his eyes. Then, he opened his eyes and pointed directly at a shadow realm on the decision screen. In the warehouse, everyone from various teams and factions had gathered. A luxury car suddenly sped towards them, startling everyone. The car door opened, and Enya stepped out with a commanding presence. She crossed her arms, looked inside the car, and shouted angrily, Stop sleeping, come down here quickly. Luo Feng, still sleepy, half closed his eyes and looked at her. He snorted lightly and asked, Are we there already? Everyone was shocked by the appearance of Enya and Luo Feng. Whispers and chatter filled the air. Is he the one everyone talks about, the guy who only knows how to rely on women? I heard he used to date a goddess, and now he's clinging to a female CEO. They're about to go on a mission, and he still lets the female CEO wake him up. He's clearly a freeloader off women. Noticing the gazes on him, Luo Feng asked Enya, Why are they all staring at us? She replied without hesitation, Isn't it because of you? You dragged me into this shadow realm with you. Because of you, I've had to cancel so many important contracts. A guy with green hair, dressed strangely, folded his arms and criticized him. That guy probably isn't much. The woman might be strong, but why are they even going to a D-tier shadow realm? The woman in the white outfit beside him also spoke up, God knows, let's go, the shadow realm's opening. The door began to rise with a strong gust of wind, and the shadow door immediately opened. Everyone rushed into the shadow, and a girl spoke up, urging, The door's open, let's go quickly. Enya looked ahead with displeasure, feeling a bit irritated. She vented, It's one thing if you're bored with this world at level D, but why drag someone like me, who's overwhelmed with work, here? Luo Feng responded calmly, Relax a bit, who knows the world could be destroyed at any moment. Why worry about work? They were the last 2 to enter. As they walked, he said to Enya, Come on, since your work is so tiring, I'll take you somewhere to unwind. In the sky, the fire stars were destroyed. The desert ahead was the remnants of the alien shadow realm at level 5. A voice asked curiously, Where is this place? The one-eyed girl glanced ahead, then replied, I know, the difficulty of this world isn't high. The only real threat is that a sandstorm is coming. She pointed forward and then told everyone, If we just run to the south, the big ship will hold on until noon tomorrow, and the boss of this world will be killed by the intense midday sun. We need to leave here first, otherwise, the sandstorm will bury us all alive. Everyone dashed forward, and one person hurriedly ran ahead, saying, What are we waiting for? I don't want to be buried alive here. A cowardly man also spoke fearfully, Go, quickly. Enya looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Aren't we going to follow them? Luo Feng remained calm, Of course we're not going. There's something in this sea of sand that I want to find. Luo Feng said to her, Here, you can start working now. Enya asked, confused, So you made me run all the way here just so I could dig sand for you? Luo Feng pointed to his head and then said to Enya, I need to calculate the direction of the target, which requires using my brain. The heavy lifting can only be done by you. Besides, if you agree to help me, I'll give you a rare rank warrior king heart when we get back. Enya was stunned when she heard him mention the warrior king heart. Even more shocked, she exclaimed, How did you know I've been looking for it? You've trapped me again. The vast desert stretched out, and the wind had picked up. Luo Feng leisurely opened the system to check the location, then gave Enya an order, change position 100 meters to the 10 o'clock direction. Enya, visibly irritated, scolded Luo Feng, You pervert, you don't even care about precious things like flowers and jade, making me work like this. Luo Feng's voice echoed, Stop complaining, I invest my mind, you invest your strength, it's very fair. Enya, exhausted, yelled out, You bastard, the money and time I've spent on my body at the gym isn't to dig sand for you. Suddenly, from an unknown direction, a group of zombies rushed quickly across the desert. Enya turned her head to observe, her eyes wide in shock, before saying, What in the world are those things?
The system's voice echoed with a warning about the mechanical zombies. This place was originally a civilization where machines had developed, but after the war, everything was reduced to ruins. Enya was still holding a shovel, scooping up sand. She asked Luo Feng, "There are more and more monsters surrounding us.
Should I move to another spot?"
Luo Feng's voice came through the radio from the aircraft above. He was still observing the situation while continuing to dig.
"Don't stop. I'll handle your safety." The aircraft began to descend, approaching the mechanical zombies.
It unleashed a barrage of bullets towards them. Seeing the zombies retreating, Enya sighed, "I didn't expect you to have prepared so many tools."
"Now, don't tell me you've lived for 3,000 years. Even if you told me you're from the future, I'd believe it."
Luo Feng's voice urged her, "Focus on digging, don't waste energy talking, move to another location."
500 meters at 4 o'clock.
After a while, Enya became exhausted. She dropped down onto the sand, panting heavily. Her body was drenched in sweat, and she silently screamed inside, "Damn capitalist, only knows how to exploit me.
How much longer do I have to dig?"
But what Enya didn't know was that, in reality, she was the capitalist. She reached up to touch her earpiece and then, annoyed, asked Luo Feng, "You pervert, why aren't you paying attention to me?"
Luo Feng's voice from behind startled her. "Calling out to me so eagerly? Do you miss me?"
She didn't know when he had come up behind her.
She seemed to have a tendency to startle easily and quickly said, "Why would I care about you?
Just now, you suddenly disappeared, I thought something had happened to you."
Luo Feng calmly replied, "It's fine, let's just deal with it."
She turned her face away, blushing.
Enya stammered, "You."
Under the scorching sun, a few small dots appeared on the map, standing out.
Luo Feng spoke, "All right, we've been digging for half a day. You've worked hard, let's move on to the next step." Enya responded in surprise, "What do we do now?" He glanced behind and said, "It's here." The aircraft flew to Luo Feng's side.
She was puzzled. This is a swarm of zombies coming towards us."
Enya exclaimed in horror, "Why did you lure them here? What exactly do you want to do? Are you crazy?"
The aircraft above released a fierce and blazing flame. The zombies were engulfed in the sea of fire, screaming and shouting La Shurching's name.
In no time, the flames consumed the entire horde of zombies.
The sounds of explosions reverberated loudly. Enya stood frozen, staring blankly at this scene. She stammered, "This.
So you already knew there was a spaceship under the sand?"
Luo Feng looked ahead, his tone calm. "Before, I had you dig the sand just to explore and confirm its location." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and a loud roar echoed. A face appeared on the surface of the desert. Gradually, the face grew larger and clearer.
Enya stared in shock, her curiosity piqued. "What is that?"
Luo Feng didn't even glance back at it. He responded to Enya, the boss of this shadow world.
"It's not safe out here. Let's head down."
Enya, panicking, exclaimed, "What should we do? We can't find the door to the spaceship."
Luo Feng pointed, and a blue circle appeared, slowly descending onto the surface of the spaceship.
Confused, Enya looked down, then he cautioned her, "Be careful where you step." The two of them jumped into the space created by the large circle. Enya screamed in fear, her body helplessly falling. She tightly shut her eyes and landed hard, letting out a painful cry.
Luo Feng, without blinking, kept his eyes on Enya.
He urged her, "Too heavy, how much longer do you plan to sit there?" Startled, she jumped up, her face flushed. The two of them continued running. At this point, she coughed a few times, then curiously asked him, "By the way, what exactly is it that you're looking for?"
Luo Feng told her, "A top-tier armor, a perfect level battlesuit."
Enya gasped, "A divine weapon?" The two of them walked down the corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing on the floor. Luo Feng explained, "There are 3 types of shadow worlds. One type is the endless world that appears repeatedly, another is a hidden world that only appears once, and the third is a fixed world, with a limited number of appearances. Looking ahead, he spoke to Anya, just like the ruins, the planet we're on now, it only appears 3 times. The previous battle had erupted, and the 2 earlier battles had already occurred. Now, this would be the final one. A great war had once taken place here, a long-lasting one, the battle between humanity and machine civilization. A plane swiftly descended towards the buildings. The humans, in an unfavorable situation, created a super-powered armor, a spark of hope to defeat the machine civilization. As a result, on the way, it was shot down by the enemy and failed to overcome the terrifying machines. Ultimately, humanity chose to launch nuclear weapons, declaring the apocalypse of this world. A catastrophic explosion occurred, with flames erupting like a mushroom cloud in the sky. Afterward, the wreckage of the planes fell into the desert, swallowed by the sands. The armor was also buried in this sea of sand, lost over time. At this point, Luo Feng turned to the girl and said, "We've arrived." Before them hovered an object. He pointed it out to Anya, saying, "That's it." Luo Feng reached out to touch it. The girl asked, "Why does the armor look like this?" Luo Feng held the object in his hands and carefully assembled it. He explained to her, "Only by finding the rule to change the sequence of the Rubik's Cube can we successfully restore it." The object rose into the air. Luo Feng looked outside the spaceship, where the sound of explosions rang out, and pieces of the Rubik's Cube flew rapidly outward. In no time, they were heading towards a spherical, blue entity. In the blink of an eye, a suit of armor was completed. Anya exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. It turned out that the entire spaceship was actually the battle armor. The 2 of them stood there, gazing at the battle armor. The system's voice echoed, "SSS level item obtained, the battle armor fully adapts to the Fearless One." The battle armor, fully adapted to the Fearless One, was based on the advanced technology of alien ruins. It possessed a defensive capability nearly impervious to penetration. Its skills could trigger a completely suitable transformation. Transformation Phase 1, Armor not activated. Transformation Phase 2, Motorcycle not activated. Transformation Phase 3, Spaceship not activated. Transformation Phase 4, Warrior Mech not activated. Anya had a question, this battle armor is so powerful, has anyone ever successfully obtained it before? He looked into the sky, then answered her question, someone did manage to take it once, but they only got a damaged version. To restore the battle armor's full strength, we still need the crystal nuclear energy from the body of the boss of this world. The growl of the sand monster seemed to devour the entire space. Anya, anxious, said in a hurry to Luo Feng, "It's coming. This boss is terrifying, everything, inside and out, is being swallowed by the sandstorm. We need to hide quickly. We still have time." Luo Feng calmly faced the situation, clearly having a plan to deal with this boss. Luo Feng adjusted some parameters on the system's screen and reassured her, "No need to hide." The sand on the desert flowed in waves, the strong winds rising as if they intended to bury them in this desert. Suddenly, the sandstorm spiraled into a circle, and a yellow light flickered in the sky. The thunderous roars echoed, and a bright yellow sun appeared before their eyes. Luo Feng spoke to Anya, "This is the solar energy furnace I stole from the spaceship. It can simulate the power of the sun, but it needs a bit of time to start up." She gradually understood his purpose and reasoning. It turned out that his earlier disappearance was due to setting it up. The sun grew brighter by the minute, and the sand in the desert parted to either side due to the intense heat. Inside the spaceship, everyone was astonished at the appearance of the solar energy furnace. The blue-haired man blinked in confusion, "What's going on?" The one-eyed girl in the white dress also gasped in surprise. The sun appeared in the middle of the night, and a series of loud explosions followed by the howling wind enveloped the outside space. The solar energy furnace slowly burned the boss, leaving it no time to react. A pyramid-shaped item fell from the air. It landed right in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng picked up the item and inserted it into the empty slot on the chest of the battle armor. the energy from the item flowed through the entire armor. Luo Feng put on the suit, which fit his body perfectly and looked incredibly powerful. Looking at Luo Feng's back, Anya stroked her chin thoughtfully, then blurted out, "Not bad, you're actually quite handsome." But unexpectedly, the armor on his body immediately disassembled back into pieces. He hurriedly urged Anya, "The energy furnace is about to explode. We need to go, don't let it reach us. I have to get back to the real world quickly. There are still a few surgeries waiting for me." Just as she finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred, and flames quickly erupted. Luo Feng took Anya away in an upgraded vehicle, a blinding light shining behind them. The system's voice reminded, "Finally, the boss of the alien ruins has been killed. This mission is now complete. All awakened will be relocated in 1 minute." Back in the earthly world, towering skyscrapers stood side by side, reaching for the sky. A week later, at the Grand Tower International Exhibition and Conference Center. At a conference, during the annual International Conference on Medical Sciences, UE, the host, turned to her friend Lu Jiao and said, "Lu Jiao, relax a bit. I'm a medical scientist, and I got us 2 tickets to the International Medical Conference. It's not easy to get these every year, but we still managed to get in, didn't we?" Lu Jiao was excited, her eyes sparkling, and her entire demeanor full of energy and enthusiasm. She said to Sun Dian, "For those who want to study medicine in the future, coming here is clearly a pilgrimage." Sun Dian pointed to the stage and replied, "I know, look, your idol is about to be introduced." A confident woman in a white coat stood on stage. The host's voice introduced her. Bertha, head of the neurosurgery department at Johns Hopkins Hospital, professor of medicine at Edinburgh University, and lead doctoral advisor for the Apocalypse Dawn Plan. 10 years ago, she was called a genius girl with the hands of God by Roger, the head of the medical department. Lu Jiao looked at Bertha, her eyes full of admiration, and said, "She's the person I want to become, my goddess. All the screensaver images on my phone are of her, but it's a pity that this time, no one is allowed to use electronic devices." Sun Dian told her some news. Dr. Leo had never revealed himself, so the organizers had banned everyone from taking photos or videos. In the future, any videos released by the organizers would blur out Dr. Leo's image. Lu Jiao was amazed and curious, but then she sighed. Dr. Leo was truly mysterious. She recalled the tragic accident on the train, where the train had plunged into the water immediately after exiting the tunnel. Sun Dian continued, "If it weren't for the international train accident in City K, where hundreds were seriously injured and patients were rushed into emergency rooms, and a device had been prepared in advance. He used Dan's assistance to perform surgery on the 74 most critically injured students. The outside world basically didn't pay attention to his existence." Sun Dian admired this mysterious doctor greatly, her face clearly showing her affection. She clasped her hands in admiration and said, "He has only recently emerged in the medical field, performing the most complex surgeries, and is known as the hands of God because he never fails. But he says that his main profession is not being a doctor. He truly is a mysterious miracle doctor." Hearing this, Lu Jiao became even more determined. It was precisely because of someone like Dr. Leo that reaffirmed her desire to study medicine. Sun Dian told Lu Jiao, "Studying medicine requires a lot of money. Speaking of which, your brother Luo Feng doesn't even have a formal job, and he's basically not able to afford your medical studies." When Lu Jiao heard her mention her brother, she unceremoniously replied that her brother had always been working hard. Sun Dian didn't understand, and still wanted to introduce a job to Luo Feng. She knew about this, but how much money could one make from those jobs? If not, why not have your brother work as a security guard at the hospital? The job is stable, and the salary isn't bad. Lu Jiao helplessly replied, "You'll have to negotiate that with your brother." Just as she finished speaking, Luo Feng walked over, looking sharp in a suit, exuding elegance. He addressed Lu Jiao, "What do you want to discuss with me?" Lu Jiao asked, "Brother, why are you here?"
Sun Dian leaned against the back of her chair and greeted him. Hello, Luo Feng. Are you wearing this suit to attend a conference or to work as a server?
Luo Feng barely paid her any attention, responding indifferently, not exactly, not important.
Sun Dian, not bothered by the lack of response, said, There's nothing to be ashamed of about working part-time. It's just that the pay is a bit low. But I have a good job opportunity for you.
Luo Feng didn't even glance at her, turning his attention elsewhere.
Thanks, but we'll talk about this later when we get back. I need to go up there and say a few words. They want me to open the session. Lu Jiao clenched her fists, thinking he was joking.
She was frustrated and snapped, Brother, you need to know when to joke.
You know how much I respect the medical profession. And this is the sacred ground for doctors.
At this moment, Sun Dian softened her tone. Luo Feng, even my father doesn't have the right to speak here.
You're going to open the session? A man entered the room.
He was Sun Ben, the director of Changcheng Hospital.
He turned to Sun Dian and asked, Sun Dian, what are you all talking about?
Seeing Sun Ben, Sun Dian immediately hugged his arm.
Dad, you're just in time.
I was about to ask you to arrange a security job at our hospital for Jiao's brother. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Sun Ben collapsed to his knees at Luo Feng's feet, tears streaming down his face.
Dr. Liu, I finally get to meet you again.
His words shocked everyone, especially Sun Dian. Sun Ben was deeply grateful. He was very thankful to Luo Feng for the help he had provided during the previous accident. Sun Ben said, if it weren't for your help last time, the top military brain tumor surgery would have failed.
The Sun family medical group would have been finished. After you saved us and turned to leave, we kept searching for you, wanting to thank you. Sun Dian was stunned, she could hardly believe what she had just heard. She stammered, Dr. Liu?
Lu Jiao was the most shocked of all. Clearly, she was Luo Feng's sister, but she had no idea that her brother was a legendary figure in the medical world. She hesitated, Brother, my brother. Luo Feng glanced at Sun Ben kneeling on the ground and coldly said, I'm just interested in special patients. Whether your Sun family thrives or perishes has nothing to do with me, so there's no need to thank me. I've already taken the surgery fee, and your Sun family owes me nothing. At that moment, Bertha stepped forward and called to him.
You are my idol, I want to become your student.
I have watched all of your surgical demonstration videos.
May I have your contact information?
Luo Feng replied helplessly.
No, I'm not interested in taking students.
The host's voice echoed at just the right moment. Dr. Liu, please come up to the stage. Luo Feng turned towards Lu Jiao and waved at her, his expression bright with a smile. Sister, I'll go up there first, we'll talk about the other things when we get home.
Bertha was incredibly shocked upon hearing this.
She quickly moved to stand in front of Lu Jiao, kneeled down, crying and begging.
Please give me his contact information.
At this moment, Lu Jiao was at a loss. She looked at Bertha. Don't do this, you're my idol, the genius doctor I've admired for so many years. Sun Dian, at this time, held her face in her hands, her body slumped, tears welling in her eyes. She blamed herself for feeling embarrassed. Just now, she had even allowed Dr. Liu to come to her hospital to act as a bodyguard. On the stage, Luo Feng stood facing a large crowd below. The applause was unceasing.
Luo Feng said seriously, It is a great honor to be here today.
He looked ahead, then slowly spoke. The final question the organizers asked me was why I decided to study medicine.
This is a question that everyone is curious about. A man in the crowd also seemed stunned and repeated, I study medicine.
Luo Feng looked at Lu Jiao with a determined gaze, yet filled with affection for her. It's because I want to personally perform surgery on my sister, there is no other reason. Jiao, thank you for always taking care of a useless older brother like me all these years.
Brother, I love you. Jiao Jiao, sitting in a wheelchair below, shouted up. She didn't know that Luo Feng had studied medicine for her sake. Tears welled up in Lu Jiao's eyes, and she clutched her chest, crying. A moment earlier, Luo Feng had been walking down the street, feeling somewhat nervous. His sister's legs needed some time to regain function, and perhaps it was time to perform surgery on her. He raised his hand to his head, stretching his back. Luo Feng sighed. After performing 5 consecutive surgeries, he had come straight here for a conference. This job as a doctor was even more exhausting than awakening the mind. Luo Feng pulled his phone from his pocket and muttered, "Let's check the email." The phone displayed the line, 24 hours ago. The message was from AI Lin, addressed to Luo Feng. Time, 16:37, May 13th, 2022. The location of the first invasion of the Shadow World has been determined. Location, Dongjing, Nation N. The predicted time of occurrence is within 24 hours. AI Lin. Luo Feng was stunned and shouted in horror, "Not good, the time has passed." He hurriedly dialed a number, silently praying that he might still be in time. "Su Dao Dao, pick up the phone." But all he heard was the automated response from the switchboard. "Sorry, the call you are trying to reach cannot be connected at the moment. It's running." He was attracted by a news bulletin, the voices of some people. Everyone, come and see." In the broadcast, the female reporter announced, "According to our correspondent in Nation N, the news sent 5 minutes ago, the Door of Shadows has appeared in Dongjing, Nation N." A woman exclaimed, "Something big has happened." The man beside her was also horrified and shouted in alarm, "Oh my God, if the news is true, if the Door of Shadows opens, the sky will turn bright red, monstrous creatures from outer space will descend, countless monsters will pass through the Door of Shadows in Dongjing, causing tremendous chaos. This will also be the first invasion of the Shadow World into the real world." Luo Feng gripped the phone in his hand tightly, panting, "The destruction of Dongjing is inevitable, but I entrust you, you must survive, wait for me." The chaotic scene unfolded as the space monsters descended onto Earth, destroying many signal stations. A male reporter was broadcasting live. His face was very serious, and his words made everyone even more uneasy. "Dear citizens, because the TV signal has been cut off, we are now using electricity to continue the live broadcast for you, but I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long." One of the monsters, a bird-headed beast with 9 other bird heads on its body, was roaring wildly. It unleashed streams of power that burned and destroyed the city. Its clawed feet tightly gripped a flying ship, snapping it in half. The reporters, who had just raised their eyes, witnessed all of this. 2 reporters crouched behind a wall, still holding on to a bit of composure. They were still broadcasting live from Tokyo, the first city to be invaded by the world of shadows, and in the blink of an eye, it had to endure heavy firepower. According to the information we've received, these monsters come from a hellish dimension of shadows. Legendary great demons have all appeared here. The bird-headed beast is frantically spewing fire, burning everything around it. Yamada Orochi is occupying the sky tower. A humanoid figure with wings is floating in the sky. It is Tengu, the incarnation of the heavens. Yukiyuna has also arrived. She has frozen an entire district. Yukiyuna has frozen the streets of Akihabara. Countless armed forces, though advanced, were still no match for the monsters. Automated armies from all over the world were pouring into Tokyo from every direction, and the vanguard forces were engaged in fierce battles with the Ya. One reporter peeked out, then said, "But can they really save us from this disaster?" The people of Tokyo were fleeing in panic, casting their votes with their feet. Yen Tengu hovered in the sky, and one person sensed something was wrong. He turned around. The surface of the water began to ripple in whirlpools. The man exclaimed, "Huh?" Countless sharp heads suddenly emerged, and the 3-tailed fish began rising to the surface. One of them spoke to the others, "This is the scent of humans, a delicacy that makes others yearn." The man was horrified and screamed in fear. He shouted, "Run, it's fish!" The creatures quickly scrambled ashore, one of them leaping towards the man to attack.
More of them crawled onto the shore, and soon there were several, all repeatedly calling out, "Food, food." The remaining people on the shore now scrambled to escape.
Urgent cries of "Run, run!"
filled the air, along with the frantic, desperate screams that echoed in the distance. The reporter, who had been there earlier, dashed to his vehicle and slammed the door shut.
The cameraman screamed, "Open the door!"
But the person inside had already locked it, clearly intending to let the cameraman take the fall. The agonized, blood-curdling screams of the cameraman resonated in the air.
"Help!"
The fish's eyes were bright with a cold, eerie glow. The reporter crouched down, holding his head in his hands, stunned by the unfolding events, still murmuring, "No, don't come here." Outside, a massive fish with piercing green eyes stared intently at him. It opened its mouth wide, and the sound of it made the person inside the vehicle tremble in terror. Outside, everyone had been dealt with by the fish. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and a squad armed with heavy machine guns approached, firing directly at the creatures. The target had been neutralized. On a tall building, three mysterious figures conversed.
The rescue operation was beginning.
These three individuals were members of the Tokyo Antibiotic Resistance Organization. One of the men spoke, "Squad 5, UE has reported finding survivors. The members of the antibiotic organization have opened the door." The cameraman is still clutching his head, his mind in a state of panic. A person in the organization shouted, "Fortunately, they haven't been completely eradicated, but this reporter's eyes are gleaming with a sinister light." He opened his mouth wide, emitting a glowing blue hue that made the male reporter look terrifying. The power contained within the male reporter shot straight toward the organization, the blue light piercing through the man.
Yui gasped in horror as she witnessed this scene.
Long tentacles pierced into the vehicle and lifted it into the air. One tentacle grabbed the man, while another tightened around the reporter. A monstrous creature with countless grotesque faces, its body extended with long brown tentacles. A member of the Tokyo Resistance Organization spoke, "The reporter has been parasitized by the face tree, and it's using fire bullets." The two individuals beside him received the orders and simultaneously said, "Understood." One of the face tree's tentacles reached towards the three people on the tall building. Then, the face tree clung tightly to the building, using force to climb upwards.
The man from the organization panicked, "It's over."
As soon as the words left his mouth, both the building and the three people were crushed to death by the face tree.
Debris fell down toward Yui's position.
She sat still on the ground, knowing she was doomed. Yui had no choice but to accept her fate. Yui placed her hands on the ground, as the tentacles rushed toward her. With a tearful expression, she whispered, "Grandma, I won't be able to visit you again." A scream pierced the air, tearing through the space. A massive explosion of light erupted, and a hand reached out, urging Yui, "Hurry, grab my hand." She grasped that hand, and Dao Dao, riding the broom, took Yui high into the sky, her gaze determined. The girl said, "Hold on tight, I'm speeding up." The girl steered Yui towards the direction of the red sun, leaving behind the tree with a human face. The sun gradually disappeared behind the tall buildings. Yui sat crying, and she said to Dao Dao, "They're all dead." The girl patted her head comfortingly, "It's all right, we will be fine. We can only see Grandma, and you will definitely live to meet Grandma." She looked up at Dao Dao and then asked, "Thank you. Where is your grandmother?" Su Dao Dao cheerfully answered, "Her luck is pretty good. She went to New York for business negotiations." Looking at the fiery red sun before her, the girl sighed, "As for me, I'm pitiful. Our boss always said that this year I would face a calamity. That con artist actually turned out to be right. It's a shame he's far away, or he would definitely save me. He may not be serious most of the time, but he's very reliable." Yui lowered her head, her gaze sad. "Our boss is also very powerful. If he were here, we could have safely escaped." Su Dao Dao turned to Yui and said, "I think we should save ourselves, escape on our own." A giant leg, tall and massive, was piercing straight into the head of a car. Yui gestured for Dao Dao to be silent.
Below, a smart spider began to expand, spreading chaos across the city.
Yui looked at the intelligent spider and said, "The area we are in right now is because it is the closest to the illusion gate.
This entire Hell Tokyo is filled with monsters that we cannot resist. We can't escape."
Dao Dao was worried, so what should we do? The whole city was now surrounded by monsters. Dao Dao, carrying Yui, flew on a broomstick. Suddenly, she came up with an idea. There is a refuge point about 600 meters from here.
Let's go there and wait for rescue. The team leader is stronger than our monsters. She will definitely come to save us.
Dao Dao agreed. She prayed, "All right, let's go there. I hope the team leader, with her strong will and selfless heart, can get here quickly. I miss that trickster so much." The scene in the city became more chaotic than ever, with flames everywhere. Maki was being held by a giant hand around her neck, making her hang suspended in the air. The creature was a huge monster, resembling a frog with sharp fangs. The girl sitting below panicked and spoke, "We're doomed, even the team leader isn't a match for it." The boy beside her said in despair, "We're all going to die here." As the monster opened its mouth wide to swallow Maki, she quickly took out a small bomb and dropped it into the monster's throat.
It exploded, blowing it to pieces. The people around were stunned by the sight.
Maki swung her sword to finish off the enemy completely and landed safely on the ground.
Behind them, a part of the monster's remaining body exploded. Dust and debris filled the air.
Maki, looking incredibly cool, walked forward without a single wound on her body. The other girl was utterly surprised and spoke up, so the captain intentionally let herself get caught, just to release the explosives into the monster's mouth. The other teammates quickly approached to check on her. "Captain, are you all right?"
Maki answered seriously, "I'm fine. These minor wounds will heal quickly on their own.
Let's go, we still need to kill them." At that moment, they were surrounded by a horde of terrifying monsters. The young man behind them, anxious, said, "No, there are too many monsters.
We're surrounded."
She, however, replied resolutely, "Even if we die, we will fight until the very end." Suddenly, a vehicle appeared from the sky, causing Maki to widen her eyes in shock. The vehicle landed on the ground, and a person dressed in black with a helmet covering their face was at the wheel.
It was none other than Luo Feng.
He pulled a gun out of his jacket pocket and began firing continuously at the monsters, making them scream in terror.
Luo Feng maneuvered the vehicle while continuing to shoot, taking down the monsters. He gripped the wheel tightly, revving the engine in place.
Once he reached the desired speed, he accelerated, driving in circles while still holding the gun firmly, shooting relentlessly at the monsters surrounding them.
The young man behind them paused, astonished. "Who is that man? He's so strong."
Luo Feng drove straight at the enemy, knocking them down in a direct collision, leaving them scattered on the ground, unable to fight back. He then drove up next to Maki, took off his helmet, and said with familiarity,
"Sweetheart, I've come to pick you up. Get in the car." She decisively replied, "Stranger, you've got the wrong person, I'm not some sweetheart." Then Luo Feng went all out, revealing Maki's entire life to convince her. "Maki Kurashima, 26 years old, you have a mole on your left hip.
Back in high school, the first person who confessed to you ended up in the hospital for 3 months after you beat them up. Your biggest secret is from the night of May 21 say last year." Her teammates were stunned as they heard this.
A tough soldier like the captain already has a boyfriend? Never heard of that. Could it be a secret lover?
Maki's face darkened, her mood clearly sour.
"If you say another word, I'll kill you right now."
With that, she swung her sword at Luo Feng.
But he calmly responded, "Comrade, if you want to save your teammates, get in the car right now."
Her sword paused above his head as his words made her hesitate.
Maki furrowed her brows and questioned, "How do you know all this?" Luo Feng bluntly replied, "There's no time to explain, get in."
She thought for a long time before finally deciding to sheath her sword.
Then, she climbed into his car. Stranger, with so many monsters around, how do you plan to deal with them?
Luo Feng put on his helmet, then rode off on his bike while saying, I have everything arranged. The other monsters, upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, turned to look at them, and immediately all of them rushed forward, trying to attack both of them.
Luo Feng calmly pressed the red button, and a green flame appeared from the wheels of the bike.
It gradually spread and merged with the bodies of the monsters. He pushed the lever forward, and the green flame turned red, burning them all to ashes. The monsters screamed in pain and terror. Once Luo Feng finished dealing with the monsters, he spoke up, It's done, your teammates are safe now. Maki, in that moment, sighed, Stranger, you're more powerful than I thought. Then, she questioned, But we've never met before.
Why do you know things about me? He responded, We once lived parallel lives in Heisu City.
All these things were things you told me yourself.
Maki refuted, That's a lie. I've never met you in Heisu City.
Luo Feng said, It's hard to explain, but I can only say that we are comrades in many parallel worlds.
Do you need me to reveal more of your secrets?
As soon as he mentioned this, Maki furrowed her brows and interrupted, That's enough, don't say any more. Luo Feng continued, I know you're a soldier who has never owed anyone a favor.
I just saved your comrade, so now I need your help to find someone. Maki firmly replied, Alright, no matter who you are, whatever I owe you, I'll help you find them.
She immediately opened the system screen and said, Consider yourself lucky. Right now, the internet across all of Tokyo is down, but our special secret network is still operational for the time being. Maki stared at the screen for a while before announcing, I found her. She continued, Su Dao Dao is still alive. She's in the records of the 5th Squad's mission.
She saved little girl Yui.
Luo Feng calmly said, Help me confirm her last known location. Maki focused on the system screen and then explained, If she saved Yui from the 5th Squad, then Yui would have taken her to our underground refuge in the Anti-Phantom Division.
But it's not certain they're safe.
Because that's already a restricted and dangerous area of Tokyo, close to the gates of hell, where the most demon kings reside. On the screen, the system displayed a map with marked locations, all labeled as extremely dangerous. Deadly zones, the gates of hell, hellish regions. Maki looked at the map and said, According to military reports, Tokyo is now divided into 3 large zones, and we're currently in the green zone.
Luo Feng asked with suspicion, So, are these areas divided based on the strength of the demons? Maki replied, Sort of.
The green zone has a large number of demon soldiers and few demon generals. The red zone has many demon generals, with occasional demon kings.
The purple zone has at least a few demon kings, and there's even a chance that higher-level demons exist, like Tengu and a demon resembling a fox demon.
Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke up.
With the demon king ahead, we can only run. If a mythic-level being appears, Tokyo will likely be destroyed in an instant.
Regardless, we must get past the death zone and reach the hellish area first. Maki agreed with his suggestion.
Okay, I'm about to reach the planned route.
At that moment, the scene behind them was chaotic, with zombie soldier-level demon generals relentlessly chasing after them. Maki, panicking, looked behind and shouted loudly.
Not good, they've locked onto us.
Luo Feng quickly realized the problem and shouted.
We have to speed up and get away from them, hold on tight to me.
Suddenly, a red demon general threw a skyscraper towards them.
The massive building fell, blocking their path. The demons seized the opportunity to charge forward, showing no mercy.
The green demon general charged ahead, while the red demon general threw a car at Luo Feng.
One after another, vehicles of all sizes kept falling, obstructing their way. He couldn't help but comment.
They even know how to cooperate, it's quite interesting. Suddenly, a huge green demon general was hot on their heels.
Maki noticed a building ahead and screamed. We're running out of road ahead. Luo Feng remained calm, not panicking. Instead, he said calmly, Hold on tight.
Then, he revved the engine, and the wheels collided with the building ahead, miraculously launching them straight up. Ignoring the smoke and flames rising like an apocalypse below, he continued driving calmly. The greenish demon general still wouldn't give up on its intentions and jumped right next to Maki.
Luo Feng spoke, "Let's coordinate and split up."
She replied, "No problem." Without hesitation, she jumped straight out of the vehicle.
"I'll take care of it." A long rope shot out from the back of the vehicle, wrapping around her waist. Luo Feng continued to drive, saying, "You're rushing too much." Maki confidently replied, "I trust you."
She gripped the long sword tightly, slicing down from above, striking the red demon general.
The blow forced it to let go and fall freely to the ground. Luo Feng asked, "Using a sky slash?"
The rope shot to the side, helping Maki move through the air.
With a single slash, she easily took down the remaining demon general.
It fell helplessly to the ground, its heavy body causing the earth beneath it to crack open. Once done, Maki spoke, "Good coordination. And you even know my technique."
Luo Feng answered, "Of course, we've been old friends after all."
She turned her head back and saw the red demon general still alive. She screamed, "Watch out!" At that moment, Luo Feng steered the vehicle straight onto the rooftop of a building. The vehicle sped across the rooftop and flew down onto a bridge. Both landed safely on the bridge after the awkward maneuver. The vehicle continued to speed down the road. Maki announced, "We've entered the deadly zone." Luo Feng said, "What's there to be afraid of? Do you still remember your catchphrase? Treat life and death lightly. If you're not convinced, just do it." Hearing this, she gained more motivation.
"I'm ready."
Elsewhere, 3 individuals stood confidently on the rooftop, looking down at the scene below, which was engulfed in flames.
Word Master spoke, "Lord Soul Shepherd, do we really have to enter the hellish realm to reach the gates of hell?"
He answered seriously, "I have no choice." Soul Shepherd raised his scepter high, which emitted a blinding green light, a result of his practice of the death magic.
"I've killed tens of thousands in a city."
Under the pressure of public opinion from Austin, the Lord had no choice but to expel him, wanting to return as a subordinate and once again become one of the 12 holy disciples.
"I must do this."
Warhammer, who stood behind, spoke up, "That's right. As long as Lord Soul Shepherd enters the gates of hell, he will obtain the demon body at the godly level, and simultaneously cultivate the godly level death magic.
On Lord will definitely allow you to return." Soul Shepherd replied, "On Lord, I won't make you wait too long." He looked down at the red demon general below and gave an order. "Warhammer, you handle that thing first." He responded and, with his warhammer, leaped down below. "No problem, leave it to me."
In an instant, he landed, catching the demon general's attention. The demon general's gaze was fixed on Combat Dagger, who was excited and eager, then raised his massive weapon, while the demon general also charged forward with his sword. A single swing sent half of the upper body of the demon general flying, transforming it into a second Gojo. Wordmaster criticized, "You crazy thing, a body that's been damaged over 50% by a Lord Soul Shepherd can no longer be used." Warhammer scratched his head and laughed, "Sorry, it's become second nature to kill like this." Soul Shepherd said, "There's another body here, take it." The skull-shaped scepter in his hand glowed brightly, drawing a dark mist from the body of the demon general. Soul Shepherd's eyes gleamed, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. "Awaken, my servant." A black hand surrounded by evil energy emerged, and something like a shadow crawled out from the demon general's body. It screamed in terror, its eyes filled with dread. Warhammer excitedly remarked, "When it awakens, it will carry the special Soul Shepherd skill. To fully activate this skill, my lord must destroy at least 3 cities. It's no easy feat." Soul Shepherd spoke, "As long as we enter the 100 demons world through the gate of hell, my lord can possess a divine level undead. But, the 100 demons world is shrouded in miasma, and even giant dragons can't survive there for long. Therefore, we must bring along something to cleanse the miasma." Wordmaster then glanced at the magic orb in his hand and said, "Su Dao Dao, though she's only a level 37 mage, her ability to cleanse toxins is unparalleled. Moreover, she's in Tokyo. If we capture her and bring her to the gate of hell, my lord's grand plan will surely succeed.
He became suspicious upon hearing this and asked, "Is your awakening skill that of a master tracker? Have you been able to find out where she is?" She responded,
"According to my tracking skills, the super image has confirmed that she is hiding in the infernal region.
It's likely we will be able to find her easily."
With that, the three of them, riding on the giant ghosts, prepared to set off. The soul shepherd shouted loudly, "Let's go now, and catch Su Dao Dao." In the city, large crows were swooping down to tear apart the corpses of the dead. Their eyes were blood red, exuding an eerie, sinister aura. The scene slowly zoomed in on a narrow alley, where two figures, one large and one small, were hiding behind a trash can. The boy, frightened, let out a soft cry, and the man quickly covered his mouth.
"Don't make a sound, the hearing of these three-eyed crows is extremely sensitive."
"Your parents are probably at hideout number 12 nearby."
"I'm the building's security guard.
Trust me, I'll take you to a safe place." The boy's eyes filled with tears, his body trembling as he cried. The soldiers were in disarray, some running, others staying behind to shoot at the crows. The situation was chaotic.
"Run, go die."
But it was all in vain, the crows were unaffected, even turning to bite back at them. The boy, terrified, accidentally stepped on a soda can underfoot, making a noise. The crows immediately heard it and focused their three blood-red eyes on the two of them. The man grabbed the boy's hand and ran quickly, fleeing from the crow's pursuit.
"We've been spotted, we need to get out of here, quickly."
The boy was running when he tripped over a stone, tumbling forward in immense pain.
The crows, seeing their opportunity, swooped down straight at the boy.
The man gritted his teeth, then quickly ran ahead, protecting and clearing a path for the boy.
"Hurry, don't look back, just keep running."
Suddenly, a slash appeared, cutting through the crows that were flying toward the boy. 2 or 3 of them charged at him, but Maki appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of the crows and swinging his sword to eliminate all of them. Luo Feng stood to one side, turned to the 3 of them, and said, "There's a hiding spot ahead.
If you reach it, you'll be safe."
The boy, trembling all over, looked up at the sky and stammered, "But there are so many more up there." Just as the boy said, thousands of demon crows appeared from the sky, covering the entire dark sky and surrounding the area. The man cried out, clutching his head, "We're done for, it's over. Our commotion just now was too loud, we've attracted a whole swarm of crows." But Luo Feng remained calm, his tone serious yet reassuring. "It's fine, you take the boy and go ahead, we'll handle the rest." Without another word, he immediately activated the vehicle and sped off. Behind him, a whole swarm of demon crows chased after them. Once again, Luo Feng steered the vehicle straight up the wall. He pressed a button on the vehicle, and small rockets emerged from the sides, firing a barrage of missiles that obliterated the crows, causing them to explode and fall to the ground. The sky now resembled nothing more than a rain of bullets and the deaths of a flock of crows.
Maki was astonished and awestruck.
"This vehicle of yours is terrifying."
Luo Feng seemed to be proud of it. "Right now, it has only activated 2 modes.
If it enters the 3rd spacecraft mode, everything will be much simpler."
The man from earlier was safe now. He was happily grateful.
"This young man is a god." The boy standing beside him bowed obediently and said,
"Thank you, sir." Maki waved at them.
The vehicle sped across the rooftop of the building. The man saw the direction they were heading and became fearful. Ahead of them was the shrine of Lei Yin. That place had been overtaken by terrifying demons. The 2 of them had arrived at their destination.
Luo Feng spoke.
"The fog is so thick, let's get out of the car." The vehicle gradually disappeared.
Maki scanned the surroundings and assessed.
"This place is very eerie, it's best we leave here quickly."
He didn't pay much attention. "Follow me."
The 2 of them quickly moved deeper inside. She suddenly heard a strange sound, the beat of drums.
From a distance, a figure was stumbling toward them, wearing a terrifying demon mask.
The demon was surprised to recognize this as the army of soldiers attacking the demons. Not just one, but 3 more were coming from behind. Luo Feng immediately drew his gun and fired repeatedly.
They were no longer human.
Meanwhile, she used her sword to skewer each one.
They stubbornly rose again and again.
Luo Feng decisively sliced through one of them's neck with a clean and swift strike. Then, he used his hand to remove the mask from the man's face. They were already corpses. As long as the connection point with the demon mask was severed, they would no longer be able to move.
Maki responded, "Got it."
He continued, the usual rule. With that, the two rushed forward to attack, eliminating all the demon soldiers. After a while, they had almost taken down all the soldiers. Suddenly, a bullet flew toward them, and it was instantly detected by Luo Feng. Swift as lightning, he used his sword to slice through the air, sending the bullet crashing to the ground. He hurriedly ran, shouting back, "There's a sniper, follow me."
Maki hurriedly ran after Luo Feng and took cover behind a wall.
She spoke, "These corpses are controlled by the masks, yet they still retain their combat skills from when they were alive?" He replied, "That's fine, opponents with combat experience are easier to deal with." Luo Feng gently held Maki's head and softly said, "Close your eyes." She was a bit confused. "What are you going to do?" Something was thrown inside, immediately emitting an extremely bright light that would blind anyone who looked at it for a period of time. Luo Feng quickly darted off in a different direction and shouted loudly, "Run east, don't stop."
Maki obeyed and ran off.
Right behind her, countless soldiers pursued her. From the high rooftops, there were flashing lights. Someone was aiming directly at Maki, running below. Just as the person was about to pull the trigger, Luo Feng slashed from behind, killing him before he could even wipe his face. On this side, Maki was also struggling to resist the swarm of soldiers, who were as numerous as ants. Suddenly, a sword strike came from behind, eliminating the one who was about to attack her. Maki turned around and saw the large group of soldiers behind her, causing her to break into a cold sweat. "This is bad, the numbers are increasing, we're in trouble," she thought to herself. Luo Feng summoned his vehicle and quickly said, "Get in the vehicle." Maki was stunned, turning her head to look at him and asked, "The fog is so thick, we'll fall off." Luo Feng remained calm, his face unchanged, and said, "Don't worry, the vehicle will become visible soon." He looked at the system's screen, which was displaying a map. He had just drawn a map of the area, and thanks to it, the system would automatically guide them out of this place. After that, both of them got into the vehicle and sped off, with the soldiers chasing after them. Maki, still puzzled, asked, "Who exactly are you? You're so young, but it's like you've lived for 100 years, almost like you came from the future." The wheels of the vehicle screeched, creating a blue flame that surrounded them, growing fiercer by the second. Instantly, it burned all the soldiers behind them. Maki marveled, "Even though you're so mysterious, being your teammate gives me a sense of security that's hard to describe." Luo Feng's gaze remained unfazed as he kept looking ahead. "You're getting too comfortable," he said. "We still haven't found the one controlling that zombie." Maki suddenly noticed something and glanced back. Yu Huan, a dark and enormous figure, was swinging a massive strike towards both of them. He then continued to strike repeatedly, forcing Luo Feng to speed up. Maki exclaimed in panic, "The destructive power of that attack must be at least on the level of a monster-tier demon king, we can't handle this." Luo Feng looked ahead, his voice firm as he said, "Hold on tight, we need to speed up." With that, they shot forward at full speed, ignoring Yu Huan's pursuit behind them. Luo Feng steered the vehicle downward and then continued to race forward, making a sharp turn that startled Maki, causing her to lurch forward. The massive speakers, pressed against his back from the force, made Maki let out a soft cry. Embarrassed and irritated, she yelled, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He ignored her, speaking seriously, "Don't let go, he's still chasing us." Yu Huan, the colossal figure, was racing through the flames, relentlessly attacking. Maki anxiously asked, "What should we do? We can't even see the enemy clearly." The two of them had reached the edge of the bridge.
Without hesitation, Luo Feng dashed straight out into the open air.
The vehicle hung in midair for a moment before landing, and Yu Huan followed, determined to pursue them.
But in an instant, both figures on the bike vanished without a trace.
Suddenly, wires shot out from the back of the vehicle, wrapping around Yu Huan, who was still behind, and binding him tightly, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His true identity was that of the powerful demon king, Dai Yu Huan. At that moment, Luo Feng appeared, holding Maki in his arms, standing proudly on a street lamp's shadow.
He casually said, "You're caught."
He continued, "Save your strength.
When my motorcycle is in its super gravity mode, even demons can't pull it back." Her face turned bright red, and in a soft voice, she asked, "Could you please put me down?" Luo Feng lowered his opponent and said, "Let me borrow your sword for a moment."
A regular sword can't withstand even a single blow from him, but your soul-cutting sword can at least handle over 500 strikes. Maki furrowed her brows and replied, "My sword can't be controlled by anyone else, and this demon's speed is too fast.
Even if he's restrained, you won't be able to handle it alone."
Before she could finish, Luo Feng swiftly grabbed her sword and charged forward, leaving Maki utterly stunned. Without hesitation, he struck repeatedly.
Yu Huan wasn't willing to lose, countering his blows non-stop. Maki, watching from behind, was astonished and thought to herself, "How is it that he's using my sword even more skillfully than I do?
His speed is clearly no match for the opponent's, yet he's able to block Yu Huan's attacks with this sword. Wait, no, he's anticipating every move Dai Yu Huan makes."
Luo Feng seemed completely unaffected, continuing his relentless barrage of strikes toward Yu Huan.
He was using Yu Huan's two swords like a master, with both opponents seeming evenly matched, neither giving ground.
Then, they resumed exchanging blows.
Maki stood behind, dumbfounded, thinking, his combat experience is too rich. He's clearly not even 20 years old, yet he fights like a grandmaster who has lived for 100 years. Even though his experience is vast, his level is only just over 30. His speed and strength still fall short compared to Dai Yu Huan's.
He can't surpass him.
Maki stared, not able to take her eyes off the fight.
This won't do.
If this keeps up, he'll die.
I have to think of a way to help him.
Yu Huan let out a terrified roar, his eyes glowing red like blood. He leapt out of the control of the car, then slashed toward Luo Feng, who was standing still, with the sword nearly reaching his head.
Maki, standing behind, was very surprised. Why is he just standing there? Is he crazy?
The driverless car behind suddenly accelerated, speeding toward them and continuing to shoot out more wires. Yu Huan unexpectedly missed with his slash, and the strike caused several strands of hair on Luo Feng's head to be severed. It turned out that Yu Huan had been tightly bound by the car's wires, just like before. The car used all its power to drag him in a circle before pulling him forward again, heading straight toward Luo Feng's right side. Luo Feng thrust his blade into the ground, then drew his own sword from behind him. He immediately got into a combat-ready stance and swiftly slashed across Yu Huan's body. The move was called high-frequency shock-lapsing slash. Yu Huan was stunned by the strike, and his soul gradually began to dissipate. Maki frowned and said, "Shameless, you're even coordinating with the car in battle." Luo Feng laughed and replied, "As long as I win, let's see what the loot is." The system screen displayed the following message. Great item, Dai Yu Huan sword. Killing Dai Yu Huan guarantees an explosion rate. Extremely sharp, capable of releasing sword chi, can activate the super speed mode skill. In the next 3 seconds, speed is increased by 10 times. After the time ends, it enters a fatigued state, teleporting, and speed is reduced by 90%, lasting for 1 minute. A great item, Dai Yu Huan's fake face. Killing Dai Yu Huan guarantees an explosion rate. Can increase body recovery speed. The body skill activates the resurrection mode. Luo Feng picked up the items and thought to himself, each time he uses the high-frequency shock lapse, it requires recharging. He needs to prepare a new weapon. He turned slightly and tossed the mask towards Maki, saying, "The ability of this mask is quite suitable for you. Take it." Maki caught it and accepted it. He spoke again, confirming that she was not an ordinary woman. Other women would find this thing disgusting, but all she needed was more power. She immediately responded, "You're not an ordinary man either, so it's your chance to tease me."
Looks like we're a perfect match. Maki frowned and cursed, "You bastard, who would be a match for you?"
The two of them continued to drive. She informed Luo Feng that ahead was the hellish area, and the person he was looking for was there. Before them lay a city engulfed in flames, just as its name, Hell, suggested. Luo Feng thought to himself, "Su Dao Dao, wait for me, I'm coming to save you."
At underground shelter number 21, 2 people were standing guard, and many others were trying to hide and survive inside.
The walls above them continuously emitted horrifying sounds of the battle raging outside. A child cried loudly in fear, and his mother comforted him, "Don't be afraid, Yui and Dao Dao are here too." She was very panicked, holding her head with both hands, muttering repeatedly, "We're going to die, we're going to die." Su Dao Dao, standing beside her, patted her shoulder to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, it might just be a huge monster passing by, it'll be fine." Yui cried out pessimistically, "Not long from now, this area will be completely destroyed, and we will be squeezed out by Dao Dao. Before this place is ruined, someone will come to rescue us." She didn't believe in that at all and retorted, "Impossible, this place is full of demon kings.
Who would be crazy enough to come here and sacrifice themselves?"
The girl smiled and said, "I have a feeling that the deceiver will come. Trust me, the deceiver will be the man who creates a miracle."
Outside, the Soul Shepherd's group was moving. The word master looked into the magic orb and said, "The hideout of Su Dao Dao is 21 kilometers from the hidden bunker." He replied, "Thankfully, your abilities allow us to avoid those demon kings. After all, we still have to deal with the myth-level boss. It's not worth expending too much energy on these creatures." At that moment, an overwhelming number of demons and monsters appeared in front of them. Warhammer spoke up, "Lord Soul Shepherd, let me crush them." Soul Shepherd declined, "No need."
Then, the skull-shaped staff in his hand emitted light, summoning gigantic monsters resembling shadows.
They crazily tore apart the demons one by one. The quasi-demon king leapt down from above. Soul Shepherd immediately recognized it as a quasi-demon king. Fortunately, this one wasn't too bad. Suddenly, it froze and turned its head behind. A dark shadow appeared, which was the ghost of the green demon general that Soul Shepherd had turned into a servant. The demon king was immediately struck down. The quasi-demon king died in an instant, leaving only its ghost to become Soul Shepherd's servant. The man boldly led a group of servants forward, soon finding Su Dao Dao. If she refused, then she would be killed. Inside the shelter, the ceiling above grew louder, as though it was about to collapse. It gradually shattered into pieces, falling down until it could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. Debris scattered everywhere. The shadow monsters from the Soul Shepherd climbed in, causing everyone inside to panic and scream. "Help! Monster, monster!" The Soul Shepherd shouted. "The little sorceress isn't here," Word Master frowned and firmly replied. "This is impossible, my sensing magic cannot be wrong," Warhammer reminded. "Lord Soul Shepherd, that little girl is very cunning. She set up a protective ward here. Once she realized we were coming, she fled." Upon hearing this, he coldly ordered, "Deal with these people." He eagerly lifted his weapon onto his shoulder and advanced forward. "Command!" One of the hidden men boldly spoke up. "Everyone, don't just sit here and wait to die, fight back." This angered him. He snorted coldly, and soon, all that remained were the desperate cries and screams of the poor souls. When the task was completed, a mountain of corpses piled high under Warhammer's ruthless hands. At this moment, Word Master knelt down, accepting full responsibility. "Lord Soul Shepherd, it was my negligence. Su Dao Dao's escape is my fault." He was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's fine. She won't escape from my grasp." On the other side, Dao Dao was using her magic broom to wait for Yui. After that, she threw Yue into an abandoned building. Su Dao Dao said, "Their target is me. We need to split up and act separately to avoid getting caught all at once." Hearing this, she became even more panicked and quickly warned, "The necromancer has already destroyed an entire city. He's even more terrifying than the Demon King. You can't handle him alone. Dao Dao, fly away. You don't need to worry about me." "I'll be fine," Yui said, watching her retreating figure and silently praying. "Su Dao Dao, you must survive." At the abandoned subway station, the girl found a spot and sat down, her body trembling, but she tried to reassure herself. "Stay calm, I can fight to the end with them, until that fraud arrives." She then used the power of her staff to create a protective barrier on the ground, muttering to herself, "I'll set up a concealed defense now." But at that moment, a series of terrifying sounds made her panic. Countless beastly footsteps appeared, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they approached her. Dao Dao was so frightened that she jumped up, screaming. Suddenly, something massive flew out. It was the shadow of the Demon King from earlier. The girl was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, her face drained of all color. The Soul Shepherd and his subordinates appeared. He spoke, "Little mage, you're a smart one." He continued, "If you want to survive, the first thing you need to do is not resist." Su Dao Dao was so terrified that she was on the verge of tears, shouting, "What do you want from me? Don't bully me, or my boss will take revenge for me." The Soul Shepherd said, "I won't do anything to you, because you still have much use. As long as you obediently cooperate, I will protect you. All you need to do is accompany me to the gates of hell." The girl, frightened, said, "You're crazy. Everyone wants to avoid the gates of hell. Why would you want to go there to sacrifice yourself?" He replied, "I need to detoxify you, and you have no other choice. Besides, don't pin your hopes on your boss. Although he's on his way, right now he's still dealing with his own issues." The female Demon King roared fiercely. Maki below was extremely confused and worried. Why is this happening? These 4 demons are all at the Demon King level. Luo Feng, unfazed, said, "Perhaps we've already been cursed from afar." The act of walking forward, much like the curse of the eye, has attracted them here. Upon hearing this, she panicked. The power of a Demon King is terrifying. One could kill us in the blink of an eye, let alone 4 attacking simultaneously. We're definitely dead this time. Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged as he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." Around them, a sea of flames spread, with the strong winds only fueling the fire. Suddenly, a multicolored magic circle appeared around Maki and Luo Feng, and their body temperature began rising. Unexpectedly, an eye like a cat's eye appeared above Maki's head, surrounded by something that resembled a flame, causing her to slightly raise her head to look. An identical eye appeared above Luo Feng's head as well, and in the next second, it spontaneously exploded, indicating that the curse of the eye had been broken. She was stunned. Could these basic skill combinations really break such a powerful curse? Is that even possible? Luo Feng, however, paid no attention to her surprise. He immediately grabbed her wrist and pulled her away quickly, saying without looking back, "Forget about the cursed master for 30 years, let's escape first." The female Demon King flapped her enormous wings in the air, searching for them. Ji and Go flapped his wings on the spot, silently observing the surroundings. Yukiuna descended to the ground and spoke, "Hiding is useless." The demon cat did not forget to meow a few times before turning its head. It used its sense of smell to sniff out the scents of Maki and Luo Feng. Meanwhile, the two were hiding on the top floor of a building. She peeked her head out to see the situation outside. Maki anxiously asked, "They'll find us soon." "You won't be able to hide for long," Luo Feng said, his face unchanged as he looked at her. "Yeah, hiding is just to buy some time." He then took something out and touched it, causing it to blink with light. She worriedly asked, "What is this? Why is there no sound?" Luo Feng explained, "Of course you can't hear it, but the person we're waiting for will." Maki was stunned upon hearing this. Could it be that the reinforcements he called were already in Tokyo? Especially since Tokyo had already been destroyed by now.
Luo Feng reassured her, "Trust me, they'll be here soon." On the other side, Yukiuna stood below, as if she had realized something. She made a soft sound and smiled. The demon queen slowly descended to the top of a building. The demon cat was still sniffing around when it suddenly turned its head toward the building where the two were hiding. It stared through the thick glass and let out a loud cry, making both of them inside hold their breath for a moment. Tengu also landed on the ground where the demon cat stood. He grabbed the handrail, intending to open the door, when suddenly, from a distance, a light spot appeared. A figure descended like a rocket. He was wearing a mask, surrounded by blazing red swords. The person slashed straight down from the head to the feet, cutting through Tengu's body. That person was none other than Wu Tianjuanrun. Maki, sitting inside, glanced outside and immediately recognized the legendary sword demon. Wu Tianjuanrun, he's always been asleep in the life preservation base. He's severely injured and can only wake up for 10 days a year. He can be considered one of the top awakening individuals in our nation, N. He doesn't associate with anyone. How could you possibly summon him? Junrin stood outside, extremely worried, shouting loudly towards the glass door. "Sis, don't be afraid. Luckily, I still have 3 minutes left this year. I'll take you now." Jayton, whose body had been split in two, quickly reconnected it and angrily shouted, "Deal with this human." Immediately, the group of demon kings charged at Junrin. A massive explosion erupted, flames engulfing the city. Taking advantage of this, Luo Feng drove the car, carrying Maki, and crashed through the building's glass. She felt a little uncomfortable, turned around to look behind, and said, "Are you using him to lure the demon kings while you run away? Isn't that too much? You said he wouldn't die so easily." Fast as lightning, Junren had already caught up. He blocked their path, extremely angry, and gritted his teeth. "You dare to use my sister to trick me?" Luo Feng spoke, "I don't have time anymore. Go back to the base." The demon kings had chased them to the spot, and Mac, in a panic, called out loudly, "Luo Feng." He didn't respond. Maki continued, "Why don't you think about it? Why is it that the only means of contact I have with you is through the sister you've been searching for?" "It's because she trusts me so much. I just got this and the means of contact, there's no other possibility. If I die, you'll never be able to meet your sister. As long as I'm alive, your sister can return to your side." Junren seemed to have been struck at his weak spot, and his demeanor softened. His voice, now tinged with sadness, muttered softly, "Sister." Luo Feng kept trying to persuade him, "Right now, stop the demon kings from getting closer. The promise I made to you will surely be kept." Though angry, Junren, for the sake of his sister, clenched his teeth and reluctantly charged directly towards the group of demon kings flying toward them. Junren continuously stabbed and slashed at the monsters, driven by all his love for his sister and the frustration he'd been holding in. He then turned to look at Luo Feng and Maki, who were slowly fading into the distance, and thought to himself that this time, he could only place his trust in him. After finishing the task, Junren returned to his residence and crawled into the gigantic test tube to continue his long, endless sleep. Before he completely fell asleep, he silently thought, "If you deceive me a year from now, no matter where you go, even to the ends of the earth, I will not forgive you." After escaping from the demon kings, the two continued to rush forward. Maki, puzzled, asked, "Do you know the sister of the sword demon?" Luo Feng, as awake as ever, replied, "I don't know her. That flute was given to me by the sword demon to keep me company during the long cycle of reincarnation in the Black Void City. Then, when I returned to the real world, I was so bored that I decided to make one myself." She listened to him speak in a way that lacked logic, so she frowned in doubt and said, "Boring, I won't believe you anytime soon." Luo Feng didn't respond but merely smiled. After that, he spoke, "The curse we're under is definitely not a coincidence. I'm afraid Su Dao Dao and the others are in danger. Prepare carefully, the real battle is about to begin, he continued, and both of them sped off on their motorcycles. In Shelter 21, corpses were scattered all over the place.
Maki, upon seeing the scene, was horrified and said, "This is too ruthless, killing so many innocent people." She gradually grew desperate and asked, "Do you think Yui and Su Dao Dao were attacked in such a brutal way?" Luo Feng checked the surroundings before replying, "There are no bodies of theirs here. I believe Su Dao Dao, that little fox, will be fine." He wiped the dust off a wall, revealing a green eye symbol painted on it. He wondered, is this a magical eye symbol, a signal they left for us?
Then, he gently placed 2 fingers over his eyes, activating the formation. The formation immediately projected a system screen, replaying the events that had just occurred. Maki frowned as she clearly saw the situation. It seemed Yui was safe, but his teammates had been taken by the Soul Shepherd. He slowly opened his eyes again and quietly repeated, "Soul Shepherd, explain."
Soul Shepherd is a notorious necromancer.
He used to be a mage in the Fangzhou Guild's top 20, a saint. In the past, after killing someone from the city, he was expelled from the guild.
He's a madman, far more terrifying than the Demon King.
The strength of the Warhammer under his command cannot be underestimated, all of them are powerful mid-level awakened ones.
Luo Feng, upon hearing this, became even more determined. He couldn't let them take Su Dao Dao.
There were mythical level demons there, and that was a death sentence. That madman wanted to die, but Dao Dao absolutely could not go with him. Maki hesitated for a moment before speaking, but we basically don't have the strength to stop him. If we fight him, it's only a path to death.
Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression grew serious.
Not only did he not give up, but he became even more resolute.
If we can't stop him, then we must stop him.
At the gates of hell, where the blood moon appeared, beneath the ground were countless terrifying demons and monsters. They all moved in one direction, their roars echoing across the land.
Below them, Warhammer led the way, slaying each one to clear a path for everyone.
Su Dao Dao was still deeply worried.
The trickster would be fine.
Word Master spoke up, "My Li Noyan has been taken out and is already reflecting back.
That young man can use the Demon King to retaliate against us." Upon hearing this, she was overjoyed. "That's great." As expected, the trickster is still alive. At this moment, Warhammer had just slain a female Demon King. Soul Shepherd exclaimed excitedly, "The gate to hell is right in front of us." Then, something extraordinary happened.
The 4 Demon Kings who had been defeated earlier returned and stood in front of the gates of hell.
The Demon Cat roared fiercely. Soul Shepherd, using the power of his staff, controlled his servant.
No matter the level of the demon or its plot to hinder his progress, they all had to die.
He would kill them all.
Immediately, the ghost obeyed the command and rushed to attack the cat demon. Tengu fought with a combat dagger, and the Word Master's eyes lit up brightly. The energy sphere in her hand erupted with a powerful surge, firing countless rays in all directions, targeting the female demon queen flying in the sky. Yukiuna, from above, created a thick layer of ice behind the Soul Shepherd. She formed a tall ice wall, enclosing everything. The Soul Shepherd was unable to hide her panic. "No, this is not a curse, I have not taken their souls. These 4 Demon Kings are all illusions. Cease your attacks immediately, or you will be struck by your own attacks and die." The Word Master turned to the Soul Shepherd, speaking hurriedly, "To achieve this level, at least you must be a mid-level illusionist. This profession is rare, and there are only a few individuals like them. They can never appear in Tokyo." The Soul Shepherd raised her staff high and shouted, "Whoever you are, come out here." The cat demon's soul was gradually being drained away. On the rooftop of a building, many people held staffs raised high, just like her. The Word Master was horrified. Thousands of them were mid-level mages.
What's going on? Why are so many mid-level masters showing up?
The Soul Shepherd stammered in fear. "It's not thousands, but over 100, Warhammer said, sweating heavily. The Soul Shepherd continued.
Moreover, they don't have souls. Are they puppets being manipulated? Who are they really? Is it possible to control all these puppet-like, consciousness-illusioned beings?
All the ghosts remained motionless, gazing upward. Luo Feng stood high above, looking down, holding an object resembling a glowing metal in his hand. Maki, standing beside him, raised a question. Clearly, you are not a summoner.
How can you awaken so many puppet-like consciousness projections?
I passed the test of the Sage Sorcerer to win the summoning medal. This medal can summon a group of 100 people at once, but the strength of these puppets might only be at the elementary consciousness projection level.
Suddenly, she exclaimed loudly as if realizing something. I know now. Could you be the legendary classless one with a mysterious occupation? The classless one has limited skills, can use metals, and can upgrade them, thereby summoning many intermediate consciousness projections like these?
Luo Feng chuckled and replied, clever, you guessed it correctly.
Now it's time for the counterattack.
He raised the medal high with a confident expression and commanded, all units, attack. All the mages standing on the rooftop began to wield their magic staffs, creating a massive magic orb. The enormous orb hovered above, launching sharp ice shards toward the soul shepherds. The shards shot down from it, piercing through the air, forcing them to fiercely block the attack.
Warhammer alone withstood the hailstorm of bullets from the soldiers.
On this side, the archers also kept firing arrows. The three types of weapons mixed together, making Warhammer's situation even more unbearable. Meanwhile, the others remained safely floating within the protective barrier.
Warhammer roared angrily, they're just puppets of intermediate consciousness projections, how can they force us into such a state?
Word Master wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained. You've controlled them too well, at least these puppets have increased their combat power fivefold. He is extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a sword strike came down, cutting the chain that bound Dao Dao. It turned out that Luo Feng had arrived and saved the little girl.
Dao Dao, let's go.
The girl was a bit startled but felt completely reassured upon seeing him.
You trickster, I knew you'd come. Which Warhammer allowed this to happen?
He brandished his weapon and charged forward.
Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. He unleashed the sure kill thunder hammer technique. Luo Feng, unafraid, stood in front of Dao Dao, directly facing him.
His opponent's enormous weapon struck down, creating a massive explosion.
Maki was horrified, unable to believe his eyes.
This man had gone mad to save his teammate. The level 70 Soul Master's ultimate kill skill was something he couldn't stop. However, as the dust gradually settled, a familiar figure stood firm, perfectly still. The first stage of transformation had activated, with an absolutely defensive armor. Luo Feng was still safe within the armor, raising a shield to protect both himself and the little girl.
Maki was now utterly astonished, the absolute defense.
In Legend, once this skill was activated, it could block the ultimate kill skill of a high-level Soul Master for 1 second.
Even attacks from the Demon King could be stopped. Unfortunately, the cooldown was 24 hours. On the other side, Soul Shepherd was summoning his servants, laughing with great excitement. Finally, you've come.
Word Master raised the orb high, activating the splitting image, creating a burst of brilliant purple energy.
It gradually dispersed like smoke, enveloping the entire space.
The Soul Shepherd spoke, sacrifice your souls to me.
Maki saw this and panicked. This is bad, the enemy has ambushed us.
The man issued a command, kill everyone except that girl. The enormous shadows obeyed the order and immediately lunged at the three of them. One of them swung down, but luckily, it was blocked. Luo Feng, on this side, wasn't idle either, fighting fiercely.
Dao Dao used her power to assist. I, the deceiver, have harmed you. You shouldn't have come to save me.
He responded, if you feel guilty, then from now on, be a tool who risks your life to repay me.
Maki was barely holding on. What's going on? So many enemies, we're counting down to our deaths now.
He replied, in this situation, we can only take risks. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind Word Master. The person stabbed her in the chest, and she had no time to react, only trembling. You. The energy orb in Word Master's hand fell to the ground, shattering, and the shadows were gradually retracted. The demon on this side was confused. What just happened? On the opposite side, a powerful army was approaching, and in front of them stood a tall, familiar figure. It was Luo Shui. She spoke, "No one is allowed to harm my teammates." Dao Dao joyfully shouted, "It's Sister Luo Shui." Luo Shui moved closer to the three of them, then patted the little girl's head and asked, "Dao Dao, are you okay?" The little girl responded, "I'm fine. The liar saved me." Luo Feng said, "Indeed, you are my guardian goddess. Whenever I need you, you always show up." Luo Shui frowned and exposed him, "Stop flattering me. I believe you still have a way." Mai furrowed her brows, slightly doubting life. She hadn't expected the brilliant and noble goddess Luo Shui to use ambush tactics to save a man. Luo Shui then took note of who she was. He replied, "Old comrade." Hearing this, she pouted and sulked. "Before, you used to call her Xiao Dian Dian, and now she's just an old comrade?" The soul shepherd, furious, shouted, "Impertinent! You are all too impertinent." Unable to hold back, he yelled, "Daring to kill my most loyal subordinate, I want all of you to die along with her." With that, he unleashed the power of the skull-shaped scepter in his hand, summoning a massive skeleton. He shouted, "Die here, all of you." The dark eye sockets of the skull flickered with light, and it let out a terrifying roar before drawing out a bone sword. As the soul shepherd pointed to attack, the giant skeleton surged forward with a momentum that seemed to crush the heavens, cleaving through the ground with each strike, shattering it into pieces. Maki looked up at the souls flying toward the skeleton and panicked. This enormous skeleton had been transformed from the resentment of countless lives that the soul shepherd had slaughtered. Even using a high-level awakener couldn't stop its sword strike. Luo Shui dodged the attack while demanding, "Stop hiding, bring out your real trump card for this battle." Luo Feng chuckled in admiration, as expected of the goddess who understands me the most. He then summoned a flame in the palm of his hand and reassured, "Don't worry." The flame gradually took the shape of a snake. It slithered over the bodies of the fallen, immediately setting them ablaze. Luo Feng solemnly introduced, "The grand performance is just beginning." One of the corpse's eyes suddenly opened wide. A massive magical circle appeared in the sky, with strange symbols within it. It transmitted magical power down to the burning corpses below. From the circle, a snake's head emerged with glowing red eyes. It immediately opened its massive mouth and lunged, aiming to devour the warlord. Not just one, but countless gigantic snakes appeared, their murderous intent sending a chill of terror through anyone who saw them. Maki gasped in astonishment. That guy sacrificed over 100 intermediate-level awakened puppets, using one of the puppet's skills, space transfer. Song Xing pulled any of the giant snakes from the Tokyo Tower here. Luo Shui also remarked, "You're taking too much of a risk. Aren't you worried about losing control when you pull that thing here?" The soul shepherd on this side was completely stunned, and to make matters worse, he cast a curse of blood upon us, attracting the Demon King's attack. When did he start scheming like this? He recalled the moment when he saved Dao Dao and realized the core issue. Could it be? That was when it happened. Luo Feng stood in front of the snake, pointing and issuing an order, 8 banners grand purge, your final target is ahead. The snake immediately followed his command, charging straight toward the skeleton. Each of the snakes shot out a different element, some breathed fire, others spewed water, and some released ice. The skeleton managed to block these attacks, so the soul shepherd remained confident in controlling his minions. Demon King, I will kill you the same way. With one slash aimed at the chin of a snake's head, the skeleton severed the head of one of the snakes. At that moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the nearby buildings and causing them to collapse. It then struck the skeleton directly. Let's take this opportunity and escape. Luo Feng refused, no need. The snakeheads, taking advantage of the giant skeleton being suppressed, slowly crawled back, but they didn't aim at it.
Instead, they targeted the soul shepherd.
They bound him tightly, and he screamed in terror.
"Beast, you want to eat me? Go wait for me in hell."
Two extreme forces collided, and the skeleton immediately showed signs of exploding.
Indeed, just minutes later, it had completely shattered. The 6 serpent heads were destroyed in the blast.
The soul shepherd on this side, after escaping, still had enough strength to speak a few words. 8 banners grand purge, as long as one head remains, it won't die, the other head will regenerate.
2 cycles of reincarnation.
So once again, I'll apply my old tactics, but you no longer have any chance, because the speed at which my giant reincarnates is 10 times faster than yours. Immediately, another colossal skeleton appeared.
It gradually became complete.
Luo Feng swiftly charged towards it.
The soul shepherd laughed triumphantly. "You're too far away. By the time you get here, everything will be dust."
But Luo Feng had already skillfully wielded the great army's perfected blade technique, 10 times faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the soul shepherd. Panicked, the soul shepherd ordered,
"Protect me."
The skeleton raised its hands to shield him. Luo Feng slashed with his sword in a thunderstrike slash. That single strike shattered the skeleton, leaving the soul shepherd confused and uncertain of what to do next. Without support, he lost his balance and fell face down, though his mouth remained defiant.
"We will meet again."
Looking at him lying there, Luo Feng responded bluntly,
"We won't meet again.
I know you can parasitize half of your soul into the spirit beast body and then find a chance to resurrect. Before, you already survived 3 reincarnations." Luo Feng thrust his sword straight into the thing beneath and declared, "But this time, your reincarnation has reached its tipping point."
He raised his hand and said, "I want to seize your innate ability, take all of your spirit beasts."
The soul shepherd then realized the danger and shouted, No, but you don't care,"
and immediately activated Soul Devourer.
The special skill of the classless one allowed the user to steal the target's skills from those who were about to die and could not resist, including their unique innate abilities. He was very pleased. Image section, Soul Shepherd is the unique innate ability of the Awakened One, a superclass, now it belongs to me. Luo Feng looked at the orb he had just collected. Image section, an innate ability that can extract the shadow of a deceased target and turn it into a spirit beast of the user, with a maximum number of 7. He raised his sword high into the sky and said, "As for seizing spirit beasts, dog god, that would be you.
Go, end this battle."
Luo Feng stood before the magic orb and said calmly, "The corpse of the peak demon artifact Demon King must not go to waste." He spoke in a calm tone, "Wake up, my servant. The target's level is too high, extraction failed.
There is no second chance."
Luo Feng hurriedly said, "Awaken, my servant." The system again reported that the target's level was too high, extraction failed, and there was no remaining opportunity.
Luo Feng anxiously said, "This is the final chance."
Then, he raised his voice and repeated, "Awaken,
my servant."
Immediately, black streaks appeared from the ground, and a black head emerged.
The system reported the activation of the innate luck attribute of the classless one.
A massive dark figure appeared in front of Luo Feng, just as he wished.
Enya, standing behind and observing, couldn't help but exclaim, "This man is terrifying."
Whether it's the ambush on the Soul Shepherd or the removal of the shadow from the 8 banners grand purge, everything was part of his plan.
It's as if he's invincible.
Su Dao Dao, her eyes wide, said, "You just get used to it.
This scammer is the most ridiculously powerful expert." A helicopter flew by.
The girl, overjoyed, shouted, "It's this helicopter, we're here."
"Let's go, we're leaving Dongjing," Yui said cheerfully from the helicopter.
Looking at the others, it almost felt like a family of 3. Luo Shui, with a judgmental look, turned and said, "Who would want a family of 3 with him?"
Yui looked down and asked her, "How's Dao Dao?"
She told him to be quiet, as the little girl had already fallen asleep. The helicopter continued to fly over the houses, which had been burned down by the fire. Elsewhere, in front of the city gate, 3 people stood outside.
A man with blonde hair, his face serious, asked on 10, "What's going on?"
"Host sir has been in seclusion for a few days now," the person next to him replied.
Suddenly, another period of seclusion. Could something big be about to happen, something that would change the world?
The sunlight gently filtered through the window, and a figure appeared in the darkness, deep in thought. The old man frowned and muttered to himself, "Soul Shepherd, you are my most loyal subordinate.
I know that you went to capture the mythical level beast in order to return to serve under me once again. Yet, you have thought of this." With firm conviction, he spoke aloud, "I will definitely make your enemies pay the price."
On 10, furious, widened his eyes and said, "This Luophone, first I will win him over, use him until the very last drop of his value. I believe you will understand me, even though you always wish for me to become a god.
Well, let's begin first. I must tightly control him within my grasp."
He walked away and shouted loudly, "Have Luophone come to see me. I will invest all my effort to nurture this young man, awakening him, and make him my successor."
3 subordinates outside heard the command and replied, "Yes, sir."
The scene shifted to a peaceful place, with birds flying freely in the sky. A car was parked in front of a supermarket. In the restroom, a voice echoed, "Listen, I truly appreciate sir for his recognition." The man in white, while relieving himself, said, "Either he's a fraud or he's a master of deception."
The man in blue beside him asked curiously, "Who is this person?"
Luophone, on the other side, was on the phone. He told the person on the other end, "It's not that I'm not willing, but only when I feel worthy to fight alongside him, I will actively seek him out. I hope you can forgive my arrogance." The voice on the other end of the line responded, "I understand.
Please hold on for a moment." The person in white, who had been babbling nonsense earlier, immediately turned and gave Luophone a glare, saying, "This island's rocket man really has a rich imagination, even acting out a rejection scene in the bathroom?" The person in blue next to him anxiously asked, "Do we need to call the police?"
A beam of light appeared, and a figure in dark blue materialized. The old man smiled at Luophone and said, "I'll wait for you, I'm confident you won't make me wait too long." Luophone happily high-fived him, replying, "Definitely."
The person in blue, still boasting, now trembled and said, "Did Unlord use magic to personally take the shape of someone in the bathroom?"
The person in white immediately collapsed to the ground, terrified, and said, "Oh my god, I just wet myself." Luophone gripped his phone tightly, thinking to himself that pulling in allies was even sooner than expected.
With Austin's personality, if he couldn't be subdued, he would quickly take action against him.
He turned his face to the side and reminded himself that the urgent task right now was to improve the strength of everyone. This time, he had to make sure everyone advanced to the level of mid-tier awakened ones. Afterward, he, Liu Xia, and Li Shujuan went to the supermarket to buy some food.
Li Shujuan couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are you really going to reject on 10? Luofeng's face remained cold, saying, "Yes." Li Shujuan responded, "On 10 is my god.
If he invited me, I would never refuse." At this point, he was knocked on the head, causing him to shout in pain. Liu Xia angrily scolded, "Your kid is heartless, you're trying to betray the boss." Li Shujuan cried out loud and hugged his head in grievance, saying, "I didn't do anything. I only admire the boss for having this opportunity, that's all.
I meant no harm."
Luophone immediately interrupted him, saying, "Let's go. We still need to continue shopping in the supermarket. After all, this is the first time all the members are gathering in the real world."
Li Shujuan asked curiously, "Is Luo Shui coming this time too? Isn't she participating in a fencing competition in Europe on TV?"
Luophone replied, "As for her, she's currently on a plane on her way here." As dusk approached, the 3 of them returned from the supermarket, carrying the groceries into the house. Inside, Liu Xia couldn't help but exclaim, "This villa is so big." Luophone smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, just treat it like your own home and make yourself comfortable." At that moment, Enya stepped out, displeased, and said, "Those damn bastards. Not only did you recklessly use my shopping cart, but now you're also making a mess in my house." Luo Feng jokingly said, "You have plenty of houses, this one is nothing. Besides, you developed this island yourself, so why worry about such things?" Then he turned and shouted, "Hey, you guys stop playing, it's almost time for dinner." Zhao Haishan, who had lost a game, teased, "Kid, at least let me win one round." Li Shujuan happily responded, "Sorry, it's just that you're too weak." Su Daodao mischievously said, "You lost, now move aside. You can't be both pretending and unreasonable." Enya looked at the scene before her, feeling helpless as she turned to complain to Luo Feng, "Tell me, why did you call all of us to meet here on this island? What's the purpose of this?" He casually replied, "You finally made it." The door creaked open slightly, and Luo Shui, holding a bottle of wine in her hand, shyly said, "Sorry I'm late, the plane was delayed a little." Luo Feng cheerfully responded, "It's good that you're here." With that, he called out to Lingwu, "Let's eat." Zhao Haishan and Li Shujuan, like children, ran up and loudly exclaimed, "Hot pot, hot pot." Soon after, everyone gathered around the table to eat. Lu Xia, smiling, raised a glass and said to Zhao Haishan, "Let me pour you another drink." He smiled back and replied, "I'm so happy. In recent years, the young people who drink with me are only doing so to sell supplements, but you're the only one who's sincere." Meanwhile, little Dao Dao teased Li Shujuan by playing with his hair, saying, "You bookworm, if you had even a tenth of the cunning of a con artist, you wouldn't be losing like this." After everyone had eaten their fill, they all lay down to rest, exhausted. Only Lingwu and little Dao Dao stood washing the dishes. Luo Feng slowly walked over to Luo Shui. With a serious expression, he spoke, "There's something I need to tell you." Luo Shui, startled and flustered, said, "Now? I'm not ready yet." Luo Feng looked at her sincerely and said, "I want to talk about this trip to the world of obsessions. I'll find a way to help everyone advance to the intermediate level of the awakened one. I need you to take on the hardest part." Luo Shui, upon hearing this, sighed in relief and said, "As for this matter, there's no problem." Luo Feng, full of questions, asked her, "What do you think I will say?" She just waved it off, stammering, "No, nothing." Then Luo Shui looked at Luo Feng with a deep, affectionate gaze and said, "Right, besides the fact that I've reached level 50, everyone else is above level 40 already. Can they also change classes?" Luo Feng replied calmly, "No problem, this time when we go to the world of obsessions, everyone's level will at least rise to 50. Moreover, I will try my best to make sure everyone succeeds in their class change." A hand suddenly draped over his shoulder, making him look at the person with a suspicious glance. Enya, smiling brightly, said, "From what I know, each profession in the shadow world is different. Can such a thing really be done in this world? This is a special terrain in the world of obsessions, and there's only one entrance, so I've asked everyone to meet here. Let's give it a try." With a hint of mischief, she whispered in Luo Feng's ear, "If you really manage to pull it off, I'll support you." Luo Feng, intrigued by the suggestion, readily agreed, "All right, my stomach isn't doing well, and I've been craving some sticky rice for a while." Luo Shui quickly pulled the crazy person in front of her and said, "You've had too much to drink, go back and get some sleep." Enya, still acting strangely, said, "Support, I really will support you." Su Dao Dao, who was tidying up, couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, women become so scary once they grow up. I'd better not grow up at all." The next day, everyone gathered at the beach. Luo Feng, looking cool, steered the boat, taking everyone on a ride. When they reached a strange rock, he told those on the boat, "We've arrived." Li Shujuan widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Are there really that many people?" Enya coldly replied, "I have investigated. It is said that this is a treasure of the world of obsessions terrain, and inside, there are 3 SS rank treasures." Luo Feng, with no expression on his face, instructed everyone to get onto the shore. A man with green hair quickly recognized them and exclaimed, "Look, it's them." The group led by Luo Feng stepped onto the strange stone, and those on top couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the goddess Luo Shui, she's so beautiful, really even more stunning than in the videos." A scar-faced man frowned and shouted, "I really admire that president, being able to hug the goddess Luo Shui's thigh." Li Shujuan seemed to understand the implication, nervously looking at those who had been bad-mouthing them and said, there are so many powerful experts here, even mid-level awakened ones with high ranks have appeared. It looks like the treasure this time has a massive attraction. Ling Wu, with a cold expression, said, the top 3 from Devouring Light are here as well. She continued, the assassin we encountered earlier when we were protecting Dr. Ai Lin was one of theirs. A well-groomed blonde man smiled and said, I heard you were on the ship at that time. Can you tell me how the people from Devouring Light died? It seems all the information has been sealed off. Ling Wu replied emotionlessly, I don't know. Luo Feng spoke calmly, if the mission to kill failed, then losing a life is inevitable. There's nothing to ask about. It's just a matter of skill, and they were outclassed. Zhao Haishan, puffing out smoke, interrupted, our brothers died, but it doesn't affect your guild members. If you want to fight, I'm in. I'll fight until the end. From a distance, a cold man spoke. He immediately smiled insincerely and said, then let's go to the world of obsessions and continue waiting. A red door appeared in front of them, and the crowd cheered with excitement. The door to the nightmare is open now, hurry up, so many people have come this time, whoever makes the first move gets it. Luo Feng spoke up to remind the members of the group to set off, and they began to line up and move inside. The blonde-haired man said with some worry, our people are dead, these guys are definitely involved. The white-haired man coldly reassured him. Don't worry, they won't survive to leave this world of obsessions. The atmosphere inside the world of obsessions was dark and terrifying. A man, fearful, spoke in a trembling voice. Why is it so dark here? Nevertheless, the group continued moving further inside. Yui stared intently at the zombie soldiers and, bewildered, asked himself, what is this? The sorcerer, holding a staff in his hand, raised it high and cast a spell. The darkness dissipated. One of the statues within the place raised a staff, emitting a powerful beam of light. The staff in the sorcerer's hand emitted a strong light, illuminating the area, and then that light gathered into a beam, shining directly down onto where the soldiers were gathering. A series of strange sounds came from the direction of the soldiers. The black-haired man, uneasy, said, I know now, these are the resurrected S-rank divine soldiers of the world of obsessions. On their own, these warrior cavalry aren't much, but their numbers are overwhelming. The powerful sound of the horses' hooves echoed, and a pair of terrifying blue eyes glowed, staring intently at the group of people. The commander of the zombies, riding the mighty horse, shouted loudly and charged forward. Immediately, the warrior cavalry followed their leader, aggressively charging ahead. On the other side, a blond man shouted to rally his comrades, we cannot lose either, let's kill them all. The two sides collided in fierce combat, spears, swords, and fists flying toward each other. The scene was brutal, with a group of strange figures jumping straight into the fray, entering the midst of the battle. A muscular shoulder appeared through a torn cloak, and a man with enraged red eyes shouted, break them down. He angrily threw a punch forward, striking a zombie soldier. The white-haired man also wasted no time, joining the battle immediately. The fight between the two sides raged on intensely. The human side seemed to have a slight advantage, and cries of help rang out. The man, worried, shouted, this isn't good, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Someone beside him spoke up, there's an ancient ruin over there, we can hide there. The group hurriedly ran toward the ruin, shouting and yelling, hurry, over there, run to the ruins. Those who had been fighting earlier but were now wounded and unable to move called out desperately, don't leave me behind. Lue Xia stood in front of the group, creating a massive green orb. Exhausted, she shouted, boss, I can't hold on much longer. Luo Shui, feeling uneasy, asked, Luo Feng, do you really not need us to help? Luo Feng silently told her, let me clear the way. He then summoned the image and said, come out, my slave. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, the image section appeared. The image section of Luo Feng was so vast that it covered the area above the group below. Luo Feng immediately shouted orders, instructing them to charge forward. Li Shujuan anxiously shouted, boss, aren't we supposed to seek refuge in that temple? Luo Feng replied, "No, I'm taking you to another place." He then shouted, "Everyone, run towards that direction." They all ran towards the high rock outcrop. Luo Xia, panting heavily, said, "Boss, even here, you know about the cliff. I really love you to death." Luo Shui frowned and asked, "Will those enemies keep surrounding us?" Luo Feng replied somberly, "No, they are night watch knights. Once the night is over, they will fall into a deep sleep." He turned and asked Su Dao Dao, "And you, what's going on? It's already this late, and you're still playing games?" The girl nonchalantly said, "Well, I have free time. I have to enjoy the present moment." Anya playfully draped her arm over Luo Feng's shoulder and said, "Speaking of enjoying the present moment, if those enemies don't leave and that stalker is still here, would you like to enjoy it with me?" Luo Shui angrily grabbed her sleeve and said, "Anya, I told you not to drink before entering World of Obsessions." Anya just smiled mischievously and said, "Anyway, there's someone tailing us here. What's there to be afraid of?" Elsie angrily said, "Luo Feng, you've given everyone too much of a sense of security. That's not a good thing in World of Obsessions." Luo Feng gently patted her head and said, "Protecting you and everyone else is my mission in this world." She shyly replied, "You." Luo Xia turned around and said, "Let's go, the night guard has left." The rock peak shifted slightly, and a beam of light shot directly at the rock peak. Luo Xia sighed in relief and said, "Luckily, we didn't go to the temple, otherwise, we would only be able to fight now." Ling Wu, standing beside them, coldly said, "Boss, right now, I highly suspect you were sent by the system of World of Obsessions to protect us." Li Shujuan spoke up, "It is true that only the boss is here, but he needs to protect 7 people. In this increasingly dangerous world of obsessions, it seems like an impossible mission." Luo Shui gently reassured, "That's why we must become stronger, we can't place all our hopes on Luo Feng alone. Each of us must be strong enough to fight alongside Luo Feng." Enya then asked the deceiver Luo Feng, "Tell us, how should we become strong?" He raised a finger and said, "Let's go." At that moment, the night guards were surrounding them. "We must level up quickly." Their group high-fived as Luo Feng had instructed. "Now, let's say our slogan one more time, disregard death, and if we're not satisfied, we fight." At the entrance to the large tomb in the eternal night forest, a tall figure appeared, followed by a group of night guards. Luo Feng gently gave the order, "Strike." Ling Wu immediately obeyed without hesitation. In an instant, several members of that army were taken down. The Luo Feng team quickly took advantage of the opportunity and jumped down. Luo Xia observed and then spoke up. "These night watch knights are all burned to ashes." Li Shujuan followed, saying, "The boss prepared special fireball projectiles, but there are only 6 of them. Are they meant to deal with these 6 guys?" Luo Feng loudly commanded the team, "Follow me. The Grand Knight Commander will return soon. We need to make the most of this time." The group continued to move together. Luo Xia then asked, "Boss, this place is dark and maze-like. Why are we going in here?" Luo Feng casually replied, "Of course, it's to level up. Don't worry, I have everything planned out." A puff of white smoke flew toward them. Zhao Haishan observed and said, "There's a dead end up ahead." Luo Feng ordered, "Ling Wu, take 2 steps forward, then 3 steps to the left, and then move forward 1 more step." Ling Wu complied, saying, "Got it." Ling Wu stepped forward and then lifted her foot. The bricks beneath her turned red with each step. Anya and Luo Shui were a bit surprised and stood frozen in place. Luo Xia's eyes widened, excitedly saying, "Oh my god, boss, is this your home? Even the mechanisms here are something only a god of the world of obsessions would know." Luo Feng coldly replied, "Stop flattering me, hurry up, everyone, let's move together." They all moved toward the stone pillar ahead. The stone pillar slowly lowered, bringing the group down with it. Li Shujuan shivered and sneezed, saying, "It's so cold. Luo Feng told me it would be even colder down there." "Just hang in there, we'll only be here for 1 night." Anya crossed her arms and said, "1 night? We have to stay in this cursed place for a whole night?" "Luo Feng,
What exactly are you planning to do?
Luo Feng stayed silent and said, "There's no time to explain.
The night patrol knights will be back soon. Everyone, hide quickly. If we don't, we'll all be dead."
Li Shujuan looked up at the sky and sighed, "Looks like they'll be back faster than I thought." The wall was quickly lowered, revealing a platform that had been raised. As it descended, it made a clanking noise against the floor below. Luo Feng led the others through the large hall.
"Everyone follow me."
When they reached the area with the coffins, he immediately instructed everyone to spread out.
"Quick, everyone hide inside the coffins. They're all hollow. Remember, wait for my signal before coming out."
Luo Feng urged them to hurry.
"Hurry up, everyone."
The undead soldiers had already appeared at the end of the hallway.
Luo Feng panicked when he saw them getting closer.
There was no time left.
He quickly hid inside a nearby coffin. Inside, Luo Shui suddenly spoke, "What are you doing?"
Luo Feng quickly raised a hand to signal her to be quiet. The undead soldiers passed by the coffins one by one, peering inside to check. Luo Shui was so frightened she didn't dare make a sound. After a while, the undead soldiers continued their patrol elsewhere. At this moment, she finally let out a sigh of relief and spoke.
"It was too dangerous. They're gone now. Can we go outside?"
Luo Feng slowly replied.
"Not yet. It's still not safe. They'll be back."
Luo Shui looked at him in confusion and asked, "So, what should we do?
Should we keep hiding in the coffin?"
Luo Feng glanced at her and answered, "Yes, we need to stay here for a while. If you don't mind, you can rest your head on my shoulder and sleep for a bit." Without hesitation, Luo Shui leaned her head on his shoulder, happily agreeing to Luo Feng's suggestion.
"All right then."
A long while later, after waking up from her nap, the first thing she saw was Luo Feng's figure. She was startled when she realized that she was no longer inside the coffin, but instead, Luo Feng had placed her head on his lap. Surrounding them were Su Dao Dao, Zhao Haishan, and Anya, sitting around a fire, replenishing their energy after a day of fleeing. Immediately, she awkwardly sat up, her voice filled with panic.
"Why didn't you wake me up?"
Luo Feng explained calmly. "You were sleeping so soundly that no matter how I called, you wouldn't wake up, and you ended up leaning on me." His words left Luo Shui at a loss for words. At the same time, Zhao Haishan burst out laughing.
Luo Feng also stood up and said, "It's time. We need to start moving."
Their group followed one by one, carefully passing through the silent undead soldiers. Li Shujuan observed the undead and then asked curiously, "Boss, are you sure they won't suddenly wake up?" As he walked, Luo Feng explained, "The undead are all asleep. They won't wake up for 3 days, no matter how loud it gets, unless someone disturbs the Duanlong door." He looked at the group of zombie soldiers and then continued, "The guards stationed in this corridor will not activate their surveillance mode unless anyone steps within a 3-meter radius of them." Then, they entered a vast underground chamber, surrounded by large pits filled with zombies, all sound asleep, neatly arranged with labels corresponding to the entities within the deep holes. Li Shujuan, terrified, exclaimed, "Oh my god, there are so many zombies sleeping here." From his bag, Luo Feng pulled out a rank soul military insignias and handed one to each person.
Each person now held one of these insignias.
Anya eagerly took hers and shared her knowledge. "This is a rare A-level experience insignia.
Each person can only use it once.
It is effective for 24 hours. All members who wear it will share the combat experience equally." Upon hearing this, Luo Shui immediately said, "My rank is sufficient, I don't need any more experience." Luo Feng teased her, "You idiot, just wear it, trust the president's arrangements." Once everyone had put on their insignias, Luo Feng turned around and instructed, "Remember, under no circumstances should you let them climb out of the pits. Once they are attacked, they will begin to thrash around. If they make it out of the pit, the guards outside will wake all the zombies from their slumber. He threw an A-rank item, a torch designed to burn corpses, into one of the deep pits filled with sleeping zombies.
Everyone, prepare yourselves. The torch ignited as it fell to the floor beneath the zombies. The flames quickly exploded, setting off a fiery chain reaction that engulfed the zombies in a sea of fire. The flames roared as the zombies began to stir, crawling sluggishly toward the edge of the pit. Lingwu quickly drew her own gun, preparing to face the battle. She continuously shot at the brains of the monsters rushing toward her. Anya used her powerful punches to take down each one, keeping them at a distance from her. Li Shujuan teamed up with Su Daodao to attack the undead soldiers, while Mr. He used his massive body to crush them. All 8 of them fought against the undead soldiers that were raging amidst the flames of battle. Luo Feng used a swing of his sword to finish off the last beast. This was the final undead soldier. Everyone breathed heavily as the fight came to an end. Everyone had leveled up. Dao Dao spoke up, this fire battle really helped everyone level up a lot. Zhao Haishan, feeling the boost in his level, excitedly said, it's been tough, but finally, I've reached level 50. Lu Xia had jumped down to the ground at some point, holding a key in her hand, and said joyfully, Boss, we've triggered the item. Luo Feng casually replied, that's the key to open the main temple door. Our next level up depends on it. He inserted the key into the lock in front of the temple, preparing to open the way inside. They all waited for what would happen next, as the large door in front of them slowly opened. A silent and pitch-black temple appeared before their eyes. They stepped forward, one step at a time, toward the temple. Li Shujuan, a little afraid, quietly asked, what's inside this temple? Lu Xia, standing nearby, voiced her own speculation, it must be something very powerful. The closer we get, the heavier the pressure becomes. They entered the main hall of the temple, where towering statues of gods stood imposingly. The face of the statue before them gave off a mysterious and spiritual aura. Anya could feel the strong currents of energy surrounding the statues. These statues have such a heavy killing intent, it's really uncomfortable. With every step, it feels like my heart is going to explode, Lingwu expressed their fear upon seeing the statues. If these statues suddenly open their eyes, we'll all die instantly. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng spoke up to reassure everyone, don't worry, these giant statues won't awaken during the day unless they're resurrected. Suddenly, Li Shujuan clutched his head in discomfort and said loudly, the killing intent from these statues seems to be messing with my senses. I think I'm going to explode. Seeing this, Luo Shui spoke up, Luo Feng, we should retreat. Luo Feng quickly unfurled a scroll filled with vibrant colors and calmly said, no need, I have a way. He raised the blue scroll to the sky, with a burst of flames surrounding it. Immediately, a halo of light enveloped them, which was the spiritual force shield created by the killing intent, the heart of the gods, and the gravitational forces of the confer gods, seek blessing scroll. He pointed at the statue before them and ordered, Dao Dao, add a few more seals to this ancient god statue. Dao Dao swiftly complied, directing her power toward the statue. A large eye appeared and a beam of light surrounded the statue. At the same time, Luo Feng flew upwards toward the statue, as if intending to do something. Next, it's my turn. He aimed the sharp point of the blade toward the top of the statue's forehead. Luo Feng exerted force, drawing a line from its forehead. The statue seemed to break free from its seal, its eyes bulging, mouth agape, and sounds emitted from the blade against its forehead. Where Luo Feng continued to stab, cracks gradually appeared, and fragments began to fall away. Eventually, the statue shattered, nearly its entire face crumbling down with a loud crash. Luo Feng was swiftly upgraded, and his strength surged exponentially. Everyone watched in astonishment. Luo Feng quickly explained, these ancient god statues are all part of the world of obsessions, and they provide the most experience points for those awakened under level 50. A statue like this is like an experience vault. He slowly walked toward the remaining statues, explaining as he went, in normal combat, killing one would require a lot of effort, and moreover, they explode by themselves, making it very difficult to gain experience points from them. Luo Feng used his Daiyu Huang blade, which had a power 10 times greater than normal, to attack each statue step by step.
But now, things were different. He used his own blade to continuously stab the gigantic statues, while Luo Xia quickly seized the opportunity to increase her strength.
Luo Feng smiled with satisfaction and said, "Let's enjoy the pleasure of gaining experience points together." A bright light suddenly emerged from the gap in the previous statue.
Soon after, it transformed into large arcs of light, accompanied by shattered fragments. Luo Feng slowly extended his hand and touched the large circle.
The emblem quickly materialized.
An emblem resembling a crown appeared swiftly due to the effect of upgrading the item emblem from S rank to SS rank. The SS rank item, originating from the ancient god statue emblem, has a chance to explode when killing the ancient god statue, and can summon a powerful ancient god statue. Luo Feng took the emblem and held it close to his chest, then handed the sparkles around him back to Li Shujuan, Ling Wu, and Enya behind him. "These are more suitable for you to use." Ling Wu carefully examined the item she had received, Toxin of the Divine Poison, a rank item. When it strikes the enemy, it will quickly spread infection, and the victim will decay. Li Shujuan's eyes widened as he admired the ancient god statue, and a rank item with the extreme power of the emperor from the ancient god statue. Enya looked at the shining item in her hand, Fury of the Ancient God, a rank item. It sacrifices a lost soul to pay the price, and the explosion is even more devastating. Luo Feng led the group and continued to announce the next mission. All members who have reached level 10, prepare to depart.
On the way to the royal capital, those with intermediate awakening will transfer classes.
In Kingdom, the sky was shrouded in darkness, with large lightning bolts continuously striking the buildings.
The B-rank guild, Azure Wing, was gradually advancing deeper into the city. Gu Xi walked while sensing, "Did you notice how quiet this city is? It feels like the world of the dead. Kingdom is the home of the boss, the legendary super treasure vault, yet there are no guards?"
The sect leader also followed her gaze, looking in the same direction. Gu Xi pointed towards the corner of the street, where human bones were piled up in heaps, emitting a strong, pungent odor.
"Look over there, there are so many human bones."
She sensed the strangeness of the situation, and at that moment, offered her suggestion, "This isn't right.
Let's head outside the city first." The muscular bodyguard spoke up, expressing his refusal. "We're already here, what's there to be afraid of?" Gu Xi continued to try to persuade everyone, "It's too dangerous here, please trust me. My grandfather, who was a scout, taught me this."
At that very moment, she noticed something. A beetle suddenly appeared, crawling across the ground. Gu Xi pointed at the insect and shouted loudly to warn everyone, "Don't touch that insect." Instead of being afraid, the bodyguard swiftly attacked the small creature. "This thing could be squashed under a single foot, stop acting like it's dangerous."
Immediately after, he screamed in agony.
The beetle had drilled a hole in his thigh, and then it unexpectedly jumped into his mouth. He wasn't quick enough to react, and allowed it to crawl inside, his eyes bulging in shock. There was a sudden, violent movement from a nearby pile of coal. From a dark mountain of coal, thousands of beetles rapidly surged forward. Seeing this, Gu Xi was immediately terrified and shouted loudly to the group, "Hurry, get out of here." The sect leader quickly gathered his energy, using fire to try to stop the approaching beetles. However, it seemed to have no effect on them, and the entire guild began to flee.
"Run!"
A soldier, running, suddenly tripped and fell onto the road. He was attacked by the bugs surrounding him and screamed in pain.
"I don't want to die."
The other 3 members of the Azure Wing Guild could no longer keep up, continuously surrounded by the growing swarm of insects. The unlucky soldiers who were overwhelmed by the insects screamed out in desperate pleas for help. The toxic gas quickly spread outward, along with the haunting cries for help, drawing the attention of those about to enter the city gates.
"Did you hear those tragic cries from inside the city?" One of the captains, upon hearing this, immediately gave up. "Forget it. We're not strong enough. The squad doesn't need to go any further.
There are a lot of guilds inside, but probably only the Feng Zhou Guild has a chance of entering the palace."
Another person spoke up.
They had the largest numbers, well trained in both offense and defense. The Fangzhou Guild inside the city was also being surrounded by the pitch-black beetles, taking over an entire street.
The young female general, both on guard and bewildered by the resilience of the insects, looked around.
These bugs aren't even afraid of fire. What should we do?
The elder general, standing behind, refused to retreat, encouraging everyone to keep fighting. Don't give up, everyone.
We must resist until the very end. With that, he turned and spoke to his teammates, instructing the regular members to hold back the insects. We need to prepare to leave here. The purple-haired girl beside him, feeling indignant, spoke up.
No, we can't leave our teammates like this.
He turned back to persuade, the ship is about to sink, there's no need to die with it. Moreover, there is something in this world that Austin Sir definitely wants to obtain, and this matter is directly related to whether or not he can become a god. The young lady hesitated upon hearing this. She squinted her eyes, then made up her mind, all right, it's all for Austin Sir. He is the only hope to save this world. The three of them quickly flew up using their magic, leaving the battle on the ground with the insects behind.
Follow me, we're going to the palace.
The soldiers below were fuming in anger, cursing loudly.
Damn it, Say and their people left us behind.
The beetles suddenly connected with each other, forming massive blocks. These massive blocks resembled fingers moving ever closer to the soldiers. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the dense mass of insects, the eternal guardian of the insect colossus.
A giant insect colossus appeared right after, its eyes glowing bright red.
The elder general was terrified upon seeing this strange object.
Damn it, what is that?
It quickly grabbed the warhorse of a general. The young lady's fairy wings were also swiftly captured by the giant's hand. The elder general was no exception, he was attacked by a blood-draining technique. In an instant, his black dragon was burnt to ashes, leaving only the skeletal frame. The insect colossus quickly tightened its grip, crushing both the person and the object in its palm. The people outside the city, upon seeing the giant insect colossus, couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves.
The insect colossus has appeared.
I heard this kingdom has two such giants. No one can reach the palace now. At the same time, Luo Feng's group reached the foot of the city wall.
We've arrived, Yongsheng City.
Without hesitation, they marched straight into the city.
A man raised a question, this little guild is too reckless. The mutant creatures have already appeared, yet they don't know how to retreat?
An old man added his thoughts, Luo Shui must have been enchanted by that guy, following him to meet her end.
As they approached the city gate, Luo Feng flew towards the blazing torch on the city wall.
The moment he broke it, the flame quickly turned to a mysterious green color. The green torch burned fiercely in Luo Feng's hand, and the group followed him into the city. Beetles blocked their path. Li Shujuan was startled and stammered, so many insects. Lu Xia covered her mouth, shivering as she said, when I get home today, I'm definitely going to have nightmares.
Luo Feng calmly led them through the swarm of insects, reassuring them as he went, don't worry, these insects won't harm us.
When the people outside saw that Luo Feng's group entered the city unharmed, they began to understand. So that's it, this guild has some skills. As long as they have that torch, they don't need to fear the insects anymore. They also quickly noticed that the torches outside had already gone out. Strangely, why did all the other torches extinguish after he held that one? Luo Feng's group passed by the unfortunate one struggling in the dark pit. The bugs, save me, please don't leave me. Luo Shui's heart softened upon witnessing such scenes. No, we can't just stand by and watch them die here.
Luo Feng continued to move forward, calmly explaining to Luo Shui.
This is their choice, being devoured by the insect sea is the price they pay. Our time is limited, we cannot stop, we must reach the palace before the torch burns out. Inside the main hall, hundreds of people were struggling, fighting the swarm of insects. The Qilang Swordmaster Guild was panting heavily, exhausted by the intensity of the insect attack. Vice President, it seems like we have no way out, the Vice President said, struggling to speak as he looked at the giant insect colossus in the distance. That's right, we've caught the attention of the insect colossus.
Unless a miracle happens, someone would have to distract them so we can escape. But right now, who in their right mind would rush through here? The women were stunned as they watched the scene before them. The group of Luophone was boldly walking through the approaching insect colossus. Seeing this, the Qi-Lang Swordmaster Guild immediately turned and fled, abandoning Luofeng's group, who were in immediate danger. Those fools knew they had missed the best opportunity to enter the palace. They were in a hurry to flee while the insect colossus were distracted by us. Suddenly, the massive insect colossus appeared in front of Luofeng's group, eyeing them menacingly. Zhao Haishan shouted, "These insects have turned into colossi." Li Shujuan, seeing this, envisioned the future. "If we make it back to the real world, I'll make sure to kill those insects at the company a few more times." Luo Shui seemed to have guessed their intentions and warned everyone. "Be careful, it's going to attack." The sudden attack of the insect colossus caused the women to scream in fear. Luophone, calm as ever, firmly held the green torch, raising it toward the sky. The torch flared up fiercely, emitting intense heat that left everyone in awe. Surrounding him at that moment was an overwhelming force, with vibrant divine energy bursting forth. The insect colossus advanced, moving towards the strange blue light. Immediately after, they veered to the sides, clearing the way for Luofeng's group to proceed. The Qi-Lang Sword Guild, witnessing this, gazed longingly. "Oh, if we had known earlier, we should have followed them." Shortly after, the insect colossus shifted its target towards them, prompting the sect leader to shout, "Quick, run! They cannot be attacked." Luofeng's group had reached the palace gates, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the torch was enough. Once they entered the palace, they would be safe. This was an area where the insects could not enter. Lue Xia, noticing Zhao Haishan was missing, suddenly spoke up, "Oh, where did that guy go?" Li Shujuan, worried, said, "What if he got left behind?" Anya calmly shared her thoughts, "No, I feel like he probably left the group on his own." Luo Feng, upon hearing this, didn't become angry. Instead, he remained composed and said, "Based on my understanding of him, there's definitely a reason why he chose to leave the team alone. But no matter the reason, in this world, as the team leader, I must find a way to bring him back." He handed the torch to Luo Shui and said, "You all continue forward. I'll go bring him back." Shujuan immediately intervened, "If you go back to the insect sea now, you'll die." Luo Feng's gaze remained resolute as he looked ahead, saying, "If I don't go, he will definitely perish in the insect sea. This time, I cannot accept the death of any of my teammates." Enya spoke up in opposition, "Don't be foolish, in this highly dangerous world, accidents always happen. You're not a god." Luo Feng created a large shield around himself, the guardian shield, and turned to speak to Enya and the others, "But this is my responsibility. I can't abandon any of you 7. Luo Shui anxiously watched him, not forgetting to remind Luo Feng, "Your guardian shield can only protect you. 3 minutes, stay safe. If you can't find him, you must come back quickly." Luo Feng swiftly ran towards the smoke and dust of the giant insect swarm ahead, leaving behind a reassuring message for everyone, "Don't worry, I will bring him back." Outside, thunder rumbled against the dark sky. Zhao Haishan walked amidst the devastation, wielding an axe in his hand, his body enveloped in raging flames. Zhao Haishan's arm was like a torch burning fiercely, and the ring on his finger flashed with light. It was the blood ring, an A rank item that burned the user's life essence to temporarily prevent the swarm of insects from advancing. Zhao Haishan's body was starting to give in. Sweat dotted his face, and even he realized it. Damn it, this state can't last much longer. Zhao Haishan bent his head with effort, looking at the signal transmitter in his hand, which was now glowing green. This was a signal from his comrades, and he couldn't ignore it. Zhao Haishan's thoughts drifted back to a different time in the past. When he and his comrades had bravely fought amidst the smoke of bombs and the roar of gunfire, they had once proudly held their rifles and declared loudly, "Charge, charge ahead." It was also during that time that Zhao Haishan lost his left eye, but he still found the strength to encourage his comrades. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the comrade next to him and said, "Everyone, try to survive. When we return, we need to have many children. I will support them.
Zhao Haishan's memories turned to a moment when he and his comrades had joyfully shared a New Year's Eve meal together, despite the injuries they all carried. Zhao Haishan laughed heartily, patted his comrade on the back, and said, "In this life, I am the one who knows what's best. Your children are also my children. They will have to take care of me when I grow old. No one is allowed to argue about that." Zhao Haishan breathed heavily amidst the smoke and flames. He wouldn't allow himself to give up. He had made a promise to them. Their children were also his children. He had to find the source of the signal before he collapsed. Elsewhere, in a corner of the wall that hadn't yet been overtaken by the dark, insect-like creatures, Gu Xi crouched against the wall, holding up a pest-repellent incense to drive them away, but the situation wasn't improving. She anxiously said, "The effectiveness of the incense is about to wear off." Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted right next to them. The stones shattered and flew in all directions, causing Gu Xi to panic and tightly shut her eyes. It was Zhao Haishan. He had found Gu Xi's location and came to help her. Gu Xi gasped as she looked at Zhao Haishan, his whole body surrounded by the flames of the Ring of Eternal Blood. Zhao Haishan was breathing heavily, raising his hand toward her and saying, "Follow me." Gu Xi quickly grabbed Zhao Haishan's hand. The two of them hurriedly ran away from the thick black smoke behind them. Gu Xi anxiously said, "I shouldn't have called for help, I've caused you trouble, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Haishan placed his axe on his shoulder, his other hand tightly gripping Gu Xi's hand. He replied firmly, "Your grandfather is gone, but I'm still here. You are my granddaughter, and in the future, you'll have to take care of me. So, saving you is my duty." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge, dark monster appeared right behind Gu Xi. Its glowing red eyes stared fixedly at her. Gu Xi fearfully looked up and faced the monster. The creature slammed its fist onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Stones shattered and flew everywhere, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Zhao Haishan quickly pulled Gu Xi into his arms and leaped to dodge the punch, shouting, "Be careful." The monster glared down at them with its fiery red eyes. Zhao Haishan stood protectively in front of Gu Xi, urgently telling her, "Run, quickly." But she didn't want to leave him behind alone. No. Just when danger was looming near, Luo Feng suddenly appeared, like a savior. He held the sword in his hand, shielding them with a sturdy layer of defense. Even Zhao Haishan was taken aback by Luo Feng's sudden appearance. Zhao Haishan, in a daze, asked him, "President, why are you here?" Luo Feng replied coldly, "Of course, I'm here to take you back to the team. Once we're back, I'll explain everything to you. But first, let me deal with this." Gu Xi and Zhao Haishan finally had the chance to talk. Gu Xi looked at Luo Feng and asked, "Sir, who is this person?" Zhao Haishan seemed in a particularly good mood and even joked with her, "This is the president of our team. If we survive, I can introduce the two of you." Gu Xi was completely impressed by Luo Feng's strength. He was young, yet so powerful. Zhao Haishan and Gu Xi stayed behind, while Luo Feng wielded two swords, creating a protective sphere around them and charging directly at the monster. Luo Feng gathered all his strength and jumped high into the air, flying towards the monster. The glowing green sphere brightened, protecting him as he approached. The monster's power began to push against the outer shield, trying to attack Luo Feng. Luo Feng was struggling to fend off the monster from above, its dark body continuously slamming into the protective sphere as the wind swirled around them. The monster threw a devastating punch, but Luo Feng easily leaped away to dodge. The ground where the monster's punch landed exploded, and the shockwave caused the stone foundations below to rumble. Gu Xi tried to shout at Luo Feng, "The insect colossus' separate battle mode and transformation make it invincible. This is an issue that cannot be resolved, it's practically impossible to defeat it." But the situation only grew worse. In addition to the insect colossus fighting Luo Feng, countless other insect colossus were also making their way toward them, surrounding them from all sides. Thunderous footsteps echoed, and danger continuously loomed. Gu Xi looked at the insect colossus in fear and said, "This is bad, all the insect colossus from Yongsheng City have been drawn here.
We're all going to die here.
Zhao Haishan struggled to hold himself up with his axe. He panted heavily and said to Luo Feng, "I'm sorry, President, you shouldn't have saved an old man like me.
Because of me, you're going to die here."
But Luo Feng showed no fear or hesitation.
He simply coldly asked, "Who says we're going to die here?"
Luo Feng made a firm statement, "I will definitely lead all of you out of here alive."
With that, he raised the weapon symbolizing the evil god Colossus high and summoned it. A powerful light from the ancient god flared up, enveloping the surroundings, illuminating the sky.
The mighty and imposing evil god Colossus appeared in the air directly above Luo Feng, while he held his weapon high, the force of the summoning surging upward into the sky. The gemstone of the evil god Colossus sparkled. The surrounding insect colossus were blasted away by the power from the evil god Colossus, scattering in all directions. The area around the ancient god was surrounded by a brilliant golden force, resembling lightning bolts streaking through the air. Luo Feng stood on the summoning circle, which glowed with a strong blue light. The weapon symbolizing the evil god Colossus still hovered in his palm.
Luo Feng's expression no longer showed coldness, but rather a chilling, demonic ruthlessness.
He coldly commanded, "Ancient god statue, crush them for me."
The evil god Colossus didn't even budge, remaining perfectly still.
It manipulated gravity, causing each insect colossus to explode one by one with deafening booms, like balloons bursting. One insect colossus was blasted apart, splattering strange green fluid everywhere. Luo Feng finished drawing his sword and stood on the shoulder of the evil god Colossus, observing. Though the movements of this ancient god statue were slow, they were perfectly suited for defensive counterattacks. In the face of a large enemy, its field of attack might prove very useful.
Meanwhile, Gu Xi was terrified, staying far away from the green slime that was spilling out of the insect colossus's body.
Zhao Haishan leaned on his axe, silently thinking, "One strike and all the insect colossus are wiped out.
This person is truly terrifying."
Luo Feng turned around and handed a teleportation crystal to Gu Xi.
"Gu Xi, you should leave now. It's not safe here."
Gu Xi was stunned upon seeing the extremely rare teleportation crystal. This is a forced teleportation crystal, incredibly rare. I've heard it takes 1,000 regular teleportation crystals to form one successfully.
"Are you really giving this to me?"
Luo Feng replied, "This is a forced teleportation crystal of grade S. In the world of obsessions, when the coercion level is grade S or below, it can teleport anywhere outside the world of obsessions." Luo Feng continued, "I have a special fusion formula with a 100% success rate, but it takes some time to fuse. Mr. Chen hopes you can survive and take it with you." Zhao Haishan and Bei, supporting Gu Xi, watched her slowly vanish into the teleportation portal, then turned to Luo Feng to express their gratitude.
They truly didn't know how to thank him. Luo Feng gently responded, "We are comrades, and comrades don't need thanks. Just fighting side by side is enough."
The ancient god statue held an iron rod in its hand, manipulating gravity, and Luo Feng and Zhao Haishan immediately flew toward the statue. He said, "Let's go, prepare to return to the team."
On the staircase inside the city, all 5 of Su Daodao, Luo Shui, Ling Wu, Lue Xia, and Li Shujuan were anxiously waiting for Luo Feng. He voiced his concern, "Why is the boss taking so long?"
Lue Xia waved his hand dismissively, "Don't worry about nonsense. The boss is a god, these insects are nothing." Lightning flashed across the sky, catching Li Shujuan's attention as he looked up. Something powerful fell, causing the group to quickly jump back in panic. It was a tall iron rod, descending from the sky filled with lightning, then embedding itself into the ground in the middle of the city. On the rod stood the figures of 2 people, Zhao Haishan and Luo Feng. He called out, "We're back." Luo Feng jumped down first, with Zhao Haishan landing powerfully behind him. He apologized, sorry, I've made everyone worry about this old man." Luo Shui exclaimed joyfully, "You've successfully saved him and brought him back." Lue Xia was right, he was always reliable. Luo Feng led the way up the stairs, with his comrades, who always fought by his side, following closely behind. The entire team marched forward with pride, as Luo Feng said, "Follow me. We're going to end the power of this world of obsessions." Zhao Haishan and Luo Shui stood on either side, while Luo Feng, in the center, used his hands to open the towering gates of the city. Inside the city, the bodies of soldiers were scattered haphazardly across the ground. Li Shujuan hurriedly covered his mouth and exclaimed, This seems to be a massacre." Ling Wu approached to examine the corpses, noticing the devouring light watches on them. Luo Feng could immediately guess what had happened. They were likely after the queen's crown. Lue Xia, on the other hand, seemed more focused on the money. The queen's crown certainly sounded valuable. Luo Feng glanced at her and explained, "The crown is the source of the world of obsessions." A white-haired queen had pierced King's back with her sword. The queen killed the king, took his crown, and turned this kingdom into a kingdom of death. The crown held tremendous power, like a blazing flame, with the sparkling crystal on top standing out prominently. Luo Feng continued explaining, "This ancient, mysterious crown is crucial for resurrecting gods and mortals alike. It has the ability to regenerate life and holds hidden secrets." This matter had awakened the desire of every guild to obtain it. Enya rested her hand on her chin, deep in thought. These half-dragon guards are very powerful, but the Queen's Guardian Frenzied Dragon Team is stronger. Even members of Devouring Light would probably find it difficult to break through. The group of Luo Feng entered, finding the half-dragon guards below, struggling to resist the Queen's Guardian Frenzied Dragon Team. A group of people in suits were fighting fiercely with the half-dragon guards, using intertwining green energy beams in the air to control and eliminate them. They ruthlessly struck, severing one life after another. Enya saw it and immediately asked, "What's going on?" One of the Queen's Guardian Frenzied Dragons raised its weapon high and moved toward the Devouring Light team, causing them to panic, tremble, and gape in awe. They hurriedly advanced, saying, "Hurry up, or we'll be too late." Above the throne, the queen sat calmly, observing the bloody battle. In the sky, a glowing red summoning circle appeared. The Queen's Guardian Frenzied Dragon Team stood fiercely below, amidst the blazing fire, guarding the queen. The flames surged higher, and strange swirling orbs began to form around a heart and a pair of hands, encased within a purple hexagonal structure. The energy and electrical charge blazed intensely. Teleportation crystals also gradually appeared. A voice rang out, warning everyone that if the gods and generals were successfully resurrected, this world would be destroyed. A man from the Righteous Guild swung his weapon, attacking the frenzied dragon. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "This world will be destroyed." He then led the remaining members of Devouring Light and the Righteous Guild to charge forward. The fire raged intensely. He anxiously said, "Follow me." The queen's eyes slightly closed. She sat on the throne, wearing a crown, her entire being radiating a powerful aura, with spiritual energy swirling through the air. A blond man from the Devouring Light team approached her, using his energy and aura. He activated a formation, and streams of green energy shot directly toward the queen. Quickly, the queen was blinded by the light and soared into the air. The formation emitted dazzling golden light. He screamed furiously, "Come down here!" The crown on the queen's head fell, but it was quickly pulled back by a force. A hand caught the crown and then tightened its grip. At this moment, Luo Feng sat down on the throne, placing the crown on his head, his whole demeanor radiating a royal aura. Luo Feng shouted loudly, "Is this what you all wanted?" The queen, bound tightly by the blonde member of the Devouring Light group, lay miserably on the ground. Everyone was drawn in by his words, and then the sight of Luo Feng wearing the crown left everyone below in stunned silence. The man at the head of the guild shouted, "He's questioning Luo Feng, asking if he intends to replace the queen and bring the military and gods back to life? That's absolutely not possible." Suddenly, Luo Feng snapped his fingers and pointed forward. His entire team suddenly appeared, jumping down from above, none missing. Looking at them, each one exuded a fierce battle spirit. The crown sat properly on Luo Feng's head. His hand gently moved toward the crown, absorbing the spiritual energy. Luo Feng smiled confidently and said, "Everyone, get ready. All mid-level professionals, start your breakthroughs." Suddenly, the object in the traditional teleportation crystal dropped, and abundant spiritual energy filled the space. After that, everyone entered the teleportation crystal. Electric charges connected everyone's teleportation crystals, and flames erupted fiercely. These teleportation crystals began to emit powerful sources of spiritual energy, preparing for enhancement. Luo Feng became serious. When you awaken again, you will all be mid-level professionals. The man at the head of the guild was horrified as he witnessed this scene. He muttered in confusion, "What is this person trying to do?" The white-haired woman from the Devouring Light group also stared ahead in shock. She exclaimed in disbelief, "He's using the enhanced glass to empower his teammates, but doesn't changing classes require completing a class transition quest?" The long-haired man could no longer maintain his composure. He voiced his intentions, "Forget it, kill him, the crown will belong to us." At that moment, the queen suddenly flew into the air, leaving everyone stunned. Her eyes were completely white, and then her voice thundered, "The queen warns Luo Feng, a mere mortal, how dare you try to take my crown, you will surely be struck down by heaven." The queen's form then transformed into a massive flame, her eyes blazing fiercely, an intimidating sight. She rushed toward Luo Feng with the flames, as if intending to scorch him. Luo Feng remained calm, sitting silently on her throne. The queen's avatar gritted its teeth, her eyes burning with fiery rage. She raised her hand to touch the glass of teleportation. "Hand over the crown." Luo Feng smiled, lowering his head as he spoke to the queen, "I will not give up the crown, nor will I leave emperor, until my teammates finish evolving." The man at the head of the guild, now utterly condescending, sneered at Luo Feng before shouting angrily, "You'll be gone soon, a newcomer like you doesn't even have a class yet, do you think you can survive through the siege of experts like us?" The long-haired man pointed at the queen's avatar and then threatened Luo Feng, "Your enemies are not just us, but also two world bosses. Hand over the crown, and I might let you live." Luo Feng was amused when he heard the threat from the long-haired man. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with a greenish aura, and a smile appeared on his lips, exuding a deadly aura from his entire being. "Go ahead." The blonde man in the Devouring Light group lost his composure, charging forward and shouting loudly. "Don't waste time talking to him, kill him, and then we'll all attack Luo Feng." Luo Feng leaned on his hand, calmly and slowly calling out, "Come out, my servant." A cloud of black smoke began to spread through the air from behind Luo Feng, and the serpent god appeared. Immediately, it lunged at the queen's avatar, overpowering it. In no time, the avatar vanished, and the queen stood frozen, staring at the monster that had defeated her avatar. The avatar opened its mouth wide, its power gradually building up. It immediately unleashed a powerful blast towards the queen. She raised her weapon to defend herself. A surge of strength erupted from the serpent gods' heads, spewing out flames and frozen ice, shaking everyone below. Overpowered by the beast's strength, the long-haired man could hardly believe what he was seeing and exclaimed, "He can stop all six of us by himself. His control abilities are a bit terrifying." The leader of the guild, unwilling to accept this, turned to Luo Feng and said, "Even if you have that crown, On-Ten Lord will still come for you." Luo Feng stood atop one of the serpent god's heads, its eyes emitting electric sparks. With a heroic tone, he declared bluntly, "Then I will make sure no one survives." One of the serpent god's heads released a mysterious purple mist. This layer of bone covered the entire space, and the group below was quickly surrounded by this bone mist. The blonde-haired member of the Devouring Light group looked at his hand, his eyes wide in shock. "This layer of bone is poisonous," he said. "The body's reactions are slowing down." He looked into the air, where the swirling mist, like a tornado, rushed straight toward him. He was startled as the head of the serpent god suddenly appeared before him. It stuck out its long tongue, and its eyes flashed with bright blue spiritual energy. The blonde-haired man of the Devouring Light group raised his hand upwards to cast a formation. Quickly, he connected the energies into a hexagonal barrier. He shouted to the others, "It's above us." The serpent god stepped down with immense force, crushing the man underfoot, and the earth and stones beneath them shook. The long-haired man saw that the blonde had been defeated by the serpent god, and he stared in shock before shouting out.
Furious, he cast a glance back. Amid the poisonous mist, a blue eye gleamed.
The serpent god released a dense cloud of poisonous mist aimed directly at the long-haired man.
He was forced to retreat, his voice tinged with fear. This is bad.
The serpent god's eyes shone brightly as it released another poisonous mist, forcing the man to retreat even further. Suddenly, Luo Feng leaped into the air and thrust his sword through the man's chest. The long-haired man widened his eyes, his voice trembling in pain.
You're too strong.
With those words, he was killed by Luo Feng's sword on the altar. The multi-headed serpent god hovered above, and the others hurriedly jumped off the altar. The man at the head of the guild rushed out of the altar at full speed. He reminded everyone, as long as we get out of the range of this altar, we'll be safe. To complete the ritual, he could not leave the altar. The range of the monster he had summoned was also confined to the altar. The guild leader shouted to the others, "I will make him pay for this. We're going back, and I'll report to Austin Sir to have him killed."
Luo Feng looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, then asked slowly, "Kill me?"
Luo Feng stood on top of the black serpent god, exuding an aura of death. Holding swords in both hands, his body radiated light. Meanwhile, the queen was battling with the two heads of the serpent god. She raised her staff towards the sky, and her power created a large circle. Suddenly, the serpent god retracted its poisonous mist, and Luo Feng's body glowed, the aura he emanated forcefully pushing others away.
Luo Feng's eyes blazed brightly.
He puffed out his cheeks, took a deep breath, and then blew out a fireball, shouting loudly, "Wrath of the serpent god!"
At that moment, panic spread among the crowd as they tried to flee.
Seeing the poisonous mist and frozen ice closing in, the guild leader urgently shouted, "Run, run quickly!" The shout echoed like thunder under the clear sky. A scream of terror rang out as the crowd was swiftly swept up in the serpent god's power created by Luo Feng. That power pierced through the poisonous mist, and a wave of strength surged forward, causing the stones on the ground to be thrown into the air. Wherever the serpent god's power reached, those people were incinerated in the blink of an eye. A thick, dense smoke rose sharply into the air. The ground below was torn up, stretching out like the trace of a large serpent crawling through the earth. The soldiers outside stepped closer to the sunken area ahead. The air was filled with a rustling sound, and one soldier exclaimed in astonishment.
"The force is terrifying, it could destroy everything. Is there a divine warrior in this city?"
At this moment, Luo Feng's eyes were completely white, panting heavily, with smoke still emanating from his mouth. He wiped his mouth with his hand, then leaned his sword into the ground for support, sighing. "This skill is too wasteful to be used on just the two of them for an army attack. The side effects are too great.
I must be more cautious next time."
As he spoke, he took a deep breath, then exhaled rapidly. Before Luo Feng had a chance to rest, he suddenly saw the world boss behind him engulfed in flames. Not far off, the queen had already collapsed, motionless, lying on the ground. Luo Feng approached the queen, looking down at her. He couldn't help but feel that the power just unleashed had been too terrifying.
Luo Feng exclaimed. "This move is too monstrous."
Even the two world bosses around here were shaken to the point where one died and the other was crippled. The foreign body disappeared once its task was complete. Seeing that the queen had a ring on her hand, Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, "The insect emperor's ring should be given to Li Shujuan. Perhaps he could create a force even stronger than the insect colossus." Then, Luo Feng reached out to touch the crown, and a burst of power flashed.
The queen's eyes snapped open, and he spoke.
"All right, let's get you out of here." Simultaneously, all the teleportation crystals began to glow, and Luo Feng's eyes also lit up. A burst of power shot straight into the sky, and the system's voice rang out, "The final boss of the war god's resurrection had been killed." This mission was now over. Everyone who was awakened would be teleported out of here in 1 minute. On the altar, the 7 teleportation crystals had been fully enhanced, and everyone jumped out of them.
Xia looked at her hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "We've only slept for a while, and we've successfully leveled up. The boss is truly amazing." At this point, Zhao Haishan had turned into a war frenzy, Luo Shui had become a holy swordsman, Enya had advanced to a combat specialist, Xia had been enhanced to a great master of the strange path, Xu Zhuan had become an illusion beast master, and Dao Dao had turned into a person of the demon path. Looking at her teammates, everyone had successfully advanced and been enhanced. Luo Feng spoke up, "If everyone has successfully changed classes, our war with Fangzhou will officially begin. Austin, the time for our showdown has finally arrived." In the Earth world, at the West City Hospital District, Luo Feng hurried towards the group of female nurses. His silver-rimmed glasses made him appear even more refined. Due to the influence of the world of obsessions, there were more and more injuries and accidents. He had never failed a single surgery and was considered a godlike figure in the medical field. A female nurse clasped her hands, her eyes shining, her tone full of admiration. "Look, he looks so young." Another nurse covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Really? How is it possible that he comes to our small hospital every week?" The short-haired nurse explained, "I heard that he has lived in this district since he was young. When his family ran into trouble, the old dean helped him." The voice of Lu Jiao Jiao echoed through the phone, her tone full of anger as she yelled, "You haven't answered the phone for a long time, what on earth are you doing?" Luo Feng, knowing that he had been neglecting her recently, spoke softly to calm Jiao Jiao down and also reminded her, "The patient just had surgery, and it seems they're from your school. Your leg needs rehabilitation. After a month, I'll personally perform the surgery for you." Jiao Jiao scoffed coldly, then yelled into the phone, "Humph, I don't care." Before Luo Feng could respond, a long beep sounded from the other end of the line. Ziqi, whose hand was bandaged, looked at Luo Feng with weak eyes. She was the victim of the abuse at the West City Academy, beaten by multiple people, scratched by sharp objects on her face, her left arm crushed and fractured. Seeing Ziqi's uneasy mood, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I've treated your wounds the best I could. There won't be any scars." Ziqi stared into the distance, responding calmly, "I'm not worried about that." Suddenly, a few uninvited guests appeared outside the door. Their appearance was jarring, and the leader of the group frowned, his voice full of excitement as he said, "Found you." The woman wearing glasses also spoke, "The responsibility hasn't been cleared up yet. You think hiding in the hospital will solve anything?" The leader of the group brought his phone closer, revealing a beautiful image of Ziqi on the screen. He lecherously said, "Boss, we like you, it's an honor for you, you can't resist. If you don't want these photos to be spread online, you better come with us quietly." Hearing his words, Ziqi couldn't help but panic, her voice stammering. Luo Feng sensed the situation was getting tense, so he stood in front of the leader and subtly urged him to leave. The patient needs rest, people with no business should leave. That night, the man glared, his attitude aggressive as he said to him, "Doctor, this is not something you can interfere with. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Luo Feng coldly and straightforwardly responded, "I won't say it twice. Leave." The group, feeling insulted, grew furious and charged at him, intending to teach Luo Feng a lesson. The leader shouted, "Is this idiot? How dare he talk to me like that? Deal with him." Luo Feng glanced at the leader. A loud noise erupted, rumbling across the room, as the nurses, doctors, and security personnel stood their ground. "Everyone, hurry!" A female nurse shouted, "He is a god in the medical world, absolutely nothing can happen to him." Unfortunately for them, Luo Feng made quick work of them, leaving them in a pitiful state. He turned to the nurses present and spoke in a somewhat dismissive tone. "I'm fine, just the quality of the hospital room isn't that great." When everyone saw Luo Feng still calmly standing amidst the gangsters sprawled across the floor, they were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Ziqi, somewhat frightened, stammered, They'll seek revenge. Their influence is huge," but Luo Feng reassured her. "Don't worry, my sister is in the hospital, and no unstable elements will be allowed here." Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, the blonde man was threatening the debtor. I told you, if you don't pay the interest you owe me today, you only have two choices. Either jump off the roof, or lick my shoes. The debtor, who was being trampled underfoot by him, tried to cry out, I can't jump down. My mother is paralyzed and lying on the bed alone. Several of his underlings eagerly spoke up, then hurry up and lick the shoes, you know the boss here has a sense of reason. Lick the shoes clean, and we might allow you to pay late for a few days. Damn it, move faster. Suddenly, the rooftop door was kicked open by someone. Zichi appeared, furious, and shouted loudly, Stop, stop it. The blonde-haired man turned his head and sneered, What's the matter? He grinned maliciously and said, I really didn't expect this girl to have some backbone. Are you trying to use your body to pay back your classmates' debt? One of his underlings laughed loudly. He wasn't just indebted to the boss alone. Luo Feng, who was standing behind Zichi, spoke up, Is it that blonde guy? The girl screamed angrily, It's him. The blonde man mocked them and ordered his underlings, You trash, no wonder you're so bold, turns out you found someone to help. But he's just a community doctor. Are you out of your mind? You went and got someone weak to help you. Throw this weakling down there for me. Several of his underlings, smug with self-satisfaction, moved toward Luo Feng, saying, Got it, we'll grab his arms and legs. With his build, if we throw him from the rooftop, he'll definitely fly far. Luo Feng stood still, calm as ever, even as the blonde man's underling grabbed his shirt. Then, Luo Feng tightly gripped his wrist, causing the underling to panic. The pain shot through him, and his face twisted in agony, screaming loudly. Luo Feng powerfully sent him flying. His action startled Zichi. The henchmen, witnessing this, had their eyes wide open and mouths agape. The blonde-haired man was stunned. How? How could this be? Luo Feng kicked with precision, sending several of the blonde man's subordinates flying from the side. The blonde man broke into a cold sweat and screamed. This doctor is something wrong. Everyone, charge at him and kill him. As his henchmen rushed towards Luo Feng like starving wolves, they shouted. Arrogant! Do you know that two fists can't possibly fight four hands? But just 2 seconds later, they were sent flying into the air, crossing the railing like birds learning to fly, screaming in terror. Ah! No! The blonde-haired man, panicked, fell to his knees, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. I'm sorry, I didn't see Mount Tai. Dr. Boss, please spare me. With a face as cold as Hanoi's winter, Luo Feng grabbed the collar of his shirt and gently threw him over the railing. The blonde man fell in free fall, still shouting threats. You will regret this. Zichi, terrified, advised Luo Feng. Doctor, you should run. The police will be here soon. I won't say a word. Luo Feng calmly replied. Don't worry, they won't die. The blonde-haired man and his henchmen were suspended in the air inside bubbles. Lue Xia had created those bubbles. She was blowing a bubblegum while sneering. Really, you weaklings think you can cause trouble for the boss? The bubblegum in Lue Xia's mouth popped wildly. She suddenly shot forward at the speed of sound, as if propelled by a rubber band. With just a few powerful moves, Xia sent the man in yellow and his underlings crashing to the ground. The blonde-haired man stared wide-eyed at the broken teeth in his hand. Who broke my teeth? He looked up at Luo Feng and screamed. Fake doctor. Just you wait. My dad will definitely revoke your medical license. You'll never be able to practice medicine again. Luo Feng sneered lightly. Oh really? How so? Luo Feng glanced at him and continued. By the way, I made a phone call just now. Your father is on his way. Your life is in danger, and I doubt he'll be able to do anything else. The blonde-haired man, after hearing this, sneered and suddenly his phone rang. He hurriedly answered and excitedly started bragging. Father, you called at the perfect time, I'm about to kill someone. On the other end of the line, his father angrily yelled. Kill your own head. You've lost my position as a councilman, you've made him purple in the face. He instinctively dropped the phone. No, that can't be true. His father screamed. You damn bastard, I've been flattering people for over 10 years just to climb to this position. It's all ruined now, you've ruined everything. Now there's nothing left. Your mother and I are about to go to prison. I have to kill you. The blonde-haired girl called out. I was wrong, don't let my father go to jail. Luo Feng walked away and coldly shouted back, not just your father, but you too. That way, I won't have to worry about the safety of this school anymore. The scene shifted to the hospital, where soft golden sunlight streamed through the glass panes, creating shimmering streaks of light. Lu Jiao was setting the food on the table, humming a song. Luo Feng opened the door and cheerfully greeted, Jiao Jiao, I'm back. Lu Jiao pouted and asked, why did you come home so late? Were you hiding from me because you were doing something dangerous again? He pushed her towards the table and laughed, how could that be? The world is always peaceful, there's no danger. Come on, let's eat. At that moment, outside in the courtyard, Karen sat cross-legged on a chair, checking her watch. Luo Feng walked over and sat beside her, saying, sorry to keep you waiting. Karen still seemed doubtful, asking, is your real job a doctor? He explained, I just help out at the community hospital sometimes. Young lady Karen, the famous Fangzhou Guild invited me here, what's the matter? She replied, you know already, why ask? Luo Feng asked again, is this about the time you wanted me to join Fangzhou? I already declined. Karen shared, no, this time on 10 Sir told me to ask you what happened in the world of the resurrected kings and ministers. How were Fangzhou's people wiped out? Luo Feng sighed, so this is what it's about. The information you want to know is valuable. Then what is Fangzhou willing to offer in exchange for such valuable information? Karen turned to him, adjusted her glasses, and replied, Fangzhou doesn't like to make deals. Luo Feng stood up abruptly after hearing this and said, then we have nothing more to discuss. Karen urgently called him back, wait, as long as you give us the Queen's crown, on 10 Sir will let you be the Vice President of Fangzhou. Vice President of Fangzhou? Luo Feng was surprised. Below one person, above 10,000, representing power, honor, wealth, and the fame of the super elite members. Luo Feng responded, this is truly an immense show of sincerity, especially considering that Fangzhou may one day become the ruler of this world. But I must refuse because I truly don't have any crown. He raised his hand and continued, moreover, when Fangzhou's people were wiped out, I wasn't there. I had a surgery, I'll be leaving now. Karen growled, Luo Feng, the Queen's bloody crown is something that on 10 Sir must have. A sound emanated from Luo Feng's headphones. The image of Ain saving the world in front of the public was absolutely flawless, but as a member of Fangzhou, he should know that what Ozan pursued was absolute justice, willing to sacrifice anything for it. It seemed that this time, it was my turn. He slightly turned his head to ask Karen, do you support what Ozan calls absolute justice? She responded, I believe Lord Austin will surely save the people of this world. He asked me to convey a message to you, once he returns from the hell-level phantom world, he will personally escort you back to the Fangzhou headquarters for a warm reception. Luo Feng gratefully said, the savior personally capturing me, I truly must have the blessings of 3 lifetimes. He turned away but still showed some compassion as he reminded the other party, as someone who once fought alongside you, I suggest you quickly distance yourself from Austin. His words didn't stir any waves that would make Karen cautious. She said in confusion, what nonsense is he talking about? Karen did not take it seriously. She silently countered in her mind that, although he had grown rapidly, he was still just an awakened one at level 50. Karen wore an unusually serious expression, gently removing her glasses. With a deep voice, she spoke, Lord OT is the only superlative awakened one at level 200 in the entire world. He is an existence without limits. I hope Luo Feng can reconsider and quickly surrender the crown, in exchange for a chance at survival. At the teleportation site, some people voiced their concerns due to a lack of trust.
I told you, it's impossible to reach this shadowy world. On the other side, Enya slowly walked behind Luo Feng, grumbling about her difficulties.
The company has to report its assets soon.
I ran straight from the board meeting, and I don't know what those old gods are saying about me this time.
Luo Feng, casually strolling along, replied gently. Everyone is really busy.
Without waiting for others to react, he turned to her, his gaze firm as he explained. Look, they've also taken time out of their schedules to be here. At the same time, Xia and the others were gathering and walking toward them. She spoke up loudly.
I've been really busy lately.
All the thugs on the street near here have become my subordinates now.
Tu Shujuan, walking beside her, seemed more timid.
He stammered, as if facing his homeroom teacher.
I've finished my homework.
Ling Wu shared the same sentiment. She said sorrowfully,
The coffee shop went bankrupt, and now I'm unemployed.
After hearing this, Luo Feng awkwardly coughed a few times, trying to maintain his calm demeanor as he defended. We are a guild, a collective. Everyone must make sacrifices. Returning to the main topic, Enya stopped joking and seriously expressed her thoughts.
Alright, the reason I'm here is because this shadowy world is very important to you.
In the previous shadowy world, the conflict between our uncle and Feng Zhou was buried. Based on my business instincts, I can sense the signs of a great war approaching. Luo Feng also thought the same way, his eyes flashing with a stubborn determination to win at all costs. Ben replied, That's right, the highest reward in this world will be a life-saving trump card when I fight against the peak-level opponents.
Xu Zhuan, walking beside the two, listened to their discussion with a confused expression. Perhaps the boy was also worried about Luo Feng.
Unlike the complaints when they first arrived, Enya seemed to have made up her mind. Her tone was firm as she spoke, No matter the cost, I will help you get that trump card.
Luo Feng was touched, but still teased first before getting serious. He casually asked, Why is the big boss suddenly so serious?
Enya seemed afraid that he might misunderstand her. She hurriedly explained, After all, I'm a businessperson.
If I've made an investment, I have to stick with it to the end.
I don't want to end up with nothing but losses.
Luo Feng led the group into the teleportation gate, walking with a confident and relaxed stride.
He calmly replied, Trust me, I've already bought the treasure, let's go. This world is very twisted, everyone stay careful.
Upon entering the world, chaotic battles erupted everywhere in front of them. An arrogant voice echoed from a distance.
All you little lambs. Welcome to the land of the sleepless, the A+ level nightmare world, the land of the sleepless. This is a country of the future and freedom, and also a paradise for criminals. To survive in this wicked world, you must be stronger and more ruthless than your enemies. A series of noisy sounds reached their ears, and a hovering flying car came to a stop at an alley. It gently landed on the ground, and due to its speed, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area beneath the vehicle. A man who looked rather shady stepped out of the car. A muscular teammate standing beside him spoke up and asked,
How many shipments do we have today?
The shady man appeared to be very pleased, eagerly responding. There are plenty of young lambs, they will definitely sell for a good price. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the trunk, revealing 3 girls trapped inside. All 3 were terrified, crying softly. The shady man flashed a sinister grin, raised his weapon, and threatened loudly. Behave yourselves, or I'll carve up your faces. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, filled with curses and clearly sounding frustrated. The group of thugs jerked in surprise and turned their heads in the direction of the sound. Without thinking, they asked, Who's there?
When did Xiaya appear and accidentally witness this scene?
She was furious, her voice sharp as she said,
I absolutely despise people who bully women.
Before they could react, Xia decisively used her power to strike, her mouth continuing to utter wicked words.
Disappear, all of you.
Luo Feng's group, who had been approaching from behind, noticed the commotion.
Xu Zhuan, seeing the chaotic situation, couldn't help but comment.
This world is very dangerous.
Just now, I saw a team of the awakened ones getting wiped out. And yet asked in confusion. What are we supposed to do now? On Asya's side, the girls who had been trapped earlier eagerly ran out of the car. They were deeply moved and bowed their heads in unison, saying, "Thank you." Luo Feng calmly explained the rules of the game. The Sleepless Land was a world of nightmare-style survival. Shujuan seemed to find a glimmer of hope, his face lighting up as he eagerly said, "This is great. If it's just survival, the awakened ones can team up to fight against the evil creatures here." Ling Wu, however, did not think it was that simple. She spoke up, voicing her concerns. Although it's a survival game, the awakened ones are not only facing these evil residents. In the future, this city of crime may have stronger armed organizations. Luo Feng agreed with this viewpoint and seriously explained, "That's right. Moreover, this is only the surface world. There is another world beneath it. The world below the ground is a massive military complex, and it is far more dangerous than the sleepless land above." Upon hearing this, Shujuan seemed to have lost all hope. He sighed in dejection. "Oh, I thought we could finally breathe easy." On the other hand, Asya, always the optimist, clearly didn't care about what awaited them. She cheerfully declared, "Don't worry, with the boss here, we'll definitely conquer everything." Luo Feng reminded them, "Be alert, the mission is about to be announced." As soon as he finished speaking, the announcement about the rules rang out. The entrance to the world of nightmares was now closed, and all the awakened ones could no longer use teleportation to leave. The 30-day survival game timer had now started. All teams of the awakened ones were invited to endure until the last day when the teleportation portal would be reopened. The sound emanating from the speakers echoed through every corner. At the same time, the situation between the squads was becoming increasingly chaotic. People surrounded from all sides to hunt down the enemy. The criminals shouted loudly their command, "Capture them, kill them." The announcement continued to broadcast, "This time, the nightmare world does not exist, and the world boss may end the mission. This time, the reward items will only be granted to the team of the awakened ones who survive until the end." Upon hearing this special information, some of those who were fighting were stunned and shouted in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Another person standing next to them couldn't hold back and said, "There is no world boss in this nightmare world." The battle did not cease, everywhere was filled with fierce intent as they attacked each other. The heavy blows continued to rain down, turning the place into a pile of rubble. A small team of two, full of energy, quietly observed the situation. The large man, clad in golden armor, with a fierce expression, stood with his arms crossed. The other girl looked extremely excited as she spoke, "The mission just got interesting." The man in the golden armor confidently replied, "As long as we kill all the awakened ones, it will be fine." Shu Zhuan realized the situation had become dire, and he couldn't help but anxiously voice his thoughts. This survival game can no longer form alliances. Some teams will definitely fight for the reward. They'll start attacking other teams, and in the end, it will turn into a killing game among the awakened ones. Ling Wu, who had already guessed as much, responded indifferently, "It's unavoidable." Enya, noticing Luo Feng was deep in thought, asked with curiosity, "Luo Feng, what's wrong?" Luo Feng was contemplating about this world, and he answered accordingly, "To be honest, there are many versions of this shadowy world, but the rules I understand are different from the rules of this world." Upon hearing this, Asya's smug expression quickly vanished. She anxiously asked, "Boss, don't you know that the awakened ones have to kill each other?" Luo Feng calmly explained, "During those 3,000 years, I decided that I absolutely would not participate in this killing game among the awakened ones." Enya, standing opposite him, spoke frankly, "But you must have the sole reward of this world. What will you do then?" Luo Feng remained composed, with no trace of worry on his face, and calmly shared his plan. "If the current path doesn't work, then we will open up a new one." Asya, filled with doubt, unconsciously asked, "A new path?" Enya, hearing this, thought differently. She curiously asked, "Do you want to break the rules of the game?" Luo Feng, his hand still resting on his chin as if he were a detective pondering a terrifying case, spoke with a tone that radiated arrogance and self-confidence. "The
the rules of this world cannot be broken, but I want to try a new way of playing under these rules.
Unlike the peaceful and slow atmosphere around Luofeng, the heart of the city was still embroiled in fierce conflict.
Continuous explosions caused flames to rise high into the sky.
The impact of the explosions sent many people flying and buried them in the debris.
Soon after, a clear voice echoed in the distance, "Important announcement, the awakening team with the code number 15 has been completely wiped out and has lost the qualification to participate in the game."
One of the awakened ones, upon hearing this announcement, couldn't help but express doubts, saying, "How could a squad be wiped out so quickly?"
The fake awakened one standing beside him didn't hold back, explaining the situation. "The protection phase only means that magic and supernatural abilities can't be used to locate other awakened ones.
If we encounter them, we can kill them."
The scene shifted to the city, where many flying vehicles were coordinating to chase down the target.
They didn't forget to use guns from the vehicles to relentlessly attack the opponent. The vehicle being chased didn't stand still either, continuously fighting back.
The battle was intense.
After that moment, the squads that had been defeated, the announcement rang out. Currently, the number of remaining Awakened One squads is 49. Inside one of the flying vehicles, a girl saw the situation was far from good, and she asked in confusion, "Is there a powerful Awakened One killing other squads?"
The man driving the vehicle, who was aware of the situation outside, urgently instructed, "No, it's very dangerous outside. We must find a safe place to hide." On another side, a group of people was using their supernatural abilities to attack other awakened ones, with no one able to escape. The white-haired girl, who had appeared earlier, was now floating in the air, surrounded by energy from her abilities.
After killing a few people, the white-haired girl smugly said, "I'm so merciful.
In the blink of an eye, I made them lose all sensation, dying without any pain." A man, currently being strangled by her teammates, fearfully muttered, "Please spare me.
I beg you. Please, spare me."
The man in the golden armor ignored the pleas.
He swiftly snapped his opponent's neck. The man in golden armor showed little interest in this outcome.
Without hesitation, he arrogantly said, "Killing these trash doesn't bring any pleasure.
Let's go kill Luofeng."
The white-haired girl slowly flew closer to him, speaking in objection, "You are truly bold.
Luofeng is the target Lord Austin wants to recruit."
The man in golden armor seemed determined to pursue this goal. He spared no words in explaining. However, the holy servant Mayeti, who was killed by his hands, was one of the 12 holy servants exiled from Fangzhou due to their weakness.
But killing these 12 holy servants would certainly come with a price.
The white-haired girl seemed to be convinced, smugly saying, "Fine, anyway, no matter what happens in this world, Lord Onten will never know. After we kill Luofeng and find the queen's blood-stained crown on his corpse, Lord Onten won't blame us." The man in golden armor exuded the aura of a king, his eyes flashing with killing intent.
He confidently declared, "We are level 100 awakened ones.
Even if we kill 100 level 50 awakened ones, it would be no different than a god tormenting ants. But I enjoy this feeling." The white-haired girl looked towards the city, full of anticipation, and said, "Now, the game is entering the stage of protecting the awakened ones.
I cannot use divine sense to lock onto their signal.
We'll have to wait for 3 hours." The man in golden armor arrogantly believed himself to be the strongest.
Proudly, he responded, "There are still 30 days left. They won't escape. Let's enjoy this cat and mouse game."
The white-haired girl quickly retorted, "No, they only have 6 hours to survive." At the auction, the host was listening to a bunch of drunkards bidding for Yui, who was locked in a steel cage. 1,000 Yiji coins, I offer 2,000, I bid 30,000 Yiji coins. Upon hearing the exorbitant price, the host didn't hesitate to hand the item over to the customer.
30,000 Yiji coins, this slave is yours. Laughing loudly, the highest bidder joyfully dragged Yui out of the cage in a rough manner. "Little girl, tonight I'll make sure you enjoy yourself."
Ling Wu suddenly kicked open the door and charged in. "Father, business hours are over, everyone get out." One of the men in the room began to shout aggressively, "Where did this girl come from? How dare she act so arrogantly in Yiji City? Others had sinister intentions, trying to get close to her. They had never seen her before, but they figured they could catch her and definitely sell her for a lot of money. Ling Wu, unfazed, calmly spun her gun and aimed it at them. She jumped up and fired continuously at them. One by one, the men in the room were taken down, the bullets piercing their heads as they screamed in pain. Ling Wu continued to attack without mercy, and one of the men started to regret it, shouting, "No!" But more and more men approached her, hoping to capture her and take her down. She simply used her advanced combat skills, spinning and shooting relentlessly. The room was filled with loud screams and the sounds of gunfire, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Ling Wu stopped once all the enemies were down, holstered her gun, and softly said, "Mission complete." Yui had been sitting huddled in fear for a while, but then she stood up, wanting to escape. Suddenly, one of the creatures stirred and growled. Yui jumped in surprise. She screamed loudly. Quickly, she ran out of the room filled with growling monsters. They immediately began chasing her aggressively. People inside the building, terrified, rushed out shouting, "What is this thing? Set it on fire, set it on fire." Another person was bitten by a monster. He screamed, "Don't!" Yui climbed up a tree, trying to make sense of what was happening. What in the world is going on? Have these villains all turned into zombies? Screams of panic echoed from below as someone failed to escape. No! Luo Feng was driving Ling Wu somewhere. He glanced back, then said casually, "Looks like the divine bullet is starting to work." Ling Wu seemed to understand what he meant and asked, "Your new game is to use a biochemical virus to destroy all the evil people in the world, isn't it?" Luo Feng accelerated, shouting loudly, "We don't have much time. We need to speed up this game." He drove the bike through the air, just above a moving train below. Ling Wu understood, quickly slipping into the train through a window. The monsters inside reacted as soon as they heard the noise, gathering together and moving toward her. Ling Wu swiftly dealt with all the creatures inside. Out of nowhere, Luo Feng appeared on his motorcycle. Ling Wu nimbly jumped out of the train. He reminded her, "Hold on tight." The train was about to crash into another one. The guards tried to warn people. The ones inside the train felt something was wrong and started shouting warnings. "We can't stop it, we're about to crash. Run, quickly!" A massive explosion occurred. Amidst the dense smoke, a legion of monsters advanced in a horrifying manner. The city was ablaze, and Luo Feng and Ling Wu calmly stood at a distance, watching. She reported, "The bar and downtown area were both blown up by him. Perhaps no force can stop the outbreak of the zombie horde." Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, "All right, we can leave now." Ling Wu turned to ask Luo Feng, "So when will our next move begin?" He simply answered, 3 hours from now, the system will display the countdown, marking the end of the protection phase for the awakened ones. Currently, there are 31 teams of awakened ones remaining. The monsters moved through the chaotic streets with a wild force. One of them shouted, "What the hell? Yiji City isn't supposed to be a cyberpunk world, how did it turn into a biothreat?" As they struggled to deal with the endless swarm of monsters, feeling increasingly powerless and desperate, another tried to comfort them, "The mission difficulty is too high, we need to figure out a way to survive first." The white-haired girl used her magic to freeze all the monsters, while the golden-armored man rampaged through the streets, knocking down monsters and splashing water everywhere. He swung his fists, sending others flying. While fighting, the golden-armored man turned and shouted angrily, "Damn it, why are there so many zombies? It's like an endless swarm of insects." The white-haired girl, with her jade-green eyes, floated in the sky. She said, "I've locked onto the position of Luo Feng and the others, but we need to deal with these snakes first." The ambulance sped down the empty road at high speed, its siren blaring. Laa Xia looked around and reported to Luo Feng. "Leader, Feng Zhou's people have us cornered." Luo Feng responded indifferently. "Ignore them, we'll deal with it once we're in the world." The ambulance, parked under a building, was illuminated by a helicopter's searchlight, surrounded by machine guns pointing directly at them. If it had been in a normal situation, we wouldn't have been able to get here.
The ambulance stopped right beneath a building.
Luo Feng sat inside, his tone calm, his expression unreadable. He spoke clearly, mentioning that the virus in the world was beginning to spread, which was why they had hijacked this ambulance, using their identity as virus experts to enter that world. In that world, there were many advanced buildings, but the sky was overcast, covered with dark clouds and frequent thunderstorms. Yiji sat in a containment chamber, with a device surrounding his head, numerous wires connected to it. Below, two men were kneeling, their hands on their shoulders, addressing Yiji in a formal manner. Lord City, the man in the brown coat. The man who had earlier shown respect to Yiji looked up, a scheming expression on his face, his lips curling as he thought to himself. Yiji, Lord of Yiji City, frail flesh and blood, mechanical ascension. 500 years ago, Yiji Lord transferred his ideas and his aging soul outside, gaining immortality. In that laboratory room, two people were lying in a containment chamber, and it seemed that it was connected to each other.
Surrounding them were other scientists.
From that moment, he had dominated the entire Yiji city until the present.
Suddenly, Yiji spoke up. What exactly is this virus? The clock world has collapsed, and now is this world about to lose control as well?
Back in the laboratory, the two men who had previously shown reverence to Yiji were still beneath him. The man in black stood up and reported, "We've sent the army to handle the small-scale zombie funeral.
For the medium-scale zombie outbreak, we've successfully sealed off the area. In that city, according to his account, countless monsters roam the streets."
Returning to his statement, "We can only try our best to prevent the virus from spreading in this world." The man in brown added, his face showing concern, "But the virus replication rate is too slow, and the blood essence we researched for treatment has completely failed." Yiji angrily shouted, "A bunch of useless fools, the population is the foundation of Yiji City. People are dead, how can we stand in this world and go to war with other cities?" The man in brown immediately bowed his head, looking fearful. "Apologies, my lord, it's the failure of my incompetence." Yiji, sitting above, ignored him. He got straight to the point, dismissing the matter. "Protect this world first. As long as we survive this crisis, we can go to other cities and take some people." The man in black confidently spoke up, "Lord City, you need not worry. The virus experts have assured us that they are already in the world. I believe they will definitely be able to protect the remaining soldiers and help us survive this crisis." On the other side, the sound of the ambulance speeding down the road was heard. The automatic system inside the ambulance announced, "Ahead is an intersection, proceed straight." Li Shujuan immediately warned upon hearing the system's message, "Everyone here are soldiers, we absolutely cannot expose any weaknesses, or will surely die." Enya also recalled the appearance of the soldiers she had seen. Not only that, besides the soldiers, there was a large number of drones cooperating in the operation. Once exposed, there would be no chance of survival. On their ambulance, countless drones were flying around them. Luo Feng calmly reassured everyone, "Don't worry, I've already changed everyone's identities and documents, there will be no loopholes." Luo Xiao cheerfully said, "That's right, with what the boss has done, there's nothing to worry about." A little while later, he continued, "In 3 minutes, we'll reach the vehicle swap point, and someone from this world will come to assist us." Upon reaching the final restricted area, Ling Wu asked, "Who is coming?" He answered casually, vaguely, "Maybe a mid-level official." "I'll send them away. Everyone, coordinate well and follow my orders." "No problem." The drones continued to pursue them. They stopped the vehicle, opened the doors, and stepped out in their protective suits. The 3 of them were the first to step out of the vehicle. A girl in business attire came to greet them. "Thank you for your hard work, experts. This time, the deputy lord of our city V personally came to welcome you." She introduced a soldier in armor standing next to her. The soldier took off her helmet and spoke in a commanding voice, "It's what I should do. After all, my senior led the team into this world. We are here to deal with the risks.
Li Shujuan looked at her and silently thought to himself, this is bad, there's a flaw. Luo Feng remained silent, listening, before speaking up, the situation is urgent. Let's head to the area with the largest infection first. They agreed, and he escorted her onto the plane. That works. Let's discuss it after we get on the plane. Once everyone was on board, the plane took off from the city. She suddenly spoke with excitement. Senior, do you remember when you helped me revise my thesis? He continued to play along, replying, of course. Then she eagerly added, that thesis of mine was about the clinical experiment of injecting exported viruses into living human bodies. You know I'm interested in that kind of thing. Luo Feng continued to follow along with the conversation, impressed. Let's first introduce the current infection situation in the world. The soldier's enthusiasm faded, and she turned serious again. All right. On the plane, she began to explain to him. I'll briefly introduce the situation in this world. Out of the 72 regions, 19 have been infected, and the remaining 6 have been eliminated. The other regions are under different levels of lockdown. Luo Feng asked what the most urgent issue was at the moment. She answered. The infected regions are completely locked down. The zombie hordes have been physically isolated, but the soldiers in the newly infected areas are still getting infected. Initially, we suspected it was airborne transmission through droplets, so we implemented measures to prevent the spread of droplets, but they were still ineffective. We don't have a way to implement biochemical defense for all personnel, Senior. What do you think? After hearing this, Li Shujuan immediately thought that something was wrong. The other party had studied this matter, and Anya was also wary of this woman, knowing she wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, Luo Feng calmly responded, the reason for the zombie swarm this time is not simply due to airborne transmission, but because of the formation of too many mutated alpha infection sources. It's like a nuclear reactor, it has a certain radius of radiation range, which can accelerate the spread of biochemical infections. The radiation will become more and more severe. We must quickly address the source of the infection. The soldier seemed impressed, no wonder you're a senior. I never thought of this. The ship landed, and they stepped out. Beneath them were countless other soldiers holding guns, surrounding them. He turned to her and asked, Junior, do you have any doubts? She took out her electronic tablet and replied, Senior, who exactly are you? The level of research you're conducting clearly surpasses your previous level, so I investigated just now. Your photo doesn't match. He sighed in frustration, being too outstanding is also a problem. Anyway, it's a virus I've been studying for 150 years. Ling Wu provided her with the answer. Ling Wu quickly shot and killed the soldier. The other soldiers opened fire on them, but they did not back down. She raised her hand and used her skill. Time stopped, and they entered a counterattack stance. He shouted, come out and support us. A black wolf appeared and attacked the soldiers. The loudspeaker blared, warning, warning, unauthorized entry detected. Warning, warning, illegal intrusion detected. They are there, the black wolf protecting them. The other soldiers shouted, catch them. Surrounding them were countless drones. Li Shujuan Hong panicked and reported, we're doomed, boss. We're surrounded. As the other soldiers closed in on them, a black wolf stood in their defense. Anya anxiously asked, with so many drones, what should we do? Luo Feng calmly reached out, holding a gem, and said, destroy them, summon the evil colossus. Everything around seemed to be drawn into the golden gem. The armored figure appeared, and the monster was blown away by the wind, collapsing to the ground. Seeing the chaotic scene on the surveillance screen, the man angrily muttered, damn it! Why are the intruders appearing in this world? Behind him stood girls dressed as maids, standing straight. A blue-haired maid bent down and spoke, sir, they come from another world, disguised as virus experts to infiltrate. Another maid waved her hand, and the surveillance screen switched to another area, saying, they are fleeing toward the central experimental facility. The man frowned and commanded, "Do not let them into that place. The world will lose control entirely." The blue-haired maid responded, "Please rest assured, the central experimental facility has many layers of protection. They won't be able to get in." On another side, Luo Feng's group had arrived at the central experimental facility. The security door opened, and an announcement sounded, "All locks have been released."
Suddenly, a horde of zombies charged out from inside the door. They growled and howled, their eyes bloodshot, rushing toward Luo Feng.
Luo Feng reacted quickly, summoning a black fox that leapt onto the wall. His group held onto its fur to avoid the zombie horde. The people at the front shouted loudly, "The barricade has been breached, quickly kill them." They raised their guns and fired continuously at the zombies. A few of them were shot down. The man in the surveillance room was stunned and gasped. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Find these intruders, and kill them at the fastest speed." The servants bowed. The green-haired maid replied, "Understood." In the central control room of the experiment building, Luo Feng looked at the pink blood essence vials in front of him and said, "Very good, these blood essences were created for them. The V-virus source extracted from the zombie corpses is enough." Luo Feng turned around and said, "Asya." Immediately, the equipment was activated.
Asya approached the control panel and pressed a button. Outside the experiment building, several cannons were raised, loaded with red explosives. The cannons immediately activated, firing a barrage outward, causing large-scale explosions. Bombs rained down on the city, and the skyscrapers were quickly destroyed, unable to withstand the force of the explosions. A rain of blood poured down on the area outside the central experiment building, where the zombies had attacked earlier. The people who were initially shooting at the zombies were affected by the virus in the blood rain. They screamed, clutching their heads, their eyes turning red and ferocious. Some tried to dodge, but it was too late. The maids were standing high up, observing, each of them holding a weapon. A short-haired maid said, "The world is about to be completely destroyed by outsiders. Before we are wiped out in this world, let's kill them." After a rain of blood, outside the central laboratory building were pools of red blood, and a wave of zombies was rolling toward them. Looking at the zombies outside through the window, Xu Zhuan asked, "Boss, why do you want to destroy this world to such an extent?" Luo Feng replied, "To possess it." A blue sphere appeared, surrounded by energy cables. Luo Feng explained, "To completely destroy the world, its energy core must be displaced. Once that happens, it can be seized. The energy core is the only reward in this world. By doing this, we can obtain it first." Enya, with a headache, frowned and said, "I know the energy core is very important to you, but I'm afraid the ruler of this world won't let us off easily." Luo Feng looked outside, lowered his head, and continued, "This place is easy to defend but hard to attack. Soldiers and drones can enter in large numbers. As long as it's not the Lord of Yiji City coming in person, there is nothing to fear from anyone else." Xu Zhuan looked up and asked, "Can't the boss handle the Lord of Yiji City?" Luo Feng honestly replied, "The Lord of Yiji has lived for more than 500 years, and his power is profound and hard to measure. Even high-level awakened ones can easily be killed by him. At my current level, I still can't fight him. However, it's fine. He cannot leave the Lord's mansion. Once he leaves, his life support system will fail after 5 minutes, and he will die in half an hour. As long as we don't step into the Lord's mansion before the world is completely destroyed, we will be safe." In the current world of the display, both the modern skyscrapers and the people have been frozen into ice statues. In the hazy air, one can see both the cold mist and the sky filled with gray clouds. On top of a signal tower, a man dressed in golden armor crossed his arms and asked, "Have you located the exact position of Luo Feng and the others?" The girl with white hair tied in 2 pigtails, wearing a flowing blue dress, hovered nearby and replied, "Yes, we have found them. However, they are currently in another world, and it is very far from here." He smiled and said, "No matter where they are, no matter how long it takes, we will find them and kill them." She, upon hearing this, tilted her head and said, "Then let's go now. Make sure to protect my body well."
He replied firmly, "Don't worry, even if the sky were to fall, I will not let you be harmed." Then he asked, "Do you want to use that move? Is it suitable?" Her eyes glowed with a green light as she answered, "Yes, it's him. The forbidden spell of the soul-stealing dark water." The white-haired girl soared higher, and the freezing winds howled around her. Behind her, a massive figure that looked like an ice statue stood. On the other side, Yiji suddenly jolted, stammering, This is. Yiji felt a powerful wave of cold energy surge toward him, as if someone were standing on top of his head, causing him to panic. The people closest to Yiji also felt something strange and quickly called out, "Lord City, the device on your head has been damaged." The white-haired girl from the display world had now taken over Yiji's body. Her eyes gleamed with light, and she spoke of offering your lives as a sacrifice, welcoming the new Lord City. At the laboratory building, a Xia was chatting with Anya. The boss is indeed the boss, even during the apocalypse, he can still pick up girls. Anya looked at Luo Feng holding the phone and responded, "In this shadow world, there's no one who can't contact the outside world. Could it be that a pervert like you also has an old lover in this world?" Ling Wu suddenly spoke up to warn, "The enemy is strong and coming." Outside the glass window where Ling Wu was standing, a group of maids holding weapons could be seen. They were surrounded by zombies in a circle. One of the maids said, "Eliminate all the infected first." Then, the maids attacked. They shot energy beams that split the zombies' bodies in half or incinerated them into dust. Once the maids had finished eliminating the zombies, everything around them was in ruins due to the powerful attacks. One of them said, "The target is hiding inside, eliminate all of them." Suddenly, the green-haired maid sensed danger. She turned around to look, but before she could dodge, a large block of ice rose up and froze her legs in place. Her entire body was immediately frozen by the cold air. A cold voice sounded, "Trash, don't stand in the way here." The white-haired girl inside Yiji's body turned around, releasing a chilling killing intent. She angrily said, "Luo Feng, I know you're here, come out and die." Luo Feng realized the situation was dire and immediately said, "This is an enemy we can't handle, we can't just sit here and wait to be killed. You all stay here, I'll distract her." And you stopped him, "No, you can't go off alone and take such a risk." Ling Wu said, "Let me go." Luo Feng calmly replied, "Ling Wu, if you go outside, you'll be killed immediately. Only I can engage in guerrilla tactics with her. I'm leaving now, you all need to hide well." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng jumped out of the window. The glass shattered as he landed on the ground. Luo Feng had just unfolded his wings when the white-haired girl used the Isla Void Barrier. Ice walls rose up and rushed toward him, surrounding him. She, in Yiji's body, smiled, her face darkening as she said, "Luo Feng, finally, you've fallen into my hands." She looked at the ice walls in front of her and said, "These ice blocks are starting to crack and collapse. The sturdy ice walls will explode soon." From inside, 3 gigantic dogs from the Doom Patrol appeared, standing imposingly and creating an indescribable pressure. She widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Luo Feng wants to resist me?" One of the dog-headed men lifted his head and let out a deafening howl. The intense sound waves pushed the white-haired girl back. Then, he swung his muscular arm toward her. A dog-headed soldier from the Apocalypse Patrol suddenly launched a powerful attack at Yiji. He quickly intercepted it, then shouted in fury, lending his support. The dog-headed soldier's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yiji. He gathered all his strength to retaliate against the attack. Yiji responded with a counter-move. Inside the control room, the man wearing glasses exclaimed in fear, "This is terrifying, the body of the Lord City wants to seize control, it's as difficult as reaching the sky." The leader of the patrol team was using a golden bow to shoot arrows towards Yiji. He opened a shield, and electric charges shot out to block the patrol soldiers' arrows. The warning system blared, "Action team, temporarily cease your actions, do not sacrifice yourself in vain, wait for an opportunity." But the 2 patrol soldiers completely ignored the order, continuing to fire their golden arrows.
One of them, holding a divine weapon, jumped up and swung down powerful sword strikes.
Yiji sneered maliciously, his lips curling up to show clear contempt for his enemies.
His eyes gleamed as his voice shifted, and he slowly uttered, "So incredibly ignorant."
Yiji raised both hands high, executing his shocking technique.
The entire space was filled with pressure, and Yiji's roar thundered, activating the freezing field. The two patrol soldiers were immediately frozen in place, leaving only Luo Feng facing Yiji. The man wearing glasses inside the control room was stunned by the scene.
What kind of monster had taken over the body of the lord of the city? He quickly realized it was a power akin to that of a deity.
The two soldiers of the patrol team were slowly disintegrating before Yiji's eyes. He noticed a figure watching him from a distance. Yiji clenched his fists, his eyes blazing.
He trembled, screaming madly, "Come out here, Luo Feng, get out here right now."
With those words, Luo Feng shot out from the outside at a terrifying speed, but he wasn't appearing to confront Yiji. Luo Feng rushed quickly to a hidden corner, remaining silent, glancing outside to observe the situation. Yiji's anger grew as he saw Luo Feng's actions. Electric sparks crackled around his body, and a great force of cold air poured from his mouth, executing a move of immense power, the frost wind of 1,000 miles.
Yiji threatens to escape. How long does he think he can hide?
All the soldiers below were frozen by his power.
The man with glasses in the laboratory was shocked.
Our city, which we struggled to build. Yiji flew in a circle through the air, then used his frost wind of 1,000 miles to freeze the entire city.
Yiji couldn't believe that after going this far, Luo Feng would still be able to hide. He growled, "If you don't come out, I'll force you to."
Suddenly, a large block of ice rose towards Luo Feng, forcing him to raise a barrier to protect himself. Seeing Luo Feng in front of him, Yiji looked unwilling, his state losing control.
He confronted Luo Feng. "What do you think you are, daring to refuse Lord on 10? Before Luo Feng could respond, Yiji suddenly erupted in fury.
The frozen ice around him began to surge and overwhelm the surroundings. At that moment, Yiji resembled Satan coming to claim lives. He unleashed his most powerful technique, the Frozen Death. The strength of this move shattered a nearby airplane in an instant, and the entire area was engulfed in frozen ice.
Yiji roared, "Go to hell and regret it." The overwhelming power was so great that even a massive bridge was turned into a bridge of ice. Luo Feng was currently at the bottom, surrounded on all sides by the frozen ice vortex.
Above, Yiji gleefully said, "Die." Xia anxiously slammed her hand against the glass, shouting loudly, "Boss, hurry and run." But all of her actions were in vain.
A massive explosion erupted before Luo Feng.
He swung his sword down, slicing through the vortexes. Luo Feng then stomped his foot on the ground, using the force to propel himself upwards. His entire body, along with the protective sphere, shot swiftly up towards Yiji. Luo Feng swung his sword directly at him, and Yiji responded with a punch of his own made of ice. Upon seeing this, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he sneered, "Futile resistance." The two attacks collided, creating an explosive sound that echoed through the air. Sparks of electricity and fire flashed brightly. Yiji was at a disadvantage, and he struck the protective sphere with great force in an attempt to break through Luo Feng's defense. This powerful force immediately sent Luo Feng flying, crashing through a large building. The collision quickly destroyed part of the structure, sending debris flying in all directions. A surge of energy shot straight into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and shake.
Luo Feng bore the full brunt of the attack, his body aching from the impact.
He leaned on his sword, bent over, gasping for breath. Above, Yiji gathered the electric charge around him. A massive energy sphere appeared above his head. He shouted, "Destroy!" Yiji unleashed the forbidden technique of absolute zero.
Skyscrapers turned into shards of ice, shooting into the air. He roared with fervor, "Destroy this world along with everything in it."
The man wearing glasses, holding his head in fear, exclaimed, "It's over, this city is completely doomed." At this moment, Luo Feng raised his head and looked up, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent.
He gritted his teeth and said, "The city's destruction is complete."
Smoke began to rise from beneath their spacecraft, and a sphere shot out swiftly.
Small missiles suddenly appeared beside it.
The man wearing glasses, who was inside, shouted in shock, "The world's mortality rate has reached 80%.
The city's destruction has exceeded 40%, and it will be classified as a destroyed civilization. The energy core will automatically detach and leave here."
A hand lightly touched the sphere, and then Yiji's cold, deadly voice rang out, "Very good. As long as I kill you and obtain the energy core to deliver it to Lord Austin, the entire city will be engulfed in freezing cold. Yiji's frozen ice power will cover everything around.
Everything will end perfectly."
Suddenly, a warning tone sounded from the system, causing the man wearing glasses to gape in shock. "Warning, warning, the outside world's temperature has dropped below the threshold."
And you didn't have time to think much.
She immediately used her Ming fire to counter.
Instantly, a flame erupted, stopping Yiji's frozen ice.
Sweating, Enya felt something was wrong and hurriedly said, "No, I can't hold on much longer." Luo Feng, seeing this, looked a bit anxious.
He slowly moved closer to Yiji.
Suddenly, Yiji stood frozen, his body losing the strength of frozen ice. He gently opened his eyes, and suddenly he fell straight into the void, with lightning striking down after him. A large sphere hovered in the sky, carrying with it a frozen ice-cold segment, slowly heading toward the city.
The man with glasses stammered in fear, "What's going on?"
Enya, puzzled, spoke with doubt in her voice, "Did the battle suddenly end?"
She looked up at the sky and said, "I wonder what kind of trick the deceiver used to separate the enemy's soul."
Ling Wu responded, "Before this, he sent a message. It seemed like he had contacted someone.
Perhaps this was all planned in advance."
Xia gazed upwards, his whole being filled with admiration for Luo Feng, so he had already made preparations, truly the man I want to follow for the rest of my life.
The two awakened ones stood high, looking down at the smoldering flames below and the shrill cries echoing through the air.
The white-haired girl flew up, her soul separating from her body.
Upon seeing a level 100 awakened one nearby catch a missile, she asked, "What's happening?"
The man holding the missile glanced around, looking uncertain. "A large number of zombies are surrounding us, and there are heavy weapons."
The missile in the awakened one's hand exploded. The one with horns shouted at the white-haired girl, "We've been ambushed."
A large, heavy-set man appeared, holding a heavy firearm. He spoke into his phone with Luo Feng, "Luo Feng, I've done as you instructed." He kept a cigarette between his lips, the tip still glowing. His mind was full of questions, but he didn't care too much. The man smiled and continued speaking. "Although I don't know how you know all the details and secrets of a fire expert like me, the amount you've agreed upon must not fall short by even a single coin." On the other side, Luo Feng was holding a sword in one hand and a phone in the other, talking to the fire expert.
He laughed. "No problem, old friend, we've fought side by side before, I won't give you even a single cent."
In the world of symbols, an airborne ship had been blown up. Yui, along with the fire expert, was sitting, watching the aftermath of his handiwork. A warning sound suddenly blared, and the fire expert was stunned. It was the sound of an air defense alarm. The urgent warning continued, as the main power source of Yiji City had been lost, and the self-destruct sequence was about to activate. At that moment, the girl, Jiko, was tightly gripping the head of a zombie. Seeing this, the man beside her asked,
"What's going on?"
She sensed that something bad was coming and quickly exclaimed, "Not good, we're in trouble." At the same time, the warning sounded again.
3 minutes later, a devastating nuclear attack would strike Yiji City.
The awakened ones began to flee, but one person didn't believe the nuclear attack was real.
"Are you kidding?"
Another cursed loudly.
"Damn it, we've been running for nothing, and now this world is about to be destroyed? Who's provoking whom, exactly?"
In the control room, the man with glasses was frozen in shock. He stared at the clock displayed on the screen.
Countdown to nuclear bomb detonation. 3 minutes. The man with glasses was horrified by this information. He was confused. If the global population's death rate exceeded 80%, the nuclear bomb would be triggered, and civilization would be destroyed. He gasped in fear and exclaimed, "Without central energy, none of us can escape." Xia, Shujuan, Lingwu, and Enya were urgently running out. Nuclear bomb detonation. Countdown. Shujuan screamed in panic. Less than 30 days, no game-ending announcement. How can we escape the nuclear blast? Lingwu was also extremely worried. All of civilization is about to be destroyed, and we're in it, and you reminded everyone carefully. No matter what, find a safe place first. We don't know where the stalker is. Only Xia was carefree, confidently asserting, "I believe the boss will definitely save us." Luo Feng was with the nuclear bomb, which had begun to move, slowly rising into the air. Nuclear bomb detonation. Countdown. He reached out to touch the nuclear bomb, then said, "Then for those not afraid, start upgrading." The energy in charge of the nuclear bomb flashed brightly, concentrating around Luo Feng's vehicle. The pieces of the bomb's body came together, attaching to the vehicle to form an outer protective layer. They merged into a sphere, then quickly flashed and separated again. Nuclear bomb explosion, countdown timer ticking, and Nya was frantic, urging him to run toward her. A massive explosion shook the sky, throwing everything around T-Tung into chaos. Xu Zhuan, running, suddenly noticed a crack on the ceiling. He froze, his eyes wide in shock, standing frozen in place, screaming in terror. Immediately, a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt, pulling him back. The building collapsed right before their eyes. Luckily, Enya had managed to pull Xu Zhuan away in time. She shouted, "Be careful!" Lingwu, worried, looked at the collapsing building, furrowing her brow in thought, then said to everyone, "This is the only underground shelter around here." Xu Zhuan snapped back to reality. He told everyone, "We don't have time anymore. We're going to die here." The nuclear bomb exploded, the countdown continued, and the aimless one appeared in the air. Enya startled, holding Xu Zhuan tightly. The spaceship ahead was the aimless one transforming, unlocking stage 3, the spaceship form. Luo Feng opened the spacecraft door and stepped down. He looked at everyone with worry and regret. "Sorry, I'm late." Enya exclaimed in shock. "Fraud." Xia's eyes lit up, her faith in him had never been wrong. She excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, I knew you would come to save us." Luo Feng smiled, then urged, "Quick, get on the spaceship, I'll take you out of here." Inside the spacecraft, the cabin began to shake. A wisp of white smoke gently floated up. Then, a hatch door opened, and a red object appeared. Another bomb began to reveal itself, slowly activating, with smoke surrounding the bomb. The car sped away just before the explosion occurred. Nuclear bomb detonation, 10 seconds countdown. The red-haired girl urged Zhao Haishan, hurry up, the nuclear bomb is about to explode." He responded urgently, "I know, I've floored the accelerator." The awakened one, clad in golden armor, stared ahead in horror, while the white-haired girl's eyes flickered. She said, "This illusionary world has been sealed off. We can't escape." The awakened one grumbled, "Damn it, it's all because those two ambushed us. We absolutely cannot let them go." From her vantage point, she had detected and locked onto the target, Luo Feng's spaceship ahead. "I've locked onto them. Over there. Let them pay with blood." Nuclear bomb detonation, countdown 8 seconds. The spaceship immediately lifted off, soaring upwards. The awakened one and the white-haired girl stood frozen, watching them leave. Yui bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Truly, thank you all." Firemaster, standing nearby, smiled at Luo Feng. "Although you saved us, the debt I owe you is non-negotiable. Not even a single cent can be missing." Luo Feng ignored Firemaster's words and suddenly spoke up. I'll take anyone who isn't satisfied.
The spaceship flew past the awakened one and the white-haired girl.
Luo Feng's voice echoed through the space. Tell Austin to come see me personally.
The white-haired girl couldn't bear to watch them leave. She used her strength to form a sphere and shouted towards the spaceship, "If we die together.
You stay here with me."
The entire city was engulfed in the power she unleashed. The Wrath of the Sea God technique she cast caused Luo Feng's spaceship to lose its direction and forced it to halt.
Waves surged high as if they wanted to drown everything.
Xia screamed when she saw the tsunami approaching, "Boss, be careful."
Luo Feng's spaceship was stopped by a massive wave. The system continued to issue warnings: nuclear bomb detonation. Countdown: 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. A nuclear bomb shot straight up into the sky. The spaceship followed, intending to fly upwards with the bomb.
Seeing the spaceship about to surge upwards, the awakened one jumped up with force and shouted loudly, "You won't escape." Just as he was about to stretch out his hand, a massive explosion occurred. The explosion was so terrifying that the flames erupted violently like a giant mushroom cloud rising into the sky, smoke and fire billowing fiercely. The power of the Wrath of the Sea God and the destructive force of the explosion suppressed the awakened one.
Luo Feng remained calm and reminded everyone, "We're about to jump. Everyone, hold on tight. I'm pulling the lever down."
Their spaceship broke free from the white-haired girl's power and shot into space. The whole spaceship shook violently, and everyone was filled with concern. The spaceship sped straight into space, escaping the grip of the Wrath of the Sea God. Yui excitedly said to the firemaster, "Great, we've escaped from the heart of the explosion." He was equally thrilled, then sighed, "Only we survived.
This spaceship is amazing." Anya crossed her arms and looked at Luo Feng, asking, "What should we do next? Do we have to stay in the sky for 30 days? Or is there a way we can enter outside the illusionary world of Yiji City?"
Luo Feng calmly responded, "Although we are high up right now, we are still within the illusionary world of Yiji City.
To enter the area outside of this zone requires special equipment, which we don't have."
Xia shared her thoughts. "If we manage to do that, it would be even more exciting." Luo Feng replied seriously, "Maybe there will be an opportunity next time.
For now, let's head home."
With that, he focused on controlling the spaceship. Yiji City was completely destroyed, and his spaceship sped away from the area.
The system notification announced the destruction of Yiji City, the game ending early, and the teleportation of the remaining survivors began.
3 days later, in London, the breathtakingly beautiful scenery under the sunlight filled the space with morning rays.
A medical lecture was being held. Bertha turned to Luo Shui and said, "Luo Shui, we've been old friends for many years.
This time, you spent a large sum to get the privilege of meeting with Dr. Leo after his lecture. What's it all for?" Luo Shui replied frankly, "I want to invite Dr. Leo to perform brain surgery on my grandfather." Luo Shui lowered her head, feeling a bit melancholic. She thought to herself, the conflict between Paxia and Feng Zhou had already begun. Right now, Unten was still trapped in the hellish shadow realm and hadn't come out.
Once he did, Luo Feng would have to go to war against the mighty hero Austin of humanity. Recalling the previous scenes, when their group was facing danger, Luo Shui felt uneasy. He had once said that Unten was even more powerful and sinister than imagined. Currently, he had no chance of winning, but no matter what, she would still stand by his side. Luo Shui gritted her teeth, telling herself that before charging into battle with him, she must cure her grandfather's illness, so she wouldn't have to worry. Her hands subtly intertwined. Luo Shui thought to herself that, by any means, she must invite Dr. Leo to help. Suddenly, a loud shout shook the entire seminar. The cameraman saw Luo Feng enter and quickly ran out to greet him. "Quick, look, it's Dr. Leo."
The woman in the red dress turned around and shouted, "Dr. Leo is out." Luo Shui, who had been sitting, immediately jumped to her feet. Without looking ahead, she ran straight toward him, kneeled down, and kowtowed, pleading, "Dr. Leo, please save my grandfather.
The Luo family is willing to pay any price." Luo Feng gently touched Luo Shue's head. He said to her, "You're being foolish. Of course, I'll perform the surgery on your grandfather. You don't need to pay anything."
Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Shui raised her head in surprise.
She exclaimed, "Dr. Liu, is that you?" Luo Feng smiled and replied, "It's me.
I didn't expect that the person who spent so much money to have the chance to meet me would be you." Luo Shui lowered her head and expressed her thanks to Bertha. "I truly feel embarrassed."
Bertha curiously asked her, "Luo Shui, do you know Dr. Liu? Why have you been hiding such a big thing from me?"
She blushed awkwardly. "I just found out myself." Bertha whispered, "Luo Shui, even though we don't often keep in touch, we are still the best of friends." Luo Feng, upon hearing this, felt helpless.
He turned to Luo Shui and asked, "Where are we going next?" She stammered, to my house."
The mansion was grand, extravagant beyond measure, with a lavish dining table surrounded by numerous people eating. A man holding a wineglass stood up with a smiling face and said, "Come on, let's raise a glass to old Luo."
This man is Li Hongyuan, the CEO of the multinational Li Family Corporation.
Luo Xiao, the head of the Luo family, raised a glass of water and addressed everyone in the room. "Thank you all for coming to my house today. The doctor doesn't allow me to drink alcohol, so I will substitute water for wine today." A man nearby complimented him, "Old Luo Shui is truly a talented person. I admire you for having a granddaughter who has helped the Luo family rise like a kite soaring in the wind." Someone from the other side added, "That's right, Luo Shui is not tainted by the mundane world, she is the goddess to all of us." Luo Xiao gently stroked his beard and closed his eyes. With pride, he said, "Of course, Luo Shui is the destined blessing of the Luo family. Right now, I'm thinking about how to find her a good husband." From outside the door, Luo Shui walked in arm with Luo Feng. They entered the room together, and she softly called out, "Grandpa, I'm home." Luo Shui extended her hand toward him and introduced, "Grandpa, this is the person I often talk about. Luo Feng, the president of my association." Although Luo Feng was usually a man of few words, he still greeted him, "Hello." People around the room began to whisper among themselves.
"Who is the young man walking next to Luo Shui?"
Luo Xiao slammed his cup onto the table, causing water to splash out. He pounded his fist on the table and shot a sharp look at Luo Feng, growling, "Are you Luo Feng?" He glanced at Luo Feng before speaking in a low voice, "I've heard Luo Shui mention you. You should get her out of this association and stop ruining her future. She's very trustworthy, but since you've gotten involved with her, here's the deal, let her leave, and you set the price." Luo Xiao closed his eyes, deep in thought, his words subtly scolding Luo Shui, "You really shouldn't associate with people whose backgrounds are unclear, and even bring them home. Today, I will sever this bad connection for you." She hurriedly said, "Grandpa." Luo Xiao interrupted her, "You don't need to say anything more. The president of this small association is not worthy of you. Among all the young people, only this doctor has the right to pursue you." Upon hearing this, the man beside him let out a faint smile of disdain. Dr. Ma raised his hand to show off to everyone, "I graduated from Stanford Medical School, and I am a professor at the School of Medicine. At the age of 20, I won the Laster Scholarship and was hailed as one of the youngest medical geniuses in the world. I am a specialist in neurosurgical brain surgery, and the success rate of my endovascular aneurysm surgeries is as high as 70%. A man approached, recognized Luo Feng, and exclaimed in surprise, "Doctor, are you Dr. Liu?" He quickly knelt in front of Luo Feng, crying and pleading, "Dr. Liu, I'm so fortunate to finally meet you. The heart transplant surgery for my daughter can only be guaranteed to succeed 100% if you perform it. This favor, our family will never forget." Luo Feng coldly told the man, "Get up. After surgery, I do not maintain contact with the patient's family. You should not deliberately try to approach me. I won't blame you this time, but that's enough. Keep your distance." The man hurriedly ran out the door, not forgetting to say, all right, I'm leaving now." Dr. Ma's face turned pale. He slammed the table, stood up, and stammered in fear, "Dr. Leo, you are my idol, the god I worship. You two are a perfect match. Someone like me, a piece of trash, isn't worthy of Goddess Luo Shui.
Trust me, it's all a misunderstanding."
Luo Xiao, at this moment, stared in awe at the young man in front of him.
He then asked Luo Shui, "Is Luo Feng really Dr. Leo, the one with such a renowned reputation?" She sighed helplessly in response to him. "That's right."
Luo Xiao stood up and walked over to stand in front of him.
He frowned and then called his name, Luo Feng.
Luo Xiao took his hand, then sweetly said to him, "My dear son-in-law, I've missed you so much.
When are you two getting married? Hurry up and give me a grandchild." Luo Feng was confused, a big question mark appearing in his mind. The three of them quickly sat down at the tea table.
Luo Xiao took a jar of wine that had been steeping for a while, his face full of joy. He spoke to Luo Feng, "This is the best wild ginseng goji berry tea I cherish.
Try it, this is very good. Once you drink it, it will be great for you."
Luo Feng was drinking the tea, but upon hearing this, he immediately spat out the delicious tea from his mouth. Luo Shui slammed her hand on the table, embarrassed, and shouted, "Grandpa!" He picked up a cup of tea and slowly spoke to the two of them, "This era is different from mine.
Even before marriage, you should enjoy yourselves and have a little fun. I'm not as old-fashioned as that." The two followed Luo Xiao.
He instructed Luo Feng, "Son-in-law, you've come from far away, so let Luo Shui take you on a tour around." Luo Shui was startled, "Grandpa, I want to take him to the guest room to rest." Luo Xiao glared at her, he snapped, "What do you need the guest room for?
Take him to your room." He quickly pushed the two of them into Luo Shui's room.
Luo Xiao urged, "Forget about me, go take care of the important things." When the two of them entered, the door slammed shut behind them.
They both sat on the bed.
Luo Shui, shy and embarrassed, spoke up first.
Luo Feng, he lowered his head and responded, "It's okay, I'll sleep on the sofa later." Luo Shui asked him about Luo Xiao's condition. "Luo Feng, is your grandfather's condition really certain?"
He spoke to Luo Shui in a firm voice. "Dr. Leo, no surgery will ever fail." The next day, at the hospital, the nurse was pushing the patient into the operating room. Luo Feng, dressed in surgical scrubs, was putting on gloves, preparing for the crucial stages outside. Luo Shui was pacing nervously outside.
Bertha also came to check on the situation.
5 days later, on the highway, Luo Shui drove Luo Feng in her sports car, speeding down the main road. She spoke up at that moment, breaking the tense atmosphere.
"Thank you for curing my grandfather's illness.
Even with your busy schedule, Dr. Leo stayed in London for several extra days just for me." Luo Feng glanced at the magazine, his expression one of admiration.
"Wow, foreign magazines sure are bold."
Above their heads in the sky, a series of drones were closely following them. In a waiting hall, a man pointed at the projector and shouted to everyone,
"Look, the goddess Luo Shui is personally driving that man."
In a restaurant, two men were talking.
One of them spoke up.
"It was him last time too.
The goddess really has a boyfriend now." The man opposite retorted, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it either. They must be just good friends." At that moment, Luo Feng turned to ask Luo Shui, "Have you been practicing swordsmanship all night recently?"
She shyly replied, No, I haven't."
"Who told you that?"
He took out his phone and showed it to her, and inside was a video of Luo Shui. He said, "I received the clip your grandfather sent me." Luo Shui hesitated but then explained, "No, there's no other way. I must become stronger, I must try harder to be worthy of fighting alongside you."
Countless aircraft were still behind, closely following every movement of the two.
She stared straight ahead, her voice extremely serious. "I know you've been fighting alone for 3,000 years, so what is my little effort compared to that? No matter how much I have to try or at any cost to catch up to your pace, I'm willing. I want to truly stand by your side." Luo Feng turned to look at her and said, "You fool, you've always been by my side, you've never left."
Luo Shui hesitated but then asked him, I want to know, in those 3,000 years of reincarnation, did we ever love each other? He widened his eyes when he heard this. Luo Shui, why are you suddenly asking this? She pressed the autopilot mode with her hand. In no time, she leaned forward, climbed onto Luo Feng, and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Everyone in the room, through the projector, saw the scene. Both of them were kissing passionately. One person hurriedly spoke, his tone filled with unwillingness. No, my goddess, I can't accept it. Another person was equally shocked by the scene. He stammered, it can't be, my goddess. A plane was taking off, soaring into the clear blue sky. Luo Shui stood below, gazing up at the sky. Her cheeks flushed pink, and a shy, bashful expression appeared on her face. In her heart, she had already found the right answer. Luo Feng, victory will surely come. Before that day arrives, I will never stop chasing after your steps.